The following compilation features unsettling and spine-chilling tales sourced from Reddit's horror communities. Reader discretion is strongly advised. These narratives may contain graphic descriptions, psychological distress, and themes that could unsettle sensitive individuals. Proceed with caution, as immersion into these eerie stories may provoke fear, unease, and sleep disturbances. Enter this realm of Reddit's creepy horror stories at your own risk, as the line between reality and the macabre may blur within these chilling narratives. Did you know that self-proclaimed cryptid hunters are a thing these days? Turns out there's these online communities full of sick badasses who order combat gear on Amazon and drive out to supposedly haunted locations to explore and film themselves. Why am I ranting about this? Apparently some shithead has shared the location of the plot of land that's been in my family for generations. Now you'd think owning an entire patch of woodland would mean we're rich, but it's actually really costly to take care of. No forestry work can be done there, and our staff is constantly patrolling the area, looking for irregularities. It's a dangerous job, and we've lost more than a few hires in regrettable ways. Most of the time, when everyone's careful and meets the required precautions, everything goes over smoothly, and the things in the forest are kept in check. I wish we could just fence the perimeter and be done with it, but due to reasons too complicated to explain right now, that's not an option. Plus, it's pretty lonely out here. You'd have to drive off roads for half an hour to get here, so we normally don't have to deal with any unexpected visitors. There's a spot in my woods I frequent, a little clearing surrounded by tall trees and wild rose bushes. I always light a campfire there to sit at and relax. Right now the ground is frozen over and we've had a lot of snowfall, but I don't mind the chill. I do so love those pretty icicles hanging from the branches. The clearing is my refuge from everything. I'm not good with people and day-to-day interactions exhaust me, so being by myself is something akin to an essential need of mine. Yesterday afternoon, I was hanging out in my usual spot, when suddenly, a voice called out to me from behind. You turn around. When I got to my feet, I found myself facing a young man of the very species I described earlier. Armed, cargo pants, combat boots, and camo backpack. There was a small camera mounted to his helmet. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I asked, trying to keep my cool. He backed off, visibly puzzled. "I thought you were some kind of ghost." "I'm the legal owner of these woods, and if you don't get off my property this instant, I will call the police," I told him. "Why are you wearing a wedding dress?" he stuttered. "This is my private property. I could dance around stark naked if I wanted to. How on earth did you find this place?" "The woods? I read about them online. Someone posted about there being creatures here, cryptids. So you thought you'd go check it out?" I squinted at him. Something wasn't quite right with that guy. Aside from him being crazy enough to show up here in the first place, I could sense something looking at him, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Just a hunch, but my gut instinct never misleads me. "Yeah, I'm a cryptid hunter. Or well, I don't hunt them per se. I guess I would. I just haven't been all that successful yet," he admitted with an awkward chuckle. Here, I said flatly. I couldn't shake the weird feeling he was giving me. "You're still trespassing. Say, did anyone stop you on your way in?" "No, why? Is there someone else here?" How the hell had he gotten past the security staff? There had to be a blind spot somewhere which he had accidentally come across. I decided not to let on how many safety measures we had in place. Better not to further pique his interest. "Nope," I lied, patting down my skirt. "Come on, follow me, I'll see you out." "Can't I just have a look around? If there is something in those woods, you'd be safer if I took care of it." "I'm certain." I was about to send him on his way a little more firmly when I realized it. There was a disturbance in his aura. Something had set its sights on him. "Were you followed here?" I asked sharply. "What? No, I don't think so. Did you encounter anyone on your way?" "A man wearing his caftan crossed left over right." "What's a caftan?" I ignored the question. "Did you maybe notice a flock of birds at some point?" "Yeah, sure, I mean, we're in the woods." "There are no birds in my woods anymore," I said sternly. "You're in danger. Something here's been following you." What? Aren't you a cryptid hunter? Shouldn't you know?" "Well, I haven't had many encounters yet." The man was starting to look panicked. You're trying to get a rise out of me, aren't you? His trembling voice told me he didn't actually believe that. I'm most certainly not. Trust me. I can tell. I can always tell. You've gone and crossed a spirit. A spirit? So there's actual paranormal activity here, and you already knew? We need to get you out of here, I hissed. Come on, help me pack up. Douse the fire. He followed my instructions while I hastily gathered my belongings. Then we took off running. I spurred him on, hoping to get back onto one of the beaten paths leading out to safety. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I knew my companion was so much more afraid. He had every reason to be, and deep down he knew. I didn't know what he'd expected, coming here in search of a thrill, but this was most likely too much for him. What did you do? I panted, not daring to slow down. You must have done something to upset him. Did you try to fell a tree? I shot at a rabbit with my crossbow earlier. I only wounded it, though. It ran off on me. He gritted out in between gasps for air. Who's he? I really didn't see anyone around. He can come in a lot of shapes. Oh, for crying out loud, I snapped when he tripped over a root and fell, sprawling across the forest floor. I grabbed him and pulled him back up, grunting under his weight. He was heavy as fuck with all that gear on. The trees were starting to let up, though. Hope renewed, I steered the cryptid hunter towards the light beckoning through the leaves. Keep going, we're almost there. He wouldn't move. I gave him a bewildered frown. What are you doing? Keep running, you dumbass. You've been shitting me this whole time, haven't you? He asked sharply. There's nothing to run from, is there? Oh dear God. Keep running, I repeated. If you want to live, you need to get out. Look, lady, I'm not going to play along anymore. You nearly scared me shitless back there, I'll admit that. But the fun's over. I'll get off your property, sure, but you could have just told me in a... He fell silent upon realizing that my eyes were transfixed on something behind him. It stood tall between the trees, its enormous, branch-like antlers stretching up to disappear in the foliage. Its head bore more resemblance to the skull of a diseased deer, bone exposed with bloodied strips of flesh hanging off it. Its body overall was humanoid, with rough, thick bark replacing its skin. Moss lined its back and unproportionately long arms. Twigs and leaves sprouted from its wide shoulders. It glared at us out of gleaming green eyes. The hunter slowly turned around to meet the creature's gaze. His face fell. Kneel, I breathed, sinking down and lowering my head. The young man didn't react at first. It's too late to flee, I repeated in a low voice. Kneel and pray for his mercy. Finally, he dropped to the ground next to me. The Lesi proceeded towards us, his steps completely silent. I had already had a few close encounters with this beast, and I had prayed not to evoke his wrath ever again. I could only hope I wouldn't be punished for the explorer's transgressions. I thought we had an understanding, you and I. The creature's voice chilled me like the icy forest wind. I felt one of its long wooden fingers reach out to touch my face, tipping my chin up and forcing me to look up at it. Forgive us, my lord, I said quietly, holding the beast's gaze. Then will you let me have this mortal? My eyes began to fill with tears. I couldn't bring myself to respond. I'll ask you again, will you let me have this mortal? Please don't, I whispered. The man beside me had started to cry, sobs of fear shaking his shoulders. Sweet soul, you do so hate carnage. I'll allow you to avert your gaze while I feast. Grasped by utter hopelessness, I turned the other way, hugging myself as I shut my eyes. Gunshots rang out, their volume stinging my ears. The explorer was probably firing away for dear life, but the futility of defending oneself against this creature with simple bullets didn't go lost on him. Hey lady, do something. He started tugging on my sleeve, but I brushed off his hand. Help me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. Please just help me. I couldn't, not anymore. My blood ran cold when the explorer let out a gurgling scream and was dragged away from my side. His cries of agony mixed with the sound of crunching bones, flesh and muscle being torn and blood spattering. I felt it hit my bare back, warm and sticky, staining my white gown. Tears were rolling down my cheeks and my lower lip was bleeding where I dug my teeth into it. By the time the horrific noises had finally died down, it felt like an eternity had passed. A satisfied growl rumbled somewhere behind my back. Be on your way now, darling, and don't bother my animals with your weeping. I left without looking back. At home, I turned on the shower to sit and cry beneath it. I tried to tell myself that this cryptid hunter wasn't a great loss to the world, but even if his hobby of choice had frankly been dumb and ill-conceived, he'd probably still been a normal guy despite it all. That's what I thought about while I went around my property, searching for traces of his entrance. I found his vehicle, a beat-up brown pickup truck, on the outskirts of the eastern side of the plot of land. I disposed of it discreetly. Poor guy. He'd only wanted to see some action, though it could be held against him that he'd never looked up what a Lesi was. The first time I'd encountered the Lesi, I had known what he, or rather it, was. My mother had warned me, telling me that, while benevolent at times, he and those of his kind had a habit of stealing young women. I held her teachings dearly, and I still do, seeing as I actually inherited our land from her side of the family. She educated me about these grounds, about the dangers within them. Even before she died, I would take long walks through the woodland, setting up camp here and there and basically spending all my free time in them. The winter around the same time that I started wearing my wedding dress, I was taking a walk to check out the grounds after the first snowfall. A thin, delicate layer of pristine white covered the treetops and meadows, offering a beautiful sight. All was well until I spotted a figure approaching from beyond the tree line. I stopped in my tracks. Nobody was supposed to be wandering around here except for myself and my family's employees, so either this guy had gotten lost, or he was one of the local entities. He drew nearer and nearer, stopping just a few feet ahead of me. Taking in his appearance, my heart sank. He was wearing a caftan crossed left over right. His bearded face bore little trace of emotion, and he was holding a large cudgel. When he spoke, it was in a deep, snarling voice with a Slavic accent. "I've seen you in my woods before. You're the heiress, aren't you?" "Yes, sir," I pressed out, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Then you must know who I am." "Yes, sir. What am I to call you, heiress?" I hesitated. "I won't steal your name if you tell me," he said, as though he'd read my thoughts. "I'm Fiona," I said breathlessly. "You're very pretty." He tilted his head at me. "I could love you if your eyes weren't so lifeless." He paused before shouldering the cudgel and walking onwards. "Send your mother my regards," he said over his shoulder as he passed me. Throughout our time as owners of the woods, the Lesi has lured quite a few of our security staff members into traps. He'd lead them astray. They'd get lost in the woods and we'd find them drowned in the lake sometime later. He did bring back my father's dog when it ran off that one time, though most of the time he's neither hostile nor benevolent, but he is territorial. He likes to remind us of who's in charge. And of course, he'd have my head if I dared to disrespect him by putting a fence in his forest. He's not the only thing that might kill you when you enter our plot of land. And there's worse deaths than being eaten alive, believe it or not. You may have guessed it already, but this is a warning. Apparently my property is being frequented by explorers or cryptid hunters. The guy that got eaten obviously couldn't have been the only one. Someone made us public. We're already implementing more security. This post serves two main purposes. First off, if you happen to be the person who first discovered these woods and shared their location online, please take it down. You're doing more harm than good. I don't know how you managed to make it out of here alive and unseen by me and my staff, but you got lucky. For your own sake, don't come back here. Secondly, and this is for all the others, if you've heard of my or any other haunted woods for that matter, don't go exploring. It's not worth it. Since you're so curious to see what's in here, I'll tell you online at a safe distance. I've been scouring the internet, Reddit, 4chan, what have you. I've seen and read things I will never recover from, and I still haven't found the moron who doxed my haunted woods. It gets worse. 2 members of our security staff have since reported attempted entries. The would-be trespassers were guided off the property in both instances, but who knows how many might have slipped through the cracks. Please stop, people, just stop. You're killing me. I'm tired, frustrated, exhausted, and I keep losing hair. I'm willing to bet a few corpses are going to show up in the springtime. All that snow and ice, once melted, are sure to reveal some gruesome sights. I've informed the personnel and told them to be on particularly high alert. We'll also be looking for new hires in the near future, once we're of means again. Right now, we're hemorrhaging money due to another ill-conceived business scheme my younger brother cooked up. Nothing worth explaining in any further detail, really. This is such a bad time for all of this too. We're in more than enough trouble around Yuletide each year either way. Starting December 12th, one by one the Yule lads have been arriving in town. They love harassing our estate in particular, always have. Thankfully, they'll all be gone again pretty soon. If you don't know about the Yule lads, lucky you. They're basically a bunch of pesky old bearded tricksters getting up to mischief around Christmas time. They each have their own thing going on. For example, there's the spoon licker, an eerie-looking, malnourished fellow who steals used spoons to lick food remnants off. Then you've got the door slammer, who runs around the house at night making a lot of noise to keep people from falling asleep. It was all good fun when we were little. My brothers and I would set up tripwires for the sheep coat Clod, a Yule lad with stiff peg legs who likes to harass sheep. We'd stay up all night, hiding in the pen, waiting for him to show up. We'd all laugh at him when he'd walk into our trap and fall. He'd turn red with anger and march off, grumbling and grouching and shaking his fist at us. We'd also jam the doors using rolled-up socks, stuffing them into that crack along the hinges. This meant that whenever the door slammer would try and do his thing, the door would give in just a little at first before whipping backwards, giving him a scare. So the Yule lads never gave us much of a fright. It was their mother we were more worried about. I only ever saw her twice, and that was more than enough for me. I wish we'd never had to find out about her at all. Since y'all are so interested in my forest and the hauntings, I'm going to make good on my promise from last time and feed you the story accordingly. A bit of background. I grew up as the oldest of 7 kids in total. Yup, 7. If you've ever wondered what life is like with 3 little brothers and sisters, it's, well, something. The boys and I got along famously for the most part, although we got into our fair share of fistfights. I never spent much time around the other girls. I don't know why. They just never struck the right chord with me. My brothers, however, adored me, and they always jumped at the chance to get up to some dumb shit together. There was Jeremy, the second-born, Casimir and the youngest of the boys, Marion. We weren't particularly bad kids, just a little rebellious, except for Marion. Despite being the baby of the family, or perhaps because of it, he tended to take things a little too far. He'd light poop on fire, hide dead mice in our parents' shoes like a cat, and trash the living room. I don't know why he did it. Not because we made him. The pranks we pulled as a group never targeted our parents, and we always kept any damage to the house minimal. We loved him, yes, but he could hardly be called a well-behaved child. He was more like one of the Yule lads himself. So one night, I must have been around 12, we were allowed to stay up a little later than usual to watch TV. They were screening some popular kids' movies at the time, so the 7 of us were all lying on the floor, each wrapped up in a warm blanket, while Mum and Dad sat huddled on the couch behind us. It was so comfortable, sprawling on the soft bearskin rug with the snow falling right outside our window. Everything was perfect, until the doorbell rang. I instantly jumped to my feet. Being the oldest, I always tried very hard to show the most initiative, leadership qualities and stuff. Before Mum could stop me, I skipped over to the door and opened it as far as the chain holding it in place allowed. I was about to greet the newcomer and ask what business they had in our neck of the woods at this time of night, but my voice caught in my throat. The woman peering in at me through the crack was the most ghastly person I'd ever seen in my young life. She wasn't just tall, but enormous. Her giant form hunched over and her large head hanging low. Her grey, matted hair hung down from a tattered, mangy-looking scalp, and her nose was long and knobbly. Her paws were huge as lunar craters, her pale skin rough as sandpaper. When she spoke, her cracked lips parted to reveal rotten teeth. "You look delicious." A foul odour accompanied her words, and I shrunk back both at the smell and her eerily raspy voice. I stood frozen in fear, my legs refusing to move until I was suddenly pulled back into the safety of our warm living room. My mother moved to stand in front of me, protectively blocking her path. With the door still being secured, I reckoned there wasn't a big threat of her coming in anyways, but I had felt so exposed and vulnerable under her gaze, like a lamb moments before slaughter. "Dear madam," the giantess spoke again, this time addressing my mother. "I am so awfully hungry tonight. Please, please feed me. I need to eat." She reached through the doorway with a bony hand. Her long, dirty fingernails almost looked like talons. "Would you spare a morsel for me?" "Get lost," my mother spat back at her. Her voice was venomous, lethal, and the most comforting sound I could imagine in that moment. Don't ever come near this house again if you know what's good for you. Don't send me off. Please, most merciful lady. Just a morsel, a little morsel, that's all I'm asking for. You have more than enough. If you don't leave, I'll beat you till you're raw, you disgusting parasite." My siblings had started listening in at some point. Dad seemed to be trying to direct their attention back onto the TV, but there was no chance of that happening. "Eat shit and die!" Marion shouted, giggling like he'd just told a joke. Lord knows where he got that language from at his young age. Mum turned to shush him, and the giantess shot him a quick look. There was a glint in her eyes. "Go away," Mum repeated with a little more emphasis. "You're not welcome here." With that, she shut the door in the woman's face. "Mom, who was that?" I asked, still a bit shaken up. "Her name's Gryla," she answered, nervously fumbling with her sleeve, "and she's no one you need to be worried about." I didn't sleep well that night. I dreamt of Gryla, hiding in my closet. Having awoken with a start, I got up to fetch a glass of milk, the standard procedure for when I was restless. As I padded past the master bedroom, I could hear my parents talk in hushed, aggravated tones. What were they doing up? Intrigued, I lingered, pressing my ear up to the wooden door. "Why didn't you just give her something from the kitchen?" Dad asked. "You know it's not really food she's after. If we humor her, that only makes it worse," my mother hissed. "She'll think she's welcome here and keep coming back. Don't you remember last year?" "Hey, I get it. I just wish the kids hadn't been around." It really creeped me out the way she just, looked at them. "It should," Mum replied testily. "You think I was fine with it? Does that change anything that she saw them?" "I don't think so." Mum sounded uncertain. "At least, I don't know that it does." Not being too reassuring there, honey. "Should I lie and tell you she doesn't freak me out? I've been afraid of her since forever. My parents used stories about her to scare me into behaving back when I was little. Scarred me for life." A chill ran down my spine and I drew away from the door. Sneaking down the corridor back towards my own bedroom, I was acutely aware of every little sound I made. The slapping of my naked feet on the carpeted floor and the beating of my heart both seemed to be amplified to an unnatural volume. I wanted nothing more than to find myself in the presumed safety of my sheets again, hiding under my blanket until daybreak. That's when I heard something. A tiny, muffled little grunt coming from Marion's room at the very end of the hallway. I stopped in my tracks, not daring to move a muscle. What was that sound? Had I misheard? Pulse thrumming in my ears, I stood and listened, still as a statue. There it was again, a dull thud, followed by a stifled whimper. I had to go and check it out. I figured my little brother was simply having nightmares like I did earlier, but somehow I still didn't want to. Every single one of my limbs seemed to be opposed to the idea of going any further. Forcing my legs to move, I proceeded down the suddenly much longer-seeming corridor until I reached Marion's room. I gently rapped on the door. No response. Everything had fallen silent inside. "Marion," I whispered. Still nothing. I slowly nudged the door open, nimbly slipping through the crack, only to come to a staggering halt the second I laid eyes on what was inside. There, in the middle of the room, stood this awful, terrifying woman. Her back bent to allow her to fit in under the ceiling at all. She glowered down at me from above. When she opened her mouth to speak, blood dripped from her long, lolling tongue and she stopped to lick her lips, smearing it all over her cheeks. "What's wrong, dear? I only took a morsel." With that, she raised her hand, and before I could even fully process what I was seeing, I was already screaming. Her long, gnarled fingers were holding up my little brother's severed head by the hair. His lifeless, glassy eyes were staring right through me, his mouth contorted in a silent cry of fear. Cackling, Gryla dropped the head onto the floor and ducked to worm her way through the open window. I saw her running through the snow outside into the direction of the woods, her dirty grey shawl trailing after her, and her laughter lingering in the chilly winter air. When my parents came storming in mere seconds later, my mother broke down instantly. Her wails of shock, of grief, loss, and heartbreak were more harrowing than the voice of the giantess. I fell into my father's open arms, pressing myself against him as my body was shaken by sobs. We shut and locked the door behind us, to keep the other kids from coming in and seeing what was left of Marion. For a while, it was all we could do to sit and weep, all huddled up in a large, shivering pile. None of us got up, not even to close the window through which the cold wind was blowing in. Christmas time was never quite as much fun after that. No one ever set foot into Marion's room again. We buried his head out in the yard, then barricaded his chamber from the outside. That was it. Suddenly my parents were short a child and I was without my little brother. A life had been erased, with nothing anyone could do about it. A fresh wound to each member of the family that couldn't be healed, except through time. You'd think this tragedy would bring us closer together, but I actually believe that this was the night we all started alienating. My mother never let anyone in on her misery except me. To her, I was always the child who'd suffered the second most, the one who'd found Marion's head. She'd always wanted to make me the official heiress to the woods, and her decision only cemented itself through the bond we thus formed. She stopped doting on my siblings as much. She never neglected them, but made it clear I was her favorite. Dad started kind of resenting her for it, and by extension me. Yeah, I think that's how we all began drifting apart. We'd never grow back together. The big house would slowly empty, leaving only me and my staff. Recounting this has been painful, obviously. I hope you'll take it as another warning not to come here. Our property isn't a fun house or a Halloween attraction. I have dedicated my whole life to keeping this forest safe, to keep the things inside from spilling out, so please, have a little respect for my efforts. Just a tiny little bit. This time of year is really something. Frost is painting the window panes. The snowflakes look like tiny stars falling from the sky, and I found a corpse on my property today. Or rather, one of the security guards did. He called me right away, talking in that sort of low, empty tone. He sounded dead inside, for lack of a better word. Miss Novak. He fell silent for a few seconds, like he hadn't really thought of what to say next. You should come to the Red Meadow, I think. What do you mean, you think? I asked, a little annoyed, seeing as I'd been busy with some computer work at that moment. I instantly regretted my brusque tone. There's a body. I nearly dropped my cell phone. Suddenly feeling weirdly disconnected from myself, I staggered to my feet and began fumbling for my keys. I'll be right there, Gus, I promised, voice trembling before ending the call. The Red Meadow is a wide plain right outside the eastern edge of the woods. It's full of these strange scarlet flowers. They're about the same size as a regular old daisy, and their petals are shaped a bit like tiny hearts. Weirdly enough, we've been unable to identify them. There are many flowers like them, but none are an exact match. My father used to be obsessed with them. He was always picking and drying them. He never found out more about them either, though. Today, a blanket of snow covered the meadow, yet the intense red of the flowers still managed to shine through in some places. I could see Fergus standing near the tree line, stiffly waving to me. His shallow, labored breaths rose from his lips in tiny plumes of vapor as he jogged to meet me halfway. I didn't see it happen, he said dryly. I heard screams, I followed them, and there he was. Whatever did it was already gone by the time I got there. He led me over to the body. A man in his 30s, dressed in much the same functional clothes as the first cryptid hunter who'd found his way onto my property not too long ago. My head was reeling. How did these guys keep getting in? I think he died of fright, Gus remarked. When I found him, he was lying on his stomach, with one of his arms underneath him. Why'd you roll him over? Checking for injuries. Found nothing, not even a trace of blood. Look at his face, though. I sighed. I'd admittedly avoided doing so up to that point. I knelt down next to the dead man, gathering my large, far too voluminous skirt at my sides. I raised my eyes to meet the corpse's empty gaze. Shaking my head, I tried to chase the flashing memories of my little brother's severed head from my mind. All those who die in fear seem to share this same look. Their horror remains imprinted on their contorted grimace, preserved for those unfortunate enough to happen upon their bodies. Fergus was probably right. The way he'd found this man suggested he'd been on his way out of the woods, presumably running from something. Another thrill-seeker who'd had too much of a good thing. It was even sadder to see him here, beyond the tree line. He'd nearly made it out alive. Then the adrenaline must have overtaxed his heart, and he'd fallen over, clutching his chest. I wondered if he'd realized what was happening. Maybe not. Maybe he'd been so terrified by whatever was chasing him that he hadn't even seen it coming. Either way, in his last moments, there had only been him, this fearsome unknown entity, and his exerted, failing body. What a shitty way to go. "Are you okay, Gus? Do you want to go home? You need me here, don't you?" "I do, but I don't want you to go around like nothing happened when you've just found a body," I argued. "I'll be okay. It's not the first time we've had a death here." I gave him a concerned frown. He didn't sound all that convincing. He obviously didn't want me to fuss, so I didn't. But it felt crappy leaving him on that note. I told him to follow his normal route, hoping the rest of the day would go smoothly for him. To me, however, this corpse meant a lot more work. First off, I would have to dispose of him. It's not like we go entirely unnoticed out here. We could get a visit from the police in due time. Now, my family has maybe 2 or 3 friends among the local authorities who know what's really going on in these woods. They're likely to see to it that if someone goes missing on our property, no further inquiries are made. Imagine a search being launched in my forest. It'd be a bloodbath. Even so, best not to risk anything. The corpse still needed to disappear. The easiest way to do that was to dump it in the lake. In case I haven't mentioned it before, the lake is located about a 20-minute walk from the Red Meadow in a lighter, less densely wooded area. It's twin lakes, actually, connected by a fierce old stream. I had the bigger one in mind, though. Drop something in there and it'll be gone in a flash. Fall in yourself and, oh well, it hasn't frozen over yet this year, so I decided to go for it right away. I don't have a vehicle fit to transport a corpse through the woods, but I do have Jeanette. Jeanette is a mule. I got one of my workers who was hanging out at my family's house at the moment to bring her right over. We loaded her up and I got on my way. The woods were quiet, as per usual. Walking alone normally agrees with me, but hauling a corpse and a stubborn mule really put a damper on the mood. I tried to focus on the glittering snow beneath my boots and the many shiny icicles that made the forest resemble a stalactite cave. Anything but the dead body bobbing up and down on the back of the animal beside me. We were getting on slower than I'd hoped. The wintry air was beginning to sting my bare shoulders. Seeing as I normally didn't mind it at all, that was saying something. Jeanette was being a drama queen. She always knows when I really need her help, and it's then that she's the most uncooperative. With the sun going down in the afternoon this time of year, darkness was already beginning to settle over the treetops. The water surface was still and undisturbed, covered partially by thin plates of ice. I surveyed the lake with bated breath. As peaceful as it looked, I knew how volatile a state this tranquility posed come nightfall. "Grandfather." I called out into the darkness, trying to keep my voice down. Now, the creature I was hoping to rouse obviously isn't my actual grandfather. It's just a nickname he, the Vodyanoi, goes by. I needed to talk to him to ask permission before laying the ill-fated explorer to rest in his waters. The lake stayed eerily quiet. "Grandfather," I repeated, a little louder this time. I hated having to raise my voice. The woods prefer silence. To my frustration, I received no response. The water remained an unblinking black mirror, without so much as a single bubble rising to the surface. It didn't look as though Grandfather Vodyanoi was going to show up, which meant that I was being faced with a difficult decision. I really didn't want to stick around for anything that might have overheard me shouting to drop in. I would have to dump the cadaver without consulting the big boss. Against my better judgment, I dragged the body off my mule and rolled it towards the edge of the lake. Giving it one last powerful shove, it fell off the small ridge and disappeared with a satisfying plop. I imagined it rapidly sinking to the bottom, and a weight fell off my shoulders. I lingered for merely a minute, wallowing in my melancholy and wondering if the Vodyanoi would be mad at me when he woke up to find I'd used his haunting grounds as garbage disposal. That question would not go unanswered for long. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a frantic, enormous splashing sound, whirling around. I let out a yelp of surprise when I saw the creature rise from the murky depths. He was twice my size, an old, green-skinned man with a nightmarishly contorted face that resembled that of a catfish more than a human's. I staggered backwards as he started dragging himself up onto the dry land on his big paunch, his morbid, fleshy masses wrinkling and wriggling grotesquely. Algae hung in his long, Tangled white hair and scales covered the lower part of his body, which thinned into a fishtail. I cursed myself for not waiting for him earlier. Perhaps he'd heard me, lingering just beneath the surface, expecting me to make a transgression he could justly punish me for. I could feel I was about to pay dearly for my impatience. "Grandfather, I'm sorry," I instantly cried out. I was nervous. I had to be quick, He didn't answer, only letting out a gurgling laugh as he wrapped one of his webbed paws around my ankle, throwing me off balance. I landed on my ass in the dirt, blindly thrashing and kicking at his face. But before I knew it, he tugged me into a forceful embrace. Pressed up against his slick, saggy chest, I gagged at the foul odor he emitted. The slimy muck coating his skin rubbed off onto my face, arms and dress, instilling such a deep sense of disgust within me that I couldn't help but heave. Now soiled with my own vomit, I was pulled into the icy water. I was too shocked, physically as well as mentally, to fathom a single clear thought. All I could do was screech like a banshee. The Vodyanoi let go of me, giving me a meaningful look before shoving me further out onto the lake. My dress bore me up, and I was sent gliding through the water. "I do so despise impertinence," he called out to me, his voice equal parts rage-filled and amused. It was raspy, wet and blubbering, as though he was retching out water from his lungs with every word he said. "See you at the bottom." With that, he sank down, not causing a single splash. "Fuck!" Mom had warned me never to stand too close to the water's edge. What the hell had I been thinking? I started swimming towards the ridge again, only to realize in horror just how difficult it was. My voluminous skirt was already soaked, its weight seemingly doubling mine. There was white all around me. My puffed sleeves had tightened, gripping my upper arms like chains. I was fighting against my own wedding dress, and it quickly gained the upper hand. I was barely able to stay afloat, much less reach firm ground again. My head kept bobbing under. I couldn't keep it above the surface for long. Gasping for air, my rapid movements brought me closer and closer to exhaustion. Just as I was sinking down once more, I caught a glimpse of a menacingly tall silhouette looming over the lakeside. "Quick, take my hand if you want to live." The Lesi's voice cut through the water. I could hear it clearly, even when submerged. Summoning my last bit of strength, I flung myself out of the water and reached for the monstrous log-like arm he extended to me across the surface. It was long enough for me to climb it like an entire tree, but I was still too heavy. The dress dragged me under. I couldn't pull myself up. Sputtering and gasping for air, I dug my fingers into the Lesi's bark skin. "Shed your gown," the wood demon commanded, urgency swinging along in his tone. "Wench, it'll drown you." "I can't," I cried out. "Pull, just pull, I'll hang on." He let out a growl, then abruptly drew back his arm, taking me along. Ploughing through the freezing water, I felt a relief unlike anything I'd ever known. Once I was close enough, he grabbed me with both hands and lifted me out of the water, dropping me beside my mule. Jeanette had been standing beneath one of the old lakeside trees, resting up and not really minding my near-death experience. Coughing up dirty cold water, I huffed and panted, trying to catch my breath while furiously rubbing my own upper arms to try and regain some semblance of feeling in my frozen skin. I didn't see the Lesi change form, being more occupied with myself at that moment. But when I looked up again, I found the bearded man with the cudgel standing over me. "Why didn't you get out of your dress?" he asked testily. "I couldn't. It's hell to get into in the first place. You really think I can just pull down a zipper and it comes off?" He looked almost annoyed. It was odd seeing him display such a human emotion. He caught himself, though, straightening up and clearing his throat. "I hope you're aware you just caused me some trouble, potentially. The Vodyanoi is the lord of this lake. He's unlikely to appreciate my intrusion." "What are you getting at?" He didn't respond right away. Instead, he gave me a long look, appraising me. "I'll tell you what, heiress. I'll see you home safely, so that you don't freeze to death, or get taken advantage of. All alone out here as you are, I will have saved you, and you are going to repay me." The air felt even colder all of a sudden. I yearned for a dry, warm blanket to wrap around my shoulders, but my garments were drenched and more likely to freeze me into a statue. As much as it pained me to admit it, I needed his help. Dearly. I'll pay you back accordingly, I promised, pressing the words out between chattering teeth. But I'd be willing to bet you already have something in mind. Right, he said, of course I do, and you will follow. I sighed. Yes, sir, I will. Well, I'm having a shit time. I caught a massive cold and my back hurts like hell. None of this would have happened if y'all weren't so goddamn stupid, you know? Of course, my pride has also been majorly wounded by having to crouch and crawl before someone like the Wood Demon. I had to give him a promise, but I'm gonna keep that to myself for just a little while longer. Anyways, my brother Casimir is staying over. He's probably the one family member I have the most contact with. The others have scattered across the country, and aside from the money they send me to help with the upkeep of the safety measures around the forest, there's not much communication going on. Hell, I don't even know what they do for a living for the most part. Casimir's a real estate agent, so I know he's definitely a crook. And I hear one of my sisters married rich and now owns a gambling hall in Vegas. Good for her, I guess. There's definitely some family resemblance between Casimir and me, but he's way leaner and taller, and he's got a hawk nose. He looks a lot like some humanoid bird of prey altogether, but in a good way. He's a very handsome guy, which has led a bunch of unfortunate women to fall for him. He's got these pale green eyes that have already sent countless girls over the moon. That he's also a total asshole with unresolved mommy issues was something they had to find out the hard way. Lord knows how many times I've gotten calls and texts from weeping girls who'd looked me up to get an answer as to why he'd disappeared. On top of that, he's got a bit of a gambling issue. Since I live and entertain the Woods off of the money my siblings send me, that's been my problem occasionally as well. He provides me with a substantial amount on a regular basis, but sometimes he'll come around and need it back because he's made some debts again. Sometimes he comes up with other little side businesses, and then he'll spend money on that, but it's never worked out thus far. Bit of a waste for sure. He's still my favorite brother. Though, I like him for the person he is around me, not for how he acts when he's away. And the thing is, he'd do anything for me. One of my employees answered the door for him this morning while I watched from my window. After ringing the doorbell, Casimir raked a hand through his slicked back blonde hair and readjusted his grip on the bouquet he was holding. Black callus. My favorites. Shortly after I welcomed him into my room. After our mom had died and Dad had moved to Cali, I'd taken over the master bedroom as it was more spacious. I'd thrown out every last piece of furniture and put up completely new wallpapers. In fact, I have long since renovated all the rooms in the house. A lot of them serve as break rooms for the employees nowadays, some with beds or cots so they can nap. I still can't believe what you've done with the place, he remarked. I keep expecting Mum and Dad's old room when I come here. Feels weird. It was way too expensive, I admitted, plopping down in my armchair. I kinda regret it. I should have left everything as it was. Would have saved me a fortune, but I felt like I needed to do this at the time. How long are you staying for? Depends on how long that is gonna last, Casimir replied, waving his hand in front of me to indicate my altogether state. You look like shit. Thanks, I said dryly, but like, why are you here? A friend of mine sent me this. He whipped out his phone and proceeded to show me several screenshots. I groaned, instantly feeling a headache coming on upon taking them in. They were of an online article. I won't drop any publisher names, but think BuzzFeed and the like. Someone had written about my woods, in the vein of a dark tourism recommendation, location, description and everything. Now before you get all panicky, this friend is actually one of the editors of that site, and he also has a share in it. When the author submitted it to him, he recognized it. I'm real glad I told him about where I'm from that one time. Who knew it'd pay off? Anyways, it was easy enough for him to let it disappear on my behalf. He helped me bribe the author never to write anything like it again, so not to worry. That's not the end of it, of course. I looked us up and it turns out we're an insider tip with the horror nerds, so I figured I'd best go and visit my big sister. My big sister will know what's what, or not. Maybe my big sister needs to catch a break. He leaned back in his seat, smiling as he patted down his shirt. Oh man, you have no idea, I muttered. It's been hell over here. So I told him everything, and now he's made himself at home in the guest bedroom for what's probably going to be a couple weeks. He'd had enough foresight to take time off work to help me out. I expect he'll be able to find more hires in no time, charming as he is. We're going to revise the guards' routes tonight and try to locate the blind spot where all these tourists keep coming in through. Aside from that, it's really just such a pleasure having someone around who I'm close with. I know I've said in the past that I'm a bit of an introvert, and I am, but it's different with Cass. His presence has always been a comfort to me. But earlier, when I was helping him unpack his suitcase, there was a moment when I seriously doubted his intelligence. He'd brought our old figure skates, both pairs, holding mine up by the laces. I gave him a long, reproachful look. "Are you for real? I thought Mum threw them out." He shrugged. "I saved them." "Why? And don't tell me you want to have a go at it around the Twin Lakes again." "Why not?" Casimir replied, meeting my gaze with wide, innocent eyes. "You know exactly why. Because you went for a dip yesterday. Once the surface is frozen, the old man's going to be asleep all peaceful down there. He won't even know. We don't even have to go to his area." "No, because of the other thing." Cass frowned. "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. The whole dress debacle. I didn't think you were still hung up over Jacek." "What? That's not what I meant. You almost fucking died out there," I snapped. "Ooh!" My brother threw his head back, palming his forehead. "Right. Yeah, of course, but I'm over that." I didn't know what to say. "I had to punch a girl's intestines for you," I gritted out. "Bear with me, it'll make sense later." "Yeah, and that's why I love you so much." I guess I'd best share the story behind this one. As you might have guessed from our conversation, Cass and I used to go ice skating on the Twin Lakes when we were younger, which, by the way, was before I started wearing my wedding dress. We knew it was kind of dangerous, and not only because the ice could break beneath us, but we didn't care. He'd had a growth spurt at 14 and already discovered early on that girls feel nice from the inside. He'd often ask my advice in matters of courtship, and weirdly enough, that had brought us closer together. We'd discovered we both liked ice skating, and we practiced it regularly with each other in the hopes of preparing ourselves to impress future wintertime dates. For years, we only went to actual ice rinks when our hobby came into season, but when I was 19 and he was 16, I suggested we use the lakes instead. We told Mum and Dad that it was because we wouldn't have to pay for tickets there, and because it was basically right outside our door, but that was a lie. Casimir knew the real reason I wanted to skate in the woods. I'll share that soon too, but this isn't about me. So let's just say there was someone living there whom I sort of wanted to put on a show for. Our experience had always been thoroughly enjoyable and untainted. We were always careful not to be too loud or disruptive to the forest. We had that much sense even then. Nobody ever bothered us either. That one day in late January would change things though. The smaller of the lakes, the one we preferred, was a rigid frozen dance floor. Our blades had scraped the ice there countless times. We were talking quietly on our walk, strapping on our skates once we reached the spot and instantly busting out the big guns. We had already learned some figures and jumps, and we were pretty good for two self-taught kids. We soon noticed we'd forgotten to bring something to drink though, and we were way too thirsty to carry on without. Not wanting to cut our session short, I told Cass I'd run back home and fetch us something. He said he'd be fine waiting for me. Being fast on my feet, I managed to sprint to the house and return within a half hour. Upon my return, I found my brother grinning from ear to ear. Handing him one of the bottles I'd brought, I asked what had gotten him so tickled, but he wouldn't say. I should have known something was up right then and there, but I shrugged it off. We continued on with our skating and went home before it got dark. Casimir was giggling to himself the entire time. We'd wanted to go the day after that too. Casimir was particularly excited at the prospect. Having a habit of sleeping in on the weekends, I woke up around noon to find out from my mum that Casimir had already left for the lake around 2 hours ago. "Did he say anything else?" I inquired. "No, he seemed rather excited though," Mum replied, carefully cracking an egg into the frying pan she was standing over. "Sit down, honey. Your brother might have ran off on me, but you are going to stay for breakfast, if you can even call it that anymore." Assuring her I'd be back in a jiffy and apologizing profusely, I made a break for it before she could chase me down with a plate. I suddenly had an extremely bad feeling about all of this. I threw on my jacket in a hurry and headed out the door. Upon reaching the lake, I slowed down, sneaking around a little and hiding behind trees as I got closer. I soon spotted Casimir, sitting on the ridge by the lakeside, feet dangling just above the ice. He was laughing, and the cause of his delight was apparent. There was a girl sitting on his lap, tickling his chest, neck and armpits, so that's why he'd been so eager to get back here. He had probably met her the day before when I was away. She was completely naked, so quite obviously non-human, but the fun they were having seemed to be innocent enough. I didn't really care who my brother fraternized with, and more than a few forest dwellers I'd encountered were kind-natured and rather peaceful, so perhaps there wasn't actually cause for alarm. Casimir's giggling filled the air as he started curling up in the snow, the girl leaning over him. Not wanting to stick around and watch them make out, I turned around and went on my way back home. That's when I realized that Cass was laughing just a little too hard by then. It sounded a bit like he couldn't breathe. Frowning, I cast another glance at the pair. The girl was now holding him down, physically restraining him, and he was actually struggling. Something was off. Biting back my embarrassment, I emerged from the tree line, starting towards them across the ice. Neither of them noticed me at first. I was about to shout out to them when I noticed something that made me stop in my tracks. The girl had her back turned to me, and while the whole of it had previously been covered by her long hair, this veil was now lifted when she leaned further down to bury her face against Casimir's shirt. Her hair shifted, revealing that her back was, for lack of a better term, lacking skin. My stomach twisted at the mere sight. Her spine lay bare, as did the ribs and red mass around them. I was pretty sure I could see her organs, pulsing, dripping red and pink flesh, the white shine of bone. I felt as though the ice was about to break beneath me, like I was falling. That girl looked like she was half corpse, cut open with surgical precision to reveal her insides. An actual fucking mavka. Casimir was gasping for air at this point. His ragged cries tore me from my rigidity, and I stomped over to the two of them, incoherently screaming at the top of my lungs. I grabbed the girl by the shoulders, tossing her off of my brother and throwing myself on top of her. Her face pressed into the snow. She could only sputter and whine, pulse thrumming in my ears. I summoned all my courage as I forcefully shoved my fingers into the spaces between her ribs. I dug my nails in mercilessly, trying to somehow get a grip on the bone. "I'll rip it out!" I screeched, ignoring the vomit rising in my throat. "If you ever hurt him again, I'll rip it the fuck out!" The mavka let out a scream of fear and agony, pushing me off in a panicked frenzy. Rolling onto my back, I could see her taking off into the woods, naked feet slapping the frozen ground. Cass helped me to my feet, a haunted look in his eyes. As soon as I was standing, he hugged me so tightly he nearly cut off my airflow. I took him home, and we didn't speak of the incident ever again. I never encountered the mavka after that. I guess I scared her off. There's still the Rusalki who dwell in hiding by the lakeside, though. Just another reason to be careful. I would venture back there regularly, not to meet the predatory man-hating water ladies. Of course, sure, my brother was a horny idiot in his own way, but let's just say so was I. Back to the present, I suppose. Cass and I are currently taking a break from trying to solve the surveillance issue. We haven't come to any fully formed conclusions yet, but he's actually planted an uncomfortable idea in my mind. If the guard's roots have been working all this time and it's only now that things are going wrong, then there's a possibility that all these internet strangers are getting tipped off and let in. And if that's true, then it has to be one of my employees doing it. I think that when I said that I loved my brother, I kind of forgot how obnoxious he really is. He's a goddamn grown-up with a job, a house and about a dozen illegitimate kids to pay child support for. But when he's with me, he acts like he's a little boy again. And I don't mean that in a good way. After starting the day by pissing his name in the snow outside the front door, he served me scrambled eggs spiced with pepper and sugar, left a spoonful of marmalade in one of my boots, and kept banging on the bathroom wall from the other side while I was trying to take a dump. But at least we're making some progress on the whole trespassing thing. It's impossible to round up all of the workers, seeing as those who are currently on site have to constantly rotate around their assigned parts of the forest. Keeping them from doing their job would be utterly counterproductive, so we decided to stop by each of them on their rounds. This would mean a lot of walking for the two of us, but we were up for it. "It's gotten even colder overnight," Cass remarked. "Aren't you going to take a jacket?" "You know I can't," I replied gloomily, tugging on one of my white fur-trimmed gloves. The only other thing protecting me from the chill was the little fluffy cape attached to the particular wedding dress I was wearing that day. No point in complaining. Even after all this time? My brother gave me a deprecating laugh. Man, Jacek really dealt you a bad hand, didn't he? I don't want to talk about Jacek, I said curtly, my voice flat and monotone. Let's just get going. Cass merely shook his head, but at least he kept his mouth shut as we got on our way. Marching through the snow together, I almost felt like we were kids again, like I'd just have to turn around and Jem and Marion would be right behind us. I've missed this, Casimir suddenly remarked, a wistful earnestness in his voice. I almost started at his tone. This wasn't what I was used to from him. Me too, I admitted hesitantly. I've tried to find other things to make up for it, but nothing ever quite compares, he went on, staring down at his boots. There was nothing else I could say. For 10 minutes or so, all we could hear was the sound of snow crunching beneath the soles of our shoes. Finally, we came across Fergus patrolling the edge of the forest adjacent to the red meadow. He was sipping hot cocoa from his thermos and greeted us with a slightly drowsy smile. When I asked him how he'd been, he said he'd had trouble sleeping but insisted he was okay. Now, I trust him. Gus has been working for us for ages. He wouldn't rat us out, but perhaps he knew something. Why would anybody make our location public? He thought aloud upon being presented with the question. Money, Casimir suggested readily. I reckon one of your co-workers is taking bribes. That's sort of depressing to think about. I mean, the guys and I hang out all the time. Well, I'm going to keep an eye out, but that's about all I can tell you at the moment. We quickly said our goodbyes and went on our way to catch the next guard, Jose, another senior member on our staff. He didn't know anything either, but we still stayed to chat a little, and he seemed to be genuinely concerned. We went on to look up the others too, but to cut it short, we got nothing out of them. Cass said that it was a good thing we'd at least spread the word and made it known that we were suspecting one of them to be sabotaging us. Still, we needed answers, and I had an idea of where to get them. There's a small bathhouse on our property, right next to the main building. I believe my great-great-great-grandfather constructed it. It consists of a changing room and a steaming room, and it's actually really lovely, though none of us have used it in ages. I pay a lady to take care of the sauna nonetheless, though. Like many places on our estate, it's not as uninhabited as it might seem at first glance. It's a special place. I was actually born there. Hell, maybe even conceived too, but that's a little more unlikely. My mother insisted that it was a place of great spiritual value and danger, but she never used it for any of the activities she claimed could be conducted there. That's not all, though. When I was 16, I decided I wanted to go for a steam there. Mum was practically the only one to ever really use the bathhouse, and she'd been quite enthusiastic for us to try it out together. I had stayed far away from the place up to that point. It had always kind of creeped me out, what with all the talk of supernatural energy, but I was intrigued as well. And when I was 16, I figured it was time to check it out. Besides, steaming could be nice. So I went inside with Mum, on a day just as cold and wintry as this one. Both of us were wearing crosses around our necks, which Mum said we'd have to leave at the door. This rather confused me, but I readily left one of my boots outside for us, and we placed our necklaces inside. We undressed in the changing room, and each grabbed a bath broom on our way in. The bath brooms were simple bundles of birch twigs. Their leaves were already strewn all over the bathhouse floor, but when I asked Mum why we didn't just buy sponges or some actual stuff for the bathhouse, she only said that it was better to stick with natural materials sometimes. We'd fired up the sauna and were sitting in the steaming room. Nothing much happened, so I was actually quite at ease. The room had heated up quickly. It was a lot more intense than your normal sauna level of hot. Though, still, I found it rather enjoyable, and my mother appeared to be perfectly used to it. We didn't talk much, save for the occasional quip or remark. "Why don't the others ever come here?" I inquired. "This is kinda nice." "Dad says he doesn't like the heat, but I think he's just scared," Mum replied, idly playing with her bath broom. "I'm glad you aren't. What's there to be afraid of? Sure, it's a pretty old building, but..." "Oh, it's not the building, it's the spirit." She gave me a meaningful smile. "We'll talk later. Let's keep it down for now, shall we?" That admittedly kind of freaked me out. It wouldn't have been the first time I'd encountered a supernatural entity, But just because you're used to something does not mean you should lose your respect for it. So we're not alone right now? I asked quietly. Mum grinned, shaking her head. Leaning over to me, she whispered, "He's hiding behind the benches." Despite the heat, her words sent a cold chill up my spine. "I think I want to leave," I muttered, rising to my feet. Mum looked a bit disappointed, but didn't say anything to stop me. Just as I was heading for the doorway, I felt something sharp and pointy raking down my back, painfully tearing into my skin. I let out a sharp scream, spinning around only to find that Mum was still in her seat, frozen as a statue, staring at me with wide eyes. "What the fuck was that?" I whined. I could feel blood trickling down my lower back. My mother, freeing herself from her rigor, rushed over to hug me, casting an accusatory gaze into the room. "That was totally uncalled for," she shouted, her anger directed at somebody I couldn't see. "Come on now, honey. If the miserable old grouch doesn't want company, we'll just be on our way now," she told me, taking my hand and pulling me out into the changing room. Just as we were about to set foot through the doorway, we were stopped by a gush of scalding hot water hitting our backs. Both Mom and I cried out and spun around, just in time to glimpse a frail, hunched-over figure disappearing behind the benches. My heart was racing in my chest when the air suddenly filled with a strange, uncanny gibbering. It sounded like someone talking backwards, but really fast, and in an eerie, low, brittle voice. Whatever lived inside that bathhouse, we'd angered it. "Let's just go," Mum squeaked, sounding like a little girl. She didn't have to tell me twice. We didn't take the time to dress, merely grabbed our clothes and sprinted, barefoot and naked, through the snow back to the safety of our house. My father, who had been watching us through the window, was laughing his ass off at us. "Care to explain?" I gasped, hopping around on the living room carpet as I was trying to put on my pants with shaking, frozen fingers. My mother huffed, finally sticking her head through the opening of the sweatshirt she'd been fighting with. "That was the Banik. He moved into the bathhouse after my great-great-grandfather built it. Guess he was having a bad day, though the scratching is something he's done before. Grandpa always said if you take a steam around Christmas time and the Banik scratches you, it means the new year is going to be a bad one, but I don't really care, you know? You're my daughter, and the old skunk better keep his hands to himself around you. But the scratching thing, is that like an actual prediction?" I asked, still kind of shaken. "Oh, I don't know, but I wouldn't trust the Banik anyways. He's such a moody, dumb geezer. You know, he invites the woodland demons to bathe with him at night. That's why he doesn't want any crosses or religious items in there." "Shouldn't we see to it that he's, like, appeased?" I inquired cautiously. Mum snorted. "I won't. Let him rage in there if he wants to. He can burn down the bathhouse for all I care. I'm not going back there anytime soon after this." That same night, I snuck outside with a bucket of water. It had a pink block of soap swimming around in it, and seeing as I had stupidly filled it all the way up to the brim, I had to take great care not to spill anything. I had tucked a bunch of fir branches under my arm, increasing the difficulty of my endeavor. Once I finally reached the sauna, I sat everything down in the snow to knock on the door. "Hello?" I called out softly, trying to keep my voice from trembling. The bathhouse was lying in complete and utter silence. If there were any spirits inside, they were having a really quiet gathering. "I'm sorry to disturb. It's Fiona from before. I've come to apologize. Sure, I didn't actually believe I'd done something wrong, but it was best to take the humble route with beings like this one. I knew that even back then. The Banik most likely didn't care about my standpoint." Ever so slowly, the door to the building swung open. Total darkness was waiting behind it, and I was reminded of a huge bear opening its mouth. While this felt like a prompt to step inside, I refrained from doing so, instead placing the bucket and the branches atop the stoop. To this day, I believe the creature inside must have been able to hear my heartbeat. That's how loud it seemed to me. I almost jumped when a bony arm with saggy, wrinkled pale skin reached out from the pitch-black opening to pull my offerings inside. To my relief, the Banik didn't shut the door immediately. Taking note of this opportunity, I summoned all my courage and spoke up again. "I was wondering if that was a sign you gave me earlier. Is the new year really going to be bad for us?" For a moment, everything was silent. Then, the strange gibbering started up again. Something about that noise was deeply unnerving to me. My skin crawling, I considered turning back and making a run for the house, when I suddenly realized that I could actually make out certain words amidst the jumble. Particularly for you. I swallowed, dread pooling in the pit of my stomach like a cold, heavy liquid. What's going to happen to me? I don't know exactly. Am I going to die? I whispered shakily. Just a part of you. Please, sir, tell me what you mean, I implored, growing desperate. Maybe it was the fear in my voice, or the fact that I'd brought him those gifts, but something appeared to have moved him enough to beckon me closer in that rattling, breathy voice of his. I hesitantly crept up the stoop, crouching down in front of the half-open door. Do you promise to keep up this bathhouse? Will you see to it that it is clean and bring me soap and water? If that's what you want, I said slowly. Then hold your head and receive my gift. With that, he pressed a gnarled finger to my forehead. His skin was damp and soft, leaving a wet spot between my eyebrows. This will not enable you to see the future, but it will help you see imminent danger when it's hiding in plain sight. It's not infallible, and you might yet fall victim to your own naivety if you're not careful, but I'm sure you'll find it an improvement to your own weak senses. His arm withdrew, the door swung shut, and I was left alone in the nightly darkness, the only sound remaining being the whistling winter wind. Over time, something akin to a business relationship has developed from this odd encounter. The Banik appreciates the effort I put into the bathhouse despite hardly using it myself. At night, I can often hear voices from inside, carried over to the main building by the breeze. The Banik's gift is the reason I could tell there was a disturbance in the aura of that one cryptid hunter I met. Of course, it's merely a heightened instinct and not at all reliable, but it's something. When I started wearing my wedding dress, he gave me another blessing, namely my heightened tolerance of uncomfortable temperatures. Cass knows there's a bunch of entities I'm on relatively good terms with, so he wasn't too surprised when I said we should go and consult the creepy old guy who lives in our sauna. Not that he's looking forward to it either. I guess we'll just have to see how it goes. I think the mood I'm in today can be described as strained optimism. My brother has somehow managed to get some locals from the town over interested in coming by for a job interview, so there's a chance we're going to have some more hires soon. We went to talk to the Banik last night. Cass was super nervous, but when the spirit proved to be supportive, he was pleasantly surprised. This time, the little old humanoid was even outgoing enough to show himself. He's quite the droll sight, what with his wide mouth and the long beard that he stumbles over every time he gets up. After introducing my little brother, we sat down together, the Banik crossing his skinny legs on one of the benches. I cleared my throat, speaking up in what I hoped to be a steady and open tone. I'll be frank, we're here because there's something we need your help with. So before we ask for it, is there anything we can do for you? The old man grinned and shook his head. When he spoke, Cass and I had to concentrate to make out the words. You have been keeping me perfectly content in these four walls, my dear. That's good to hear. Now, I've been faced with a bit of a problem lately. I know all about the issue already. A mutual friend of ours told me everything about it when he came to bathe last night. You don't mean that... The wood demon, oh yes. I wouldn't exactly call the Lesi a friend, so is there anything you can tell us? Someone's been playing you false, the spirit replied, idly combing his beard with his fingers. That much you must know by now. Yeah, we figured, Casimir remarked glumly. Can you tell us who? Not exactly, I'm afraid. I only see bits and pieces of the future, not full visions and not of the presence, but I do have something to share with you. I leaned forward. Honestly, I'm glad for any advice whatsoever right now. Oh yeah, we're desperate, Cass added, nodding eagerly. Go to the old black mill. You'll find answers there. I froze up like someone had poured a bucket of icy water over me. The black mill? Cass repeated, eyes darting from the spirit to me. Isn't that where Jacek used to live? I don't want to talk about Jacek, I hissed. The Banik let out a wheezing laugh that quickly turned into a coughing fit. I'm aware that something happened at the mill, Fiona. You wouldn't believe how many visions I had of you at the time. I don't need to know the details to understand that you made a major fool of yourself. You acted like that sixth sense I presented you with was taking a vacation, along with all your other higher faculties. I could feel the heat rising to my cheeks. I don't want to talk about Jacek, I reiterated with stern emphasis. Well, you'll simply have to, if you want to secure these woods. And doesn't the Lesi have your word on that? The old man cocked his head. Remind me what he'll do if you don't follow through. Here it comes, the promise I made to the wood demon. No use in keeping it to myself anymore. I have until the end of the 12 nights between the years to fix this mess. If after that another unauthorized trespasser makes their way into the forest somehow, the Lesi. My voice trailed off as I lifted my head to meet the spirit's gaze. He'll have me. I guess he'll drag me to hell or wherever his leafy ass is from, and I'd have to be his servant for all eternity, or he'll eat me, like he did the other guy. I felt weirdly disconnected from these possible outcomes when I listed them to my brother. Why the fuck would you tell him he could do that? Casimir sounded incredulous. He saved my life. He'd have gobbled me up on the spot if I had denied him. I know you're worried, wench, but let me assure you, the Lesi does not want you to fail, and he'd take no pleasure in punishing you. The Banik chimed in. I don't know about that, I muttered. Take my word for it. I can't tell you why, but he needs you to succeed. We said our goodbyes on that note, concluding that we would head for the Black Mill the next morning. The Black Mill used to be a relatively safe place back when Jacek was living there. Now that it's abandoned, though, there's bound to be some unpleasant creatures squatting inside. I normally go into the woods unarmed. Weapons are an unnecessary provocation. But today, I decided that both Cass and I would be taking handguns and cleansing salt. We were walking side by side in silence, any attempts on my end to strike up a conversation remaining unsuccessful. When I finally asked him why he was giving me the cold shoulder, he merely grumbled something about me digging my own grave by submitting myself to the wood demon. What was I supposed to do? I demanded. Hey, I'll be fine. I'll fix this, the Lesi will be happy, and everything is going to be just perfect. I patted him on the shoulder a little too hard, and we continued on our way, sloshing through the snow. The twin lakes looked so peaceful. They had frozen over completely sometime during the last few days, a thick layer of ice having congealed them to shining, stiff mirrors. I could have mentioned the gristmill already when I recounted Cass's encounter with the Mavka, but I really didn't want to think about that place. The old mill is a decrepit ruin by the side of the smaller twin lake. Technically, it has never truly worked. Not by natural means. There was no stream around that flowed strongly or quickly enough to turn the water wheel. When Jacek had been living here, the mill had nevertheless been in constant use. When we laid eyes on it today, it rather made the impression of a structure built to rot, a place that had never seen life before and never would. Its black walls and roof were riddled with holes, and blades were missing from the water wheel, which was hovering a few feet above the frozen surface of the lake. Man, this place is giving me the creeps, Cass murmured. It's changed a lot, hasn't it? Did you ever hear from Jacek again after, the thing? No, and I don't want to talk about Jacek. You keep saying that, my brother grunted. So you fucked up, what's the big deal? I'm not you. I didn't make a habit of it, I shot back, and Cass threw me an irritated glance. Before he could respond, however, a howl sliced through the winter air, disrupting the relative silence. We both stopped in our tracks. It had undoubtedly come from the old gristmill. Oh dear God, Casimir muttered, instinctively reaching for my hand. I allowed him to grasp it, drawing myself up and puffing my chest out, summoning my courage. Suddenly, it was as though we were kids again. Two solitary figures, soft and vulnerable before the ominous structure looming above us. Casimir and I slowly proceeded towards the building. Despite its state, the black paint on the walls was clinging to them as strongly as ever. Rounding the corner, we found that most of the windows had been smashed in. Even more unsettling were the scratch marks around the frames. They couldn't have possibly been made by an animal. Judging from how high up they were, the creature must have stood at easily the same height as my brother. I had to let go of Casimir's hand for a second to wipe off the sweat lacing my palm. We slowly made our way over to the front door, finding it barred. Guess the window will do, I mumbled. Can't we figure out what's been howling in there before we go inside? And how do we do that? I retorted, walking up the closest window and starting to pluck away the glass shards that were protruding from the frame like teeth. I was nearly done when another one of those hair-raising wails rang out from the inside. Casimir jumped, and I admittedly almost suffered a heart attack myself. but I hid my unease, every bit the big sister. I slowly maneuvered my body and dress through the relatively small opening before gesturing to Casimir that it was safe to follow. Not much was left of what had once been Jacek's furniture. The charred remains of an armchair and a table told a story of smoke and fire. Big, dark spots on the walls indicated the places where the flames had been licking at them. "What happened here?" Casimir whispered. "Jacek was angry when he went away. He probably went pyro on his things," I explained. "The building itself can't be destroyed entirely. That's probably the only reason it's still standing." "Is that something he'd do?" "Absolutely. Come on, there's got to be more." We started poking around the rubble, moving about as quietly as possible, knowing very well that we were not alone. We kept nervously glancing over at the broken-down staircase in the corner that led up to the second floor. Half of it was caved in, presumably because of the fire, so we wouldn't be able to access the upper story of the mill. Occasionally, we'd hear the floorboards creaking above us, the sound of someone or something pacing to and fro. Each little noise sent a surge of fear through our bodies, but we kept our mouths shut, masterfully managing to stifle gasps and startled screams. It was Cass who found the trail camera. He picked it out of a dusty pile of burnt something or other in the corner. It was broken for sure, contorted and covered in scratches and alarmingly deep teeth marks. It had nearly been bitten in half. Something must have torn it off wherever it had been mounted. Most likely the same creature that had taken up residence on the upper floor. "Shit," I whispered, giving my brother an approving nod. "That's got to be it." "You sure? It's like super banged up. I don't think we can get any footage from it." "We don't have to," I said breathily. "What, do you think I put up trail cams around the woods? Hell no. Whoever did this has got to be the snitch. And this is probably not even the only cam. We'll show this to the employees, look for other cams. We can really do something with this." "Okay." An enthusiastic smile of pride began to spread on my brother's face. "Okay, cool. What now?" I frowned, pointing at the staircase. "Let's bail." I didn't have to tell him twice. Casimir headed straight for the window, squeezing through and beckoning for me to join him on the other side. Of course, my retreat was, as per usual, a little slower than his. Struggling with my skirt, I tried to duck through the opening when my stupid fucking cape got caught inside. Groaning, I leaned back to discover that it had somehow gotten snagged up on a rusty old nail sticking out of the wall. I started tugging on it, but that didn't work with the glove on, so I had to pull it off first. "Hurry," Cass hissed. "Jacek's house kinda doesn't want me to leave, I think," I answered, forcefully tugging on the fabric. Finally, it tore, and I was sent tumbling out the window, cutting myself on either the nail or a glass shard in the process. I cursed under my breath, but the thump of my fall had not gone unnoticed. The same howl we'd heard before pierced the air. Floorboards started creaking and cracking inside the mill, accompanied by the sound of fast, heavy footfalls dashing down the broken stairs. "Oh shit, okay, go, 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 don't look back," I yelled, pushing my brother forth as we began staggering through the snow, back into the direction we'd come from. Casimir tossed me the busted camera as he got out his handgun. Another howl, then the sound of wood splintering. This fucking thing was following us. Cass was smart enough not to use his weapon right away. There was still a chance we could lose this beast, whatever it was, among the trees. Things were starting to look dire, though. Soon enough we could hear it running up behind us, panting and growling. Both my brother and I were starting to grow slower, our breaths coming out shallow and ragged. Casimir was red-faced and wild-eyed, struggling to resist the urge to look over his shoulder. "It's catching up," he cried out. "Keep going, we can make it." We totally couldn't, not at that rate. Another blood-curdling howl, then, strangely enough, a bark. I recognized that sound. I came to a skittering halt, and so did the creature. Casimir had stopped a few feet ahead of me, screaming at me what the hell I was doing. "Don't shoot," I warned him, raising my hands. "It's okay. I think this is kind of a misunderstanding." Slowly, I turned to face the entity, letting out a soft gasp upon laying eyes on it. It was a black, shaggy wolf dog the size of a man. One of its eyes was missing, as was part of its ear. It was only skin and bones, and it reeked like a whole-ass sewer. "Hey, I know you," I said softly, taking a hesitant step towards it. "Do you remember me?" The dog sat down in the snow, lowering its dripping snout and proceeding to press it to my neck, sniffing fiercely. I stood still as a statue, my eyes shut, trying to ignore my mounting panic. The beast could rip my throat out right then and there, but deep down, I knew it wouldn't. Finally, it drew away, huffing as it got to its feet, or rather paused and turned to trot off. "Wait! Ain't you starving?" I called after it. "I have food at home, I could—" The dog ignored me, walking away with its head held high. I pressed my lips together, feeling the sting of rejection. "I thought Jacek took his dog with him when he left," I remarked. Casimir just looked at me in pure bewilderment. "That's what that was? It's waiting for its master." "Oh." My brother gazed after the creature. "Am I supposed to be relieved now? 10 years. It's been 10 years and that dog's still waiting for him." I sighed. "You think it'll let me feed it? Did it seem angry to you? Because I think it's still angry at me." Cass shrugged. "I'd sure be mad. You're the reason it's human up and left, aren't you?" "Wait, was Jacek human?" "I don't want to talk about Jacek. Let's just go home. Most of my younger employees are sort of afraid of me, which isn't something I ever wanted to foster. It's just because of the wedding dress. They probably think I'm either secretly a ghost or a little nuts. I find that regrettable, because I'm a really nice person and I deserve to have friends, for fuck's sake. I like being alone, I do. But if the only people talking to you on a regular basis are a flesh-eating tree monster and a naked old man living in your sauna, you're bound to start overthinking your life choices. At least with my little brother by my side, I know I'm not all alone in this. We've had a pretty eventful day here, actually. We spent the early hours traipsing around in the snow outside looking for more cameras, and we found 2. They were well hidden, and I would have probably never noticed them if we hadn't been searching for them specifically. They were mainly located in the deeper parts of the forest, but leaning towards the western edge, so we figured they had to have been put up by a guard assigned to that area. We have 3 people on staff for that route, and they're always rotating shifts. We called in a worker who was currently off the clock and didn't mind a few extra bucks to cover their section while we had them gathered in the main building for a little talk. The guards in question, Ira, Tom and Clara, were sitting on my living room couch, all looking a bit worried. I tried to focus on their aura, but nothing seemed to be amiss at first glance. Cass was standing in the corner with his back against the wall, arms crossed in front of his chest. I gave him a nod and he stepped forward, picking up the plastic bag on the floor beside him and proceeding to empty it on the ottoman. 3 trail cameras came clattering out. We had already removed their SD cards. I could only hope that this time, the unease I evoked in some of my workers would motivate one of them to come clean. As you know, we've been having a bit of a security issue as of late. Seems like somebody's been trying to benefit from the woods financially, with surprisingly little regard for human life. I'm paying you guys to keep this place safe and hidden, and one of you has been doing the exact opposite. Clasping my hands, I made an effort to look like an authoritarian boss. "You're gonna have to tell me who." Silence. None of the 3 seemed to be willing to look me in the eye, let alone answer my question. "You people disgust me," Casimir spat out in an unnaturally deep and gruff voice. "Oh dear God. You don't know what you're doing," he went on, sounding like the bad cop from a movie. "People have died because of you, and yet here you are, pretending like nothing's wrong." What the hell was he doing? I tried motioning for him to shut up, but he didn't react. "So, what's it gonna be? Either you speak up and we talk this out, and maybe my sister will have mercy on you, or you keep quiet and all 3 of you will face the consequences." Fuck's sake, he was making it sound like a death threat. "People are dead. Lives have been lost because of you. You're scum. You hear me?" I took a quick step forward, covering my brother's mouth and pulling him aside. The 3 guards turned to look after us in confusion as I dragged him into the adjacent room. "What are you doing?" I hissed. 2 of those guys likely don't even know what we're talking about. I was hoping they'd keep working here after this whole thing is over, and I'm not keen on a lawsuit. "I just wanted to help," Cass replied innocently. "Less of that, please." I returned into the living room by myself. Safe to say my 3 suspects didn't feel all too cooperative after this, and I basically just apologized and told them to go back to whatever they'd been doing. Now, we were going to try and see if we could get answers from the cameras somehow, but after I found that note on my dresser this afternoon, I'm not sure I should proceed with my investigation anymore. It was there when I got up from my impromptu nap. If you don't leave this be, I'm going to kill the white rabbit. The dread I felt upon reading these words was near paralyzing. For a moment, all I could do was stand there, mouth agape, clutching the piece of paper with trembling fingers. Cass. My throat had gone bone dry, but I managed to grit out my brother's name. He was there in a heartbeat, and only had to take one look at the note to tell what was wrong. He instantly pulled me into a hug, pressing my cheek against his chest. "No one's going to kill the rabbit," he said softly. "We'll fix this. We'll figure out who's been playing us and then we'll get it back. Think of it this way, it's a great opportunity. You haven't been this close to finding the rabbit in ages." He had a point. Part of me had already given up on it altogether. Now you're probably kind of confused. Nobody except myself and those close to me could ever possibly understand why this message terrified me so. Bear with me, I'll try to explain. First, a couple things about the human soul. The soul is, contrary to popular belief, separated from our consciousness. At night, when we sleep, it sometimes leaves our body to roam free and wander around, most often in the shape of an animal or an insect. The animal your soul presents as doesn't have anything to do with you as a person. It more so symbolizes a hidden or suppressed desire you might have buried somewhere in the back of your mind. Normally, the soul returns before you wake up. Trouble arises when it doesn't. Your soul doesn't define you. You can live without it, but it is a part of you. When it's gone, you can tell. It leaves a hole somewhere inside you, and let me assure you that you're going to miss it like a phantom limb. It's not like you're unfeeling and emotionless without it, but it will all seem a lot duller and tamer than before. You'll often find yourself feeling weirdly disconnected from your surroundings, your own body even, for the soul often acts as a bridge between your consciousness and your physical form. You'll still be able to feel grief and happiness, but it will never be the same as it was when your soul was still inside you. It will all feel indescribably surreal and just off. Something's always going to be missing, even outwardly. Your eyes will look rather lifeless to others. Now, there can be a lot of reasons your soul isn't coming back to you. Maybe it got lost on one of its journeys. Maybe it's just tired of your shit. Or maybe something happened to it. When I was 16, going on 17, we acquired an unwanted house guest. Mum could tell it was a haunting from the very first time we heard the thumping down in the basement at night. She was sitting on my bed with me. We had been immersed in a game of cards just a moment ago. "Did you hear that?" I asked her. "Yeah," she said quietly, her eyes darting around the room as she drew closer to me. "The doors are locked, right? You think someone's broken in?" "No way, not broken in." We listened closely, only to hear a dull clatter that sounded like items being knocked off a shelf. The noise was followed by a rhythmic banging, like somebody was bashing the end of a broomstick against the basement ceiling. Dad dropped in shortly after, asking if we had any idea what that ruckus was. My mother merely grinned. "Why, I guess it's some kind of ghost, no?" Giving me a short nod and pointing at the cards in my hand, she added, "Your turn, baby." "Anya, I'm not taking this shit. I want to sleep. Go downstairs and deal with it," Dad told her sternly. Anna Mum shook her head. "What? First off, don't speak to me like that in front of my daughter. If this bothers you, take care of it yourself, you coward," Mum replied nonchalantly, raising a haughty brow at him. She had become great at getting under his skin over the last couple years. Dad made a face like a fish gasping for air. Without saying another word, he turned on his heel. We heard him slam the door to the master bedroom seconds later. Now he's pissed. "Ah well," Mum smiled sweetly. "Where were we?" "Mum." "Are you for real? There's a ghost downstairs. I'm scared now." I couldn't believe I had to explain this to her. But there's no need for that. Like you said, it's downstairs, not here. Well, what if it comes upstairs? We'll worry about that when it happens. I lay wide awake that night. You'd think with everything I'd already seen up to that point, I would have lost some of my apprehensions, but I find that when it comes to the supernatural, it's only healthy to stay cautious. I still get the shivers even now when something goes bump in the night, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The noises in the basement didn't cease, and each one made me twitch and shudder. Somehow, this was much worse than the door-slamming Yule lad. It felt distinctly more disconcerting. The following day at the breakfast table, I was so puffed up and sleep-deprived that I couldn't swallow a single bite. I begged and pleaded with my mother to somehow take care of the problem, but all she had to offer were pointless words of reassurance. That's the thing about poltergeists. Honey, if you take them seriously, you're giving them what they want. Just don't let it get to you, she told me. The following night was even worse, though. The noises had moved up onto the ground floor, and whatever was causing them had absolutely wrecked our kitchen and living room. The trash can had been knocked over, books were lying on the floor beneath their shelf, plates and glasses had been shattered. On top of that, my younger siblings were now just as terrified as me, so Dad became a lot more insistent about it. Mum finally agreed to check out the goings-on, asking me if I wanted to stay up with her and wait for the ghost. I wouldn't be able to sleep anyways, so I figured I might as well. We prepared cleansing salt and sage, which we would utilize to purify the room once the spirit would appear. My mother insisted that she was the one who'd deploy these defenses, as I was too inexperienced. She squeezed herself into one of the kitchen cupboards. Short and slim as she was, she actually fit in entirely. I hid under the sofa, legs stretched out and belly pressed to the ground. We waited for what felt like an eternity, a giddy kind of excitement keeping us both awake. I was still just as afraid, but something about secretly expecting the haunting to happen was really thrilling. It did happen, and none too late. Around midnight was when the first pots and pans started clanging together. My heart rate quickened instantly, and I dug my teeth into my lower lip. The air in the room suddenly seemed to jitter as ragged breaths and an eerie wheezing sound rang out from the kitchen. My entire body tensed in fearful anticipation. I was filled with a nervous energy that made me feel like I was about to explode. Floorboards creaked as footsteps started moving towards the living room area. I had expected Mum to use her cleansing salt at this point, so I was a bit confused as to why she was letting the ghost proceed. I admittedly couldn't see very much from my hiding place, but I could tell it definitely wasn't my mother coming out of her spot. The steps sounded weird and wrong. Peeking out into the darkness, I could make out a pair of unnaturally thin legs moving about in the room. They were extremely unsettling to look at, all gnarled and bony. Perhaps we'd been wrong about this entity. Granted, I'd never seen a poltergeist before, but this was a much more physical form than I'd imagined one to possess. The legs started dragging closer, and that's when I realized that they ended in big, pointy chicken claws instead of feet. This was definitely not a ghost. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead as my mind started racing with thoughts about what could have possibly found its way into our home. Mum had most likely already realized we'd made a mistake, and that was why she was staying in hiding. The creature started stoning around so heavily that the porcelain on the shelves started jangling. The thing began to jump all across the floor, kicking down chairs and eventually flipping our table. The bangs and crashes were loud enough to make me wince each time, and its hopping made the floor shudder beneath me. I was too afraid to keep watching, opting to press my eyes shut and block out the noise instead. I really shouldn't have done that, for I didn't realize in time that the creature had moved behind my sofa. Before I knew it, I felt long fingers gripping my ankles. I let out a sharp cry of fear as I was dragged across the floor, out from under the sofa, and flung into the air. I landed painfully on my back, whimpering as I struggled to push myself back up, only to find myself facing a grotesque-looking entity. It was a hunchbacked, haggard old woman with a large chicken beak smack in the middle of her ghastly face. I cried out, but she was upon me within the blink of an eye, grabbing me by the collar and forcefully pulling me to my feet. Suddenly, I heard a sharp scream of fury. My mother had come tumbling out of the cupboard and was now charging at the creature from the side, trying to pry her away from me. "Get your hands off my daughter, you dirty old crone!" she yelled, reaching right up to the monster's eyes as if to gouge them out. The creature let go of me and staggered backwards. My mother rushed right to my side, wrapping both arms around me as she glared daggers at this bizarre-looking thing. For a few seconds, all was silent. "Get out of my house, Kikimora," Mum said in a steely, low voice. The old woman let out something akin to a giggle, a high-pitched, uncanny sound that sent chills down my spine. Then she disappeared, simply vanishing into thin air. My mother's chest was heaving. "This isn't over," she mumbled. It wasn't a threat. It was a statement. "You mean she's not going away?" I asked. "Worse. Everyone, wake up!" she shouted, raising her voice as she began stomping up the stairs. "Honey, get me a marker or something." My mother ordered us to draw crosses on the other sides of our pillows, then sent us back to sleep while staying up to guard the upper floor. I came to relieve her from duty an hour later, after I'd calmed down and taken a little power nap. "So?" I asked as I helped her up from her seat by the staircase. "That's no poltergeist," Mum explained, rubbing her eyes. "It's a kikimora, the domestic kind. Wants to drive people insane to chase them out of their houses. When she's in a really bad mood, she'll try to eat their souls." Mum had already explained the whole soul thing to me, so I knew to be frightened. "The crosses on our pillows, will they protect us?" "Yeah, don't worry. So long as you're asleep in bed, you'll be fine." I took her seat and started waiting. There hadn't been any noises since our face-to-face encounter earlier. Maybe the kikimora was hiding somewhere, watching me. The thought alone sent chills down my spine. As the minutes seeped by, I was getting increasingly tired. It wasn't easy fending off sleep. I tried to recall the image of the creepy old chicken woman, and just when I thought my mind was finally occupied enough to stay clear, I heard a sharp scream and my eyes flew open. Wait, had I been dozing this entire time? I didn't have much time to ponder that, though. My little sister Julia was standing in the hallway, a plastic cup lying in a pool of milk at her feet. She was pointing at the window across from us, her mouth agape. My parents came running to check on us, and immediately Julia started to babble. The poor thing was scared out of her mind. There was this white rabbit, a ghost rabbit. It was just hopping along, and then this chicken woman came and she tried to catch it. They were over there and I was right here, but they didn't notice me. "A ghost rabbit," my father repeated. Mum had gone very pale. "Yeah," Julia went on, "but the rabbit jumped out the window just in time, right on through like it was open." My mother slowly began walking over to me. "Honey, did you fall asleep?" she inquired. I didn't reply, merely stared up at her with wide eyes. Something's different. In the week that followed, we tried to chase away the kikimora by hanging various charms around the house. She stopped bothering us eventually, but the ghost rabbit never returned. My mum kept telling me my soul would one day find its way back to me. But it's been so long since then, I actually started convincing myself that I'm all right. And most days, I'm actually unaware of the disconnect. But even so, something is missing and I've always known it. Back to the present. Cass and I have had a long talk, and we've decided that if there's a chance I could have my soul back, we need to take it. We need help, though, from someone who not only knows their way around the forest, but around souls and all that spiritual stuff. And to my great dismay, I know only one person who fits that scheme. Jacek of the old black mill. All millers are proficient in the dark arts. Often, they're also in the direct employ of the devil. Now that's a fact, and if anyone tells you differently, they're either talking out of their ass, or they're a miller themselves. Some millers only study black magic to ward off the water spirits and protect their mill and river from harmful influences. Others have sworn themselves to the beast entirely. That's why millers are dangerous folk. You can never tell with them. I knew all that, and it didn't stop me. Also, y'all should know going into this that I'm about to talk about some major horniness on my part. I was younger, don't judge, or do. I don't really care. Jacek came to our house one autumn day not long after I'd turned 19. I remember sitting out on the balcony, drinking in the golden sunlight weaving through the red leaves of the trees outside our house. Casimir was sitting behind me on my bed. He always used to come into my room to watch TV as Mom wouldn't get him one of his own. I perked up when I saw a figure approaching from beyond the tree line. "Someone's coming," I announced to my brother. "Who?" he asked, not looking up. "Looks like someone from the woods." I leaned over the railing of the balcony, squinting to make out more of the stranger. 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head, male. "Seems normal enough, though," I added. "Probably some new hire," Cass replied absently. "Maybe." I leaned out just a little further, watching as the figure drew closer. Something told me he wasn't one of our employees. Just as the man started actually coming into view, he stopped in his tracks. My heart sank when he abruptly raised his head to meet my gaze. His stare was piercing, despite the distance between us. It sent a warm, pleasant chill up my spine. He stayed in place, gazing up at me. I tilted my head. He mirrored the movement. That's when my mother burst through the front door, grabbing the stranger by the arm and starting to drag him inside. Wasting no time, I rushed down the stairs on my tiptoes, coming to a halt right outside the living room door. I could hear Mum talking excitedly on the other side. "Oh, Jackish, it's been so long, look at you." I have to confess I only learned how to spell that nickname much later. She pronounced it Yatsush. I guess it's been a while. The young man cleared his throat. His voice was incredibly deep and husky, but somehow soft and pleasant at the same time. "It's nice to see you again, Mrs. Novak." "Likewise, sweetie. My, you've grown. Is your husband around?" "Nope. No need to worry about that old grouch. Have a seat." I glanced down at myself. Nope. New clothes. Better clothes. I raced up the stairs again, ignoring my little brother's bewildered stare as I proceeded to tear my room apart for something nicer to wear. I found a cute little blouse with one hell of a cleavage and hastily pulled it on. Back downstairs, I took a deep breath, bracing myself as I nudged open the door. My mother was sitting at the dinner table, across from her the most stunning creature I'd ever seen. He wasn't conventionally attractive. His dark hair was frizzy, tousled and unkempt, his skin pale and kind of veiny, but that man had eyes like an inkwell. He was lean as a whippet, but had surprisingly broad shoulders and visibly muscled arms. He looked over to me, regarding me with a blank stare I couldn't quite interpret. Then he tilted his head. I mirrored the movement. His mouth slowly began to curve into a smile. "Oh, hi, honey," my mother chirped. "Jackush, this is Fiona, my eldest. I've told you about her, remember?" When he rose to his feet, he stood at the exact same height as me. I briefly forgot how to walk and hopped over to shake his hand instead. He clasped it fast, and with such eagerness that I nearly withdrew, but the touch itself was gentle and cautious. "Somewhere in the distance," my mother explained. "Fiona, this is Jacek Hetman from the Black Grist Mill. How come we haven't met before?" My question was directed at both my mother and the young man. "Our families have actually been friends for generations. Jacek's father and I basically grew up together, and I've known Jacek since he was a little baby. They used to come over a lot, but when I married your dad, he kept on complaining about us getting together. I haven't seen Jackush for over a decade now." My mother let out a deep sigh, shaking her head at me. "Your dad is just riddled with fear. He didn't want any of you kids to associate with the Hetmans." "Shame," I said breathily. "So anyways, it's about time you kids met. Jackush lives all alone out there with his old man. It's about time he made friends with someone his age," my mother went on. Jacek leaned in very quickly to whisper in my ear, "Seriously, don't call me Jackush. I'm not a little boy anymore." "I can see that," I assured him, smile widening as I took the opportunity to just very, very lightly stroke his thumb. He swallowed audibly. "Good. Say, why isn't your father with you? I miss that guy," Mum chimed in. Jacek straightened up, his cheeks losing a bit of their color. "Oh, he's dead. That's why I came here. Figured you should know." Mum let out a sharp little cry. Tears began to spill from her eyes as she started sobbing uncontrollably. I was speechless. The way he'd delivered these news, flatly and without even blinking, had really thrown me off guard. "That's horrible. God, I'm so sorry," I pressed out, my overloaded mind struggling to adapt to the mood change. "I'm all right," he replied with a shrug. "He's been sick for a few years now. I was expecting it." "But now you're all alone out there," Mum protested, losing herself in a fit of sobs. "I miss him, but I'll be fine." He sounded sincere. Walking over to my mother, I wrapped a comforting arm around her. Jacek regarded us, looking distinctly uneasy. "I'll leave you to it," he muttered. Just as he passed me, he leaned in once more, speaking again in that quick, hushed voice. "Meet me outside." I swallowed. Had I heard that right? As he went for the door, he pointed out at the garden, silently raising a brow. I nodded. I stayed inside to comfort my mother for 5 more minutes, before inconspicuously withdrawing myself and following Jacek. Stepping outside, I spotted him clinging to the trunk of one of our trees like a big squirrel. I hastily jogged up to him, and he dropped to the ground. "Hi," he said, looking a little flustered. "Hi. Okay, so I meant to approach your mother about this originally. She's always been like an aunt to me, but when I saw how emotional she got, I didn't want to burden her any further. So now I figured maybe you could lend me a hand." I shamefully pushed back an obscene yet intrusive thought about lending him a hand. "It's about my father. Don't fuss now, okay?" Jacek coughed softly. "The thing is, he didn't die of an illness." "What do you mean?" I asked with a frown. "Something killed him, and I might not be the type for mourning, but all the more for payback." His voice had somehow gotten even deeper. "How do you mean to exact that payback?" "A ritual. Simple enough. I have everything I need except virgin blood." I flushed. "Sorry to disappoint, but, I can't help you with that." He gave me a puzzled look before awkwardly clearing his throat. "Common misconception, actually. Virgin blood simply means blood that hasn't been used for another incantation or rite before." I perked up. "Oh, well, that I've got." "And you'd let me use it?" "We'd have to meet up again at my place, though. Make sure to wear some sort of religious symbol. Oh, and I would have to cut you a little bit." "I won't mind," I promised, inching closer. He stifled a shivering sigh, nearly succeeding. "I'd be very gentle too," he added in a lower tone. We parted on that note, and I ran for my room, shoving Cass off my bed and burying my face in my pillow to scream into. Now, you'd think my demeanor rather childish for a 19-year-old, but you have to understand just how this man excited me. Of course, I didn't know how to interpret the whole thing with his father. He didn't seem to be grieving, but perhaps he was simply in a bit of a volatile state. Maybe he was keeping his sadness to himself. I swore to myself that I wouldn't try anything. Jacek came to pick me up around nightfall. Having snuck downstairs, I waited for him outside. He appeared without making a sound. How he did so was beyond me, seeing as our lawn was blanketed in dead leaves. "Are you ready?" he asked quietly. I nodded, holding up the cross on the necklace I was wearing to show him I hadn't forgotten. Off to the old grist mill we were. "I wasn't sure you'd actually show up," Jacek admitted. "Why's that?" "I don't know. I feel like I kinda gave off a weird vibe earlier. I'm not usually around girls, you know, except for the mermaids. Maybe, but they don't count." "I didn't even know there was a mill in the woods," I remarked. "Why doesn't my father want me around you?" "Your mum says he's wary of devil worshippers." I stopped in my tracks. "Of what now?" "The mill belongs to the devil. We just work there for him." Jacek turned to look at me. "I'm sorry. Should I have said something about that earlier? I just figured you wouldn't mind. Your mum doesn't, even though she wears that cross." "I don't mind per se, it's just surprising." "Haven't met many millers yet, have you?" I followed him nevertheless, and I was rather astonished when the mill came into view. It was the first time I'd been to that particular part of the forest. I've already described the building itself in a previous post of mine, but the black structure looked even more intimidating at night. Despite there not being any water pushing it, the big wheel was turning laboriously. I knew then not to question it. Jacek held the door for me. "Everything's ready. Sorry if it's dusty, we never clean." He led me up the stairs into what looked to be his and his father's living quarters. Everything was quite spartanic and untidy. A few lamps came flickering to light as I passed them to take a seat on the floor. It was only when the room was fully illuminated that I saw the chalk drawings beneath us. A big, upside-down pentagram right in the center of the room, surrounded by a ton of symbols I didn't recognize. I watched as Jacek bent down to place a candle at each of the pentagram's tips, and finally one in the middle. I caught the box of matches he tossed me in midair and went about lighting them. After rummaging around in the back of the room, Jacek joined me on the floor, holding up a dagger. I swallowed hard. "You're not going to kill me with that thing though, right?" He instantly pressed a hand to his chest. "Cross my heart. You trust me?" "Kinda feel like I shouldn't, but yeah." Jacek treated me to a fine smile as he scooted closer to me. "I'm just gonna take your hand there." Without further ado, he dragged the blade across my palm. It left a burning red line in its wake. I hissed, but altogether it wasn't so bad. "Quick, squeeze it out in the middle," Jacek instructed. "Over the candle." I crawled forward and obediently let the blood trickle onto the dancing flame. Pumping my fist, I pressed out as much as I could before pulling back and licking off the rest. I was about to turn to face Jacek again, when suddenly, all the lights in the room went off. The 5 candles at the pentagram's tips flared up once, and then died. The only flame remaining was the one in the middle, burning fiercer than ever in a deep crimson light. I let out a soft gasp, startling when I felt Jacek's hand on my shoulder. "It's working," he whispered. "He's coming now." Pressing the dagger into my hands, he added, "Keep this on you for later." I was starting to wish he'd at least given me a briefing before all of this. The floor beneath us started to shake hard enough to send the furniture bouncing. Jacek pulled me away from the pentagram, pointing at the door. "Once he's here, sneak over there and shut that door," he whispered. "Stab him when the time is right." The earthquake knocked over the candle, and the fire started spreading, quickly filling the entire pentagram, but not reaching any further than that. I couldn't feel any heat emanating from it. The flames kept on rising, and suddenly somebody stepped out from them, as though climbing through a trap door. As soon as the person had emerged, the fire died down, leaving no trace. It was a guy in a weird-looking red tunic, complementing his wavy ginger hair and heated face. He was immensely wrinkled, not the kind of wrinkled you get when you age. He looked more like someone had taken a skeleton and dressed it in a wide and ill-fitting suit of skin. I physically recoiled at the sight. So this was a demon. It had to be. I had never seen one of those before, and the encounter far exceeded my expectations. Merely looking at this creature masquerading as a human instilled in me a primal, deep-reaching kind of fear. The sort that really turns your guts inside out. Thankfully, the being didn't seem to notice me at all. "Jacek Hetman," it gurgled out. "Why did you call on me in such a way?" "You know what you've done," the young miller replied evenly, jutting his jaw. "Your father went too far. He laid with my wife." I had some questions. "Dude, I don't care," Jacek said flatly. "He was the only kin I'd left. I called you here so you could make it up to me." The demon let out an incredulous laugh. "You gotta be kidding me." Jacek gave me a sidelong glance, and I began inching towards the door, my knees nearly buckling every step I took. "So you're not going to apologize?" he asked the creature. "You're killing me, boy." "Not yet, I ain't," Jacek answered, and it was at that moment that I slammed the door shut. The demon spun around. His twisted features began displaying something akin to anger. For a moment, I was a bit confused, but then I realized that there was another chalk drawing on this side of the door. It had been open when we arrived there, so I hadn't seen it at first. An upturned pentagram. The demon let out a high-pitched growl, but quickly caught himself. "What are you doing, Jacek?" he asked exasperatedly. "I just didn't want you to leave so early." "So now you're locked in here with me. What for?" Jacek shrugged, raising both hands as he began striding up to the hellspawn with a cheerful grin on his face. The demon tackled him before he could get any closer, pressing the squirming youth to the floor. "You forget yourself, boy." "Fiona now!" Jacek called, and I charged at the struggling pair, not hesitating to jam the dagger into the creature's back. That ended the fight in an instant. The demon let out an ear-piercing cry as his body crumbled into dust. I was trembling all over. Jacek's chest was heaving as he patted down his clothes, staying on his back for a little while to catch his breath. "It actually worked," he exclaimed, a joyful glint in his eyes. "Wait, you weren't sure it would?" I asked breathlessly, losing my grip on the dagger as it slid through my sweaty fingers. My head was reeling. "It was a 50-50 kind of chance." He pushed himself up. "Fucking hell, but we did it, Fiona. You were so good." He looked at me with sincere admiration. "Are you kidding me? That was terrifying, and you weren't even sure we'd make it." "Oh, relax, I'm sorry. You were never in any danger, though. That cross round your neck, he couldn't see you because of that. He was from the hellsphere of Wrath, and you know how they say fury blinds you." He trailed off. "It's kinda a whole thing. I could tell you a lot about hellspheres, though, if you want, sometime." "I'll think about it. You want me to walk you home?" "I'll find the way, thanks." "You mad or something?" "No." "Well, that was a straight-up lie, wasn't it? Look, I'm sorry, I should have told you beforehand. I'm just gonna go now." He sat up, looking sorely uneasy all of a sudden. "Are we good?" he asked, genuine concern creasing his brow. "Sure," I muttered flatly. Then I repeated in a clearer voice, "Sure," adding a smile. "Good, that's good. I wouldn't want to..." He swallowed. "I wouldn't want to upset you." "Oh yeah? Well, I am kind of angry. You really should make it up to me, you know." It was a relatively flat statement, but despite my lack of emphasis, he knew exactly what I was hinting at. His jaw dropped. For a moment, he looked like a fish, inky eyes, big and incredulous. He opened and closed his mouth a few times in silence. I grinned very, very widely. "Okay then, bye-bye." Regaining his ability to speak just a little too late, he called after me, "Hey, I took your blood virginity," laughing as I shut the door behind me. That was my first encounter with Jacek, only the first. You didn't think that was all, right? He was definitely crazy, but it didn't take long for my caution of him and his black magic to be overruled by my attraction to him. I didn't want to be too obvious about it, nor too forward. I told Casimir about the whole thing, and he was only too happy to assist. Thus, when winter came and froze the Twin Lakes, we went practice our figure skating right there by the Black Mill. I always pretended like I didn't see Jacek watching from his window, just for the fun of it. Just to remind you all, this happened when I was 19. It's sort of a continuation of what I told you about last time. And like it says in the title, this is going to explain why I'm always in a wedding dress. I know some of you have been aching to hear about that. I had just met the son of my mother's deceased childhood friend, namely Jacek, the new lord of the Black Mill. My feelings towards him were complicated. For one, he scared me shitless, but he was also the hottest guy I'd ever met. I was rather certain he liked me too. My little brother and I always went ice skating on the lake by the mill, the sole reason being that Jacek would see me. He would watch us every time, keeping his distance for courtesy's sake. I'd meet his gaze, show him I knew, but nothing more. One time, he actually waved to me in that come hither kind of way, and all I did was shake my head. He went back inside, slamming the door so hard that the sound reverberated across the Twin Lakes. That day, I waited until dark to return to the mill. I knocked on Jacek's door, and though it took him a while to answer, the look on his face was well worth the wait. "Hi," he said. "Hi." Silence. Then, "Fiona, what are you doing here?" Saying hi. That's it. "Fiona, it's 2 a.m. You're in the middle of the woods. Aren't you cold?" "Freezing," I smiled, hearing him swallow when the gears started turning. Making haste to step aside, he held the door open for me. "It's really much warmer in here." I walked past him, hugging myself, still kinda chilly. "I have a bed too," Jacek suggested readily. Said bed wasn't much more comfortable than the floor, a comparison founded on factual evidence. 2 days later, we tried mine instead, and thus, Jacek climbing up the wall of the house and onto my balcony at night became a regular occurrence. Though he was a few years my senior, he hadn't been with another woman before. Not too surprising, all things considered. So let's just say I had some explaining to do. But feeling wanted by him was the most intense sensation I had experienced since my soul had run off on me. He knew I'd been crazy about him from the start as well. Sharing this deep admiration for one another was amazing. We got along great on a personal level too. He introduced me to the hellhound he'd summoned for company and taught me some basic spells that weren't necessarily black magic, just useful, not unholy witchery. I'd read to him, not that he couldn't. He merely hated the eye strain, and take him out into town occasionally to show him the basics of modern human life. He was a bit of a pyromaniac, but I thought it was cool that he could light a fire using nothing but sticks and rocks. So crafty. In hindsight, he was really kind of perfect. I can't think of any man I'd ever respected or felt more attracted to. But something was missing, and of course things went wrong. I should have really seen it coming when he asked me to marry him. "Jacek, we've known each other for 5 months. My parents knew each other for 3. What are you saying? Too soon for you?" "Yeah, way too soon. 3 months might have worked for them, but not me. Sorry." Okay, I hear you. I'll wait." He asked again 6 months later and was absolutely bewildered when I still told him no. "Honestly, how long do you want to wait?" "I'm not sure. I'm just not there yet, you know. It's been close to a year." "Exactly, not even a full 12 months. Jacek threw his arms up. Fine, I'll wait another year, for pity's sake. Now I thought there wouldn't be another year. He was just asking for too much too fast. And besides, I hadn't even thought of the implications of such a marriage, and I refused to. I didn't love Jacek. I wasn't sure I could really love anybody. Too much of me was missing for such a strong emotion. I never told him that, but he never asked either. And I understood soon enough that he simply took it for granted. He figured that since we were sleeping together, that had to mean I loved him and would marry him someday. He wasn't at fault for thinking that way. Our concepts of love were simply worlds apart. The problem was that I could never bring myself to inform him of that. Being with him made me feel good, and I pushed back the thoughts of our inevitable breakup, procrastinating for my own sake while he kept growing more and more attached. I tried to delude myself into believing that he didn't actually want to marry me. How would that even work? My family had no idea we were an item. He lived in a haunted mill in what was still my parents' land. And who the hell would even wed us? The devil. He just had to know all this, right? He had to know we could never be for real. Well, he didn't. I found out about that when he asked me again 2 years later. I couldn't take it anymore. I knew I was stringing him along, and that I had been doing so for far too long. It was wintertime again, and we'd been on a scenic little walk around the Twin Lakes, careful to avoid the guards on their rounds. About that, I began hesitantly. I don't think we can really go into that direction. Jacek stopped in his tracks, elaborate. You don't actually see this going anywhere, do you? I mean, we can't get married. It's just not an option. His brows furrowed. It would be if you wanted to. Then I guess I don't, I said meekly, my throat bone dry. Why? His voice was the same monotonous flat bass he'd used when talking about the loss of his father. Did you never stop to think about it all? Wouldn't have asked you thrice if I didn't. Yes, but I mean the big picture, I stammered, fumbling for words. It'd be kind of complicated, no? Most good things are. Mum and Dad had their own problems, but they were happy. We're not your mum and dad, though, I argued. I don't want to stay in these woods forever. I know my mother wants me to, but, I'm going to leave this shit behind someday. Not anytime soon, but someday. Yeah, so, I'd come with you. You've literally sworn yourself to the devil. Exactly. I've got amazing outside connections. Jacek, no, there's just no way. I don't get you, he said blankly. What did I do wrong? Nothing. This is just out of your control. Don't you love me? He asked. I fell silent. I felt beyond cruel. My face was burning with shame, and something in my chest seemed to break. There was an actual physical sensation, a sting so painful I kind of wanted to check if there wasn't a knife sticking out of my body somewhere. Don't you love me? Jacek repeated, taking a step towards me. I very slightly shook my head. Then I was treated to a thoroughly unwholesome sight. I could actually make out the second his heart broke. It was this single awful moment when his eyes flew open and all his features seemed to derail. Fucking hell, Fiona. It's been 3 years. Hot tears started rolling down my cheeks. I'm sorry. You never thought to mention any of that? I thought you just needed more time. He started sputtering, pale face turning red as his shoulders began to tremble. Why the fuck would you do that to me? He howled, and I instinctively took a step back. Please calm down. No, I won't calm the hell down. What were you thinking? Did you like it? I listened in horror as his voice got deeper and deeper, slowly contorting into a warped, chill-inducing growl as his face twisted into a grimace of wrath and pain. This wasn't the same man I'd walked alongside mere minutes ago. This was something else, and I didn't want to find out what. Did you like playing me for a fool? Jacek, what's happening to you? I pressed out. You should know, you're doing it. I kept on stumbling backwards, trying to distance myself from him, but he kept on inching towards me, taking weirdly slow, wonky steps. His whole body was twitching like a distorted image on a glitching screen. My heart sank at the sound of bones cracking. His knees were slowly turning inside out, accompanied by the most awful noise I'd ever heard, a grinding crunch. Jacek's legs gave way beneath him, and he dropped to the ground, curling up as he began to cough violently. The blood he threw up painted the pristine snow in the darkest shade of red I'd ever seen. I was panicking, screaming at the top of my lungs. Caution thrown to the wind, I'd flung myself to the ground beside him, grabbing him, holding him, cradling him as he kept on spitting and wheezing. I tried to keep his head still as he kept bashing it into the ground in his frenzy, his eyes unnaturally wide and filled with mindless terror. Then, all of a sudden, it was over. Jacek let out one last long cry as his body seemed to violently stretch itself, stiffening like a board as his bones snapped back into place. For a moment, he merely laid there on his back in the tossed-over, bloodied snow, his limbs slowly relaxing and his voice returning to normal as he slowly but surely managed to catch his breath. He opened his eyes to meet my gaze. The warmth had vanished from them completely, and the iciness left over sent chills down my spine. I recoiled, raising my hands to grouch my burning throat. My heart was still drumming wildly, my pulse racing in my ears. I was beyond dazed, the horror of the situation not relinquishing its grip on me. "What was that?" I finally breathed. Jacek pushed himself up onto his elbows, gazing up into the grey sky. "I'm sorry," he muttered absently. "My body works a little differently. I'm okay now." "I don't understand," I whispered. He slowly turned to face me, opening his jacket and peeling aside his shirt. I froze in my spot. Cold dread crept into my core upon laying eyes in his chest. There was a hole. A big, black, oozing hole right where his heart was supposed to be. Blood was still dripping from the edges, framed by flayed skin and protruding bits of torn flesh. No, it was all I could say. "Jacek, I'm so sorry." No, it was all I could say. "Jacek, I'm so sorry." He let out a soft little chuckle as he got to his feet. "Oh, you will be." He grabbed a fistful of the tainted red snow, and before I could react, he smeared it right across my face. "Stay seated, it's okay," he muttered. "This won't hurt a bit." An amused smile spread on his face as he knelt down in front of me and started piling fresh snow on my lap. I was still too shocked to move. I just stared at him in confusion before finally breaking out of my stupor and batting his hand away. He smirked, too late. "What? You made me real angry, you know. And I have to move on like this. This..." He tapped his chest. "This isn't going to heal anytime soon. It wouldn't be fair if you just got to go back to normal. Oh, don't worry, you'll look so wonderful." "The fuck are you talking about?" I brushed off the snow, staggering to my feet, only to realize that the grey coat I'd been wearing had turned into a long white skirt. Feeling the sting of the cold on my bare shoulders, I noticed that the only thing shielding my upper body from the elements was a thin layer of lace. My very first wedding dress. Jacek was doubling over with laughter. It echoed through the forest and then turned into loud, shivering sobs and wails again as he started walking off, leaving me to stare and shudder. I never saw him again after that. It didn't take me long to figure out what exactly he had done to me. I couldn't wear normal clothes anymore. They would singe my skin like fire, and biting through the pain wasn't an option, for they would fall off by themselves if I kept them on for longer than a couple minutes. Since my only alternative was walking around in my underwear, I resigned myself and started buying up all kinds of bridal gowns. So that's why I hate talking about Jacek. Casimir loves that story. He thinks it's hilarious, but I don't like it nearly as much. Since I only told you about things that happened in the past in my last 2 posts, here's an update on what's currently going on. Yesterday, Casimir found a YouTube channel with a bunch of videos that are very obviously footage from my woods. There's a clip of a gaggle of rusalki, that gross-ass 2-headed bear that sometimes eats my trash, and even the Lesi stalking by. My brother is working on somehow taking them down. Meanwhile, I've been trying to find out where Jacek lives these days. I guess I could try and find another occultist, but I need someone reliable. And as much as I hate the thought of having to see him again, I know he's the only one I can trust. That's why I've been scouring social media once again, trying to find a trace of him. I went into this expecting not to come up with anything, but it seems that digitalization has reached even my ex. I found him on an obscure forum discussing black magic, because of course that's where he'd be. I wasn't sure it was him at first, but the username Captain Hyacinth kind of piqued my interest. He wrote the way he'd used to speak, his boyish humor always swinging along while still seeming more savvy than anyone else. He also claimed to be in the direct employ of the devil, So that checked out as well. The more I clicked through his post history, the more certain I became. Eventually, I decided to just create an account under the name of Your Forest Wife and shoot him a DM. With shaking fingers, I started typing. Jacek Hetman. The reply came surprisingly fast. What? Who is this? Fiona Novak. Any chance you remember me? Sorry for reaching out like this. I know it's been a long time and I get it if you don't want to talk to me, but hear me out, please. Maybe that had been too direct. I waited for him to text back for about 5 minutes, but nothing came. My heart was beating kind of quickly. I needed to get away from that screen. Cass, how's it going? I called out, hurrying over to my brother who was scrolling on his laptop. Pretty good, he muttered, not looking up. No one believes these videos are real anyways. I don't think we need to worry about them. I found Jacek. Casimir whipped his head up. No shit, for real? I nodded, texted him. He's not answering though. Oh, he will. Give him some time. We don't have any time, and how are you so sure? He shrugged. I just know. You were his first girl. You don't forget someone like that. I frowned. Do you remember your first girlfriend? My brother laughed. Oh, hell no. Feeling a distinct need for fresh air, I headed outside. Maybe I was just going to have myself an outdoor day. A thick blanket of glittering snow was covering the red meadow as I stride across it, each step accompanied by a satisfying crunch. I hadn't taken a walk like that for a while, just movement for me to relax, not to seek out some abandoned building or dump a body. I knew I couldn't run from my problems, but I wasn't running. I was only taking a break. I stopped to chat with Gus for a minute before proceeding into the frost-laden thicket. The wildlife in my forest, the actual wildlife, keeps mostly to itself. I already mentioned that there aren't any birds anymore, so any chirping you might hear in these parts means trouble. All the actual animals mostly stay in hiding due to the amount of superior predators around. There's the occasional rabbit or deer you might come across, as well as some squirrels and other smaller critters. Suddenly, the relative quiet and serenity was disturbed by a loud, drawn-out scream that immediately stopped me in my tracks. It sounded like an animal, an actual animal. In fact, I was pretty sure it was a deer. Now, a deer getting caught and gutted by one of the lake people or the forest spirits was no rare occurrence. Something was wrong about that cry, though. It wasn't like a dying bleat. It somehow sounded furious. I wasn't armed, but I started heading towards it anyways, figuring I'd just be sneaky. Ducking from bush to bush, I made my way over to where the noises had come from. I found it on a small clearing, a young buck, hopping around like he'd gone mad. It was a deeply unsettling sight, seeing it bash its head into the same tree trunk over and over again. I swore I could already hear his skull crack. Still, it started standing, throwing back its head as if it was trying to break its own neck. I felt like I was about to vomit. I could sense that I was witnessing something innately wrong, something beyond unholy. I thought feverishly. I had to step in somehow. I didn't want this tormented creature to die in such a way, but try as I might, I could not come up with anything. I would have to make a run for it and tell Casimir. He'd know what to do, and if not, he was still a good enough shot to give the buck a mercy killing from a safe distance. Maybe afterwards we could examine it. The buck had something quite different in mind, though. Before I had even moved an inch, it had already spotted me behind the tree trunk where I'd been hiding. I could swear I hadn't made a single sound, but no matter how, the damn thing had its sights set on me now. I let out a startled shriek as it charged me, only managing to dodge by a hair's width. Now that it was closer, I noticed that there was something wrong with the buck's eyes. Those weren't the full, peaceful brown eyes of a deer. They were jittery, darting from side, and worse yet, they looked distinctly human. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I kept on ducking and jumping as the freak deer took leap after leap towards me, unable to stifle the cries spilling from my lips. I tried to go back the direction I'd come from, but it was hard making progress with how this beast was chasing me. There was no doubt in my mind that it was attempting to kill me, and it was getting closer to reaching its goal every time it came at me. I realized in horror that I was starting to tire out. I wouldn't last at this rate. The deer got close again, close enough for me to feel its hot breath on my face. Just as my mind was starting to wrap around the prospect of meeting my death on a forest walk of all things, something came crashing down on the frenzied deer. Blood spattered, hitting my skirt. At first I thought it was a falling tree, only to realize that it was a much more animate being. The Lesi, having thrown himself into the buck with the full weight of his own enormous body, slowly drew himself back up, revealing the crushed carcass beneath him. "That would be the second time I've ruined a gown of yours, heiress," he growled out, clearly relishing the stunned panic in my wide eyes. Still frozen in shock and bewilderment, I watched as a strange grey cloud rose from the cadaver, quickly dissipating. What the hell was that? I sighed, shoulders dropping as I allowed myself to relax and catch my breath. "Spies," the Lesi grunted. I squinted. "Sorry, I didn't quite catch that." "None of your concern. Stick to your task, wench." "Hold up, you know something." I instantly regretted my demanding tone when the enormous creature turned back to face me, bringing his snout dangerously close to my face. The Lesi's heated breath rose up into the air in cloudy puffs, and I held his glowing gaze for a moment that terrified me just as much as the encounter with the mad buck had. He didn't say a word. My unease mounting in the silence, I ended up averting my eyes, swallowing audibly as I took a step back. "I'm sorry, sir. Run along before I forget myself. Now, I am a fully grown woman, but the Lord of the Woods could make me piss my pants any time." I was therefore all too eager to obey, only daring to slow my step when I was sure the distance between us was sufficient. There was obviously something the Lesi wasn't telling me. That in itself wasn't much of a surprise, but I could tell that this was different. Whatever had happened to the deer, it had seemed to worry the wood demon, if indeed he was capable of feeling such an emotion. He sure had been reluctant to speak up about it, and seeing as he normally can't get enough of his own voice, that made things rather strange. I came across Fergus again on my way back and cadged some coffee from his thermos. He could tell something was up, but had the grace not to ask. "Say, how long has it been since you've been working for us? I swear you were already here when my mother was still alive," I remarked, sipping from his cup. "Oh yeah," he said, smacking his lips. "It's been a while. I'm glad you're still around," I told him earnestly. "Long as you don't think I'm getting too old for the job." Gus laughed and I snorted. "Bullshit. How old even are you? Like barely 40, right?" "I'm 57, you liar," he said affectionately. "Not to put any pressure on you, but just so you know, you're going to be missed around here when you leave us." "I should hope so. But don't worry, I'm not quite done yet. This was my first job, and it's going to be my last." "Don't say that. The forest might misunderstand you." "Oops." He covered his mouth with his palm. "Wouldn't want that." When I got back home, I tried to set my mind on the task at hand again. Whatever had happened out there probably had nothing to do with all of this. It had only been the usual forest strangeness. I had almost died again. Nothing out of the ordinary. I'm living on borrowed time over here anyways. Still, when I laid eyes on my computer, my stomach immediately dropped again. I needed to know if Jacek had responded, but I didn't want to check. Why was this freaking me out so much? I willed myself to sit down in front of the black screen. Come on, come on, come on. I turned it on, and several messages sprung up. My breath caught in my throat. I was almost too nervous to take in the words. Jacek had, in fact, answered me. 4 times, in total. The first message had been deleted. The 3 that followed lifted a weight off my shoulders, though. Ignore the one above. I was just really surprised, so I said something stupid. So, to what do I owe the honor? You need something, don't you? Okay, scratch that. How are you doing? I'm sorry, I'm really trying not to sound catty. I let go of a deep breath, bracing myself. Did you cuss me out at first? You totally did, didn't you? The response popped up immediately. Not really. I was just being dumb. Good news for you, though. I'm doing crappy. I'm just going to go out on a limb here and assume you're still practicing magic. He didn't send an actual answer, just this one emoji with the sunglasses on. I definitely need your help. I'll pay you too. Help as in advice, or I gotta be there. You probably have to be here. Radio silence. I bit my lip. I totally get it if you can't, I added, or if you don't want to. Okay. The text arrived at the same time I sent off mine. I'm coming. I'll hurry. Think I can be there in a day. Call me if something goes very wrong in the meantime. Beneath the text was a phone number. So I guess now I'll hold still until Jacek gets here. I'm nervous and I don't know why. I know he's going to help me. He'll expect compensation, but that's okay. It'll be well worth the money. In the meantime, I'm going to try and look up what a biez is. I'm starting to have a feeling that I shouldn't take this lightly. Today started off really shitty and only got progressively worse. I had spent the night drifting in and out of a nightmare-plagued, uneasy kind of sleep, so I woke up with puffy, bloodshot eyes and all the beautiful complexion of a corpse. I tried saving what I could with a wash and some cream, but I still looked like I'd been floating bottom up in a lake for the last 6 hours. Of course, this also had to be the day Jacek Hetman arrived. Yes, I'm glad he's here. Yes, I know my appearance should be the least of my concern. But isn't it kind of natural not to want to present as a train wreck when meeting with your ex? I simply don't want to be the kind of person that makes you wonder why you ever liked them in the first place. Casimir and I were having breakfast when the doorbell rang. I froze up. That's probably him, my brother remarked with his mouth full of fried egg, pointing at the front door with his coffee mug. Probably, I said meekly, taking another sip of tea. Well, aren't you going to let him in? Could you do it for me? Cass grimaced. What, Fiona? Answer the door. I bit my lip. I kinda don't want to. You're not seriously going to hide behind me, are you? He came all this way. He's just your ex, not the Lesi. He might as well have been. I know, Cass. Just, please. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, but when we come in here, you will have pulled yourself together and face him like a normal person. I swear, I said solemnly. Casimir sighed, pushing himself to his feet and marching out into the hallway. My heart was pounding like there was no tomorrow. At the same time, I was painfully aware of the disconnect between my body and mind. Sometimes your soul being missing doesn't make your negative emotions duller, just worse and even more uncomfortable. I tensed upon hearing the muffled voices of the two men as my brother welcomed Jacek Hetman inside. Hey man, how are you doing? Did you get here okay? And there it was again, that goddamn stupidly thrilling voice. It had lost absolutely none of its charm. It was as deep and rough and husky as ever. Yeah, thanks. I travel all the time, it's nothing. I rose to my feet, keeping my hand on the kitchen counter for support. Cass strode right back in, sitting down across from me once more to nurse his coffee, but the man following him stopped dead in the doorway. For a moment, I just stared at him, and he stared back with those same inkwell eyes. They were about the only thing on him I recognized. Jacek had grown his hair out. It hung just past his shoulders in thick black locks, perfectly matching the neatly groomed full beard he sported. This had to be illegal or something. Why, oh why was this what I was thinking about right now? He held my gaze, slightly tilting his head. I mirrored the movement. Is either of you two going to say anything, or should I start? Casimir asked from behind me, which was when I realized that we'd been standing in total silence for like a full 20 seconds. I opened my mouth to speak, producing nothing but a dry croak. I cleared my throat to begin again. Hi. Hi. Thank you. So much for coming. I wasn't sure you'd go through with it. Why's that? I just felt like I gave off a weird vibe online, you know, I admitted. Nothing wrong with that. It was a weird situation. He shrugged off his fluffy coat, hanging it up on the wall only for it to fall right back down. He chuckled awkwardly, bending down to pick it up. Don't stare at his butt, don't stare at his butt. All right then, what's this about? Has to be a huge scrape you're in if you've decided to look me up for the first time in over a decade. The last part came out through gritted teeth before his voice trailed off. Should I have looked you up before? I asked haltingly. What? No, of course not. So we don't like each other? Not one bit, he said breathily, regarding me with oddly soft eyes. I wouldn't have called you if it wasn't important. And you're the most capable magician I know. Also kind of the only one. But I left out that part. If you want money, we can totally come to an... Shush, Jacek muttered, waving me off with a flick of his wrist. I'm not taking your money. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry for what happened back there, just so that's out of the way. No, I handled it horribly. I kept leading you on, and I reacted like a total psychopath. I shouldn't have done that. I was miserable, and I wanted to make you miserable. I shouldn't have. You were right for blowing up at me, for being angry. I deserved that, and I'm sorry. I don't even fucking mind the wedding dress. He gave me a once-over, straining a smile. It looks great on you, he offered. Thanks. Has your chest healed over? No, but thanks for asking. Silence. Casimir let out a low groan. All right, guys. I'm just going to step in before this gets awkward or anything. Let's have a seat, and we'll talk this out and let bygones be bygones, okay? So we did, and it cleared the air a little bit. Jacek was clearly just as uncomfortable in my presence as I was in his, but he seemed surprisingly eager to assist us. Do you still have the note? He asked, and when I handed it to him, he examined it very closely, turning it over, smelling and ripping at it. Here's what we can do, he said, finally rising from his seat. We're going to need your fireplace. Cass was on his feet in a heartbeat. Great, I'll get it started. So, who is that guy? Jacek asked under his breath after a short period of silence. Oh, I never said. Casimir's my little brother. Huh, the kid who walked in on us that one time. The very same, Cass commented over his shoulder, shuddering at the memory. Fire's going. What now, Captain? Fiona, the note's made out to you, so the action's on your part. The cool thing about fireplaces is that they do things your normal heaters just can't. Jacek rose to his feet, walked over to the crackling fire, and motioned for us to follow. The flickering lights reflecting in his pitch-black eyes, he gave us a lazy grin before smacking his lips and hurling a ball of spit into the flames. They immediately burned up, roaring so loudly I shrunk back. It's okay, Jacek said, soothingly laughing. It's ready now. You've got to talk to it. First, tell it who you love the most in the world. I smiled hesitantly. Casimir Novak, I called into the fireplace. My brother let out a soft cooing noise beside me. Now who you hate the most, Jacek instructed. Wannabe internet cryptid hunters, I shouted. Jacek snorted. That's not going to work, it wants names. Well, there isn't really anyone in particular, I argued. Just think of someone, there's got to be someone. Joelle McKenna. From high school, Cass inquired. She was super mean. Don't worry. Last time I heard, she was doing crappy. Her husband divorced her because she was having an affair, and then the fling guy left her. 2. How do you know all that? I asked. I was the fling guy. Okay, people, focus, Jacek commanded. Now the person you miss the most. Anya Novak, I said softly. Right, Anya, Jacek mumbled. Can we talk about that later? I never found out how she passed. I nodded, and he handed me the note. Toss it in, he instructed. I did, and the flames roared again. This time, however, I found my own voice being thrown back at me. Tom Hayes, the fire uttered, sounding exactly like me. Then the flames collapsed into ashes, leaving the fireplace in total silence. Cold anger crept its way into my core, and I balled up my fist. Tom Hayes, Jacek repeated. There you have it. That's the one who wrote the note. That's one of my employees, I confirmed, nodding along. I guess it's good to know, but my hands are still tied. I want my soul back. About that. Why'd you never tell me you were soulless back when we were together? Could you have done something about it? Yes, and I gladly would have, so why not? I didn't respond, only buried my face in my hands. You didn't trust me, did you? You were afraid of me. Jacek's voice was flat and subdued. Can we move on from this, please? Jacek swallowed audibly. Okay, he said very, very quietly. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I know I fucked up, I swear. It's okay, he repeated, and I spotted a muscle tensing in his jaw. So about Mum, I began, wishing desperately to change the topic. How'd you hear she passed? Friends, downstairs, you know. He held both his index fingers to either side of his head to indicate horns. We got comfortable on the sofa again, and Cass joined us with something to drink. Resting my hands in my voluminous skirt, I cleared my throat. Jacek, I never meant to keep you away from her. She'd ask about you all the time, and I just feel so shitty. I'm really sorry. When he replied, it was with a set jaw and deeply sorrowful eyes. That was on me. I could have visited any time, sure. I didn't because I was scared of seeing you, but it was still my decision. You know? He took a sip of his coffee. So what happened to your mother? I let out a deep sigh, bracing myself. Here's what I told him. Of course, writing this down allows for a lot more personal reflection, but Jacek got the gist of it as well. My mother was never a meek woman. She had long since lost her sense of wonder at what the forest had to offer. Most of the time, unless one of the creatures we encountered presented an immediate danger to us, it would rather annoy than frighten her. I don't think there was much that ever could truly scare her, and yet she spent the days leading up to her death riddled with fear, slowly going insane within her own four walls. Nothing could have prepared us for how she would meet her end. When the signs began to show, it was already too late. It started with the two of us standing on the porch one sunny winter day, looking out at the tree line and the red meadow in the distance. Mum cocked her head, frowning at something I couldn't see. Eventually I asked her what she was staring at. "There's a face in that tree trunk over there," she said softly, pointing at a large, wide pine. I squinted. "I don't see anything," I remarked. "Oh." My mother's voice was absent as she let out a soft little chuckle. "Sounds like I'm in trouble then." "In trouble? Why?" "The Huldufolk, honey, the hidden people. Should I know them?" "No one should," she muttered. "I didn't think I'd ever have to bring them up to you." "Are you okay, Mum?" "I don't think so." I said nothing more, only hugged her. I could already tell that something bad was about to happen, but I had no idea what we were actually in for yet. The real horror began that same night. Mum had been weirdly quiet the entire time, uncharacteristically so. We were sitting side by side, watching TV together when she started, mumbling. I couldn't make out what she was saying. It all sounded like freakish, incoherent gibberish. It reminded me of how the Banik spoke, but with this, I wasn't able to make out any actual words in between. The familiar feeling of dread started creeping up in my chest, but this time, it was much more intense considering how relatively mild the situation itself was. This wasn't some kind of ghost thumping around in the house or the Lesi glaring at me with his glowing eyes. This was my mother, acting incredibly strange. "Mum," I cautiously placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Her whispering got louder, more frantic, but remained completely intelligible. I broke into a cold sweat. "Mum?" I asked again, even more tentatively. She raised her voice into an ear-piercing screech, her mouth opening wider than I'd thought possible. It lasted for around 3 seconds before ceasing abruptly. Mum sank back into her seat, an empty, absent look on her face. Her chest was slowly rising and falling, shallow breaths slipping through her lips. She then turned to face me. "Fiona, forgive me. You need to forgive, and you need to..." She trailed off, suddenly wheezing for air before leaning in a little closer. "You need to take the fire and the flesh, Fiona." She slumped over before throwing her head back in one sharp, swift, violent motion. A grumbling, rough laugh erupted from her throat. "God, I miss my sons." I was close to tears at this point, shaking like a leaf. I was clueless as to what was going on, but I knew it was not good. I knew it was detrimental. "Marion and Jem," I whispered, trying desperately to wrap my head around what she was trying to tell me. "Everything's going so green," she pressed out, every syllable that left her mouth a hard cough. "For you, too, my child. Not now, not soon, but someday." "Please, Mom, I don't understand." She fell silent, then got to her feet and started walking towards the staircase, her gait robotic and unnatural. I immediately went to follow her, feeling a tad woozy upon rising. Dad was standing at the foot of the stairs, and she pushed him aside with astounding force, sending him screaming and tumbling onto his back. "Anya, what the fuck?" he shouted, then turned to me. "What's going on?" I shook my head. I think he could see the panic in my eyes as I hurried after Mom, only to realize that she was heading for the bedroom. Why my parents still shared a sleeping space despite their obvious distaste for one another was beyond me. She slammed the door shut behind her, leaving me to stand in the hallway, gaping like the terrified idiot that I was. The only thought that was of any comfort to me was that perhaps she'd be back to normal in the morning. Quite the opposite turned out to be the case. After a night of uneasy sleep, I went downstairs, expecting to be the first one awake. The second I reached the foot of the stairs, I was hit by a wall of stench. I could hear flies buzzing somewhere in the kitchen. It was loud, really loud. There had to be a whole swarm of them. Why were they here? How had they gotten in? Pinching my nose, I proceeded into the living room, step by cautious step. My wobbly legs carried me closer and closer towards the kitchen. I stopped in my tracks upon laying eyes on the long table, or rather, what was on top of it. There, lying smack in the middle, was a doe's carcass. Bones were jutting out of its flesh in places, and its limbs were twisted, sticking out at weird angles. The flies had already gathered on nearly every inch of the body. Plates had been set up all around the cadaver, along with cups and cutlery. At the top of the table, reclining in her chair, was my mother. In her hand, she was cradling a glass of what I dearly hoped to be wine. She turned her head to face me, her features a stiff, unreadable mask. "Some breakfast, honey?" Taking in the sick display my mother had greeted me with, I was unable to contain my terror. The way the slaughtered doe's glazed eyes looked up at me, my mother's completely vapid stare as penetrating as it was numb while she kept nursing that fucking wine glass. It was too much. I doubled over and emptied my stomach onto the floor. What had become of my mother? I had this feeling of disconnect again, like my body wasn't mine to control. My soul's absence was making itself painfully noticeable in my state of distress. Nevertheless, I found my fingers trembling as beads of cold sweat ran down my skin. My guts were still churning, and I was whimpering like a dying cat. "Mom!" I pressed out, tears rolling down my cheeks. "Please, I want my mum back." I don't know why that was the only thing I could think to say, but my mind was in another place entirely. The carnage didn't matter anymore. The buzzing noises didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was my mother. Just to remind you, I was in my mid-20s when this happened, but my fear for my mother was reducing me to a much more vulnerable state. I felt like a kid again, and I was just about ready to pee my pants, but I had to pull myself together. I took a cautious step towards the familiar woman who was sitting there, unmoved, in a bloodbath of her own creation. I extended my hand to her. "Mom, let's go upstairs. Let's go lie down." But I just slept the whole night long. "I think it hasn't been quite enough," I pressed out, trying to hide the tremor in my voice. "If you say so." Mom rose from her seat. "But remember, you're a part of him, and he's a part of you." "Who?" Ignoring my question, she latched onto my arm. "He has a deep, deep lust for you, Fiona. But don't be afraid. It's the same lust he feels for everyone and everything, because we're all part of him, you know." "I don't understand," I muttered, voice brittle. I had a feeling she was trying to tell me something of actual relevance, but whatever madness had taken hold of her didn't let her. "It'll be over soon. He never needed me, but he's getting old. Old, and so vulnerable. He'll need you, and you need him." She paused to take a long, wheezing breath. "His love is lust, and his lust turns into hunger, and he keeps confusing the three." "What are you talking about?" "Oh, it'll be over soon, honey. Don't worry so much. I'm sorry for the mess." She let out another sigh as I guided her into her bedroom and allowed her to gently lower herself down on the mattress beside Dad. He had already sat up and was regarding us in bewilderment, but I motioned for him to stay quiet. "I do so miss my little boys, and the one with the fire in his throat. I miss that one too." I swallowed audibly as I reached for the blanket to tuck her in. She looked so tiny all of a sudden. "I love you, Fiona." Mom closed her eyes, grasping my hand in hers. "This is the hard part," she whispered. Her head hit the pillow, and she drifted off to sleep in an instant. My father and I exchanged stupefied glances. "You don't want to see what happened downstairs," I informed him. "I've got to go clean up. Keep the others up here until I've given you the green light. We need to talk about getting her admitted later. We'll have to call a doctor or something. I don't know." I started trudging down the stairs. Our house had gotten very empty over the last couple years. Jem had already left us a long time ago. Cass had launched his career and moved out a couple years prior, so my sisters were the only kids who still stayed at our place, aside from myself. For as long as I can remember, it had been set in stone that I would be the one to inherit the land. I think my mother had known that from the moment she popped me out, and she'd started making her expectations very clear to me in my early 20s. Honestly, part of me had already known there was no escape for me, no life outside the forest. I spent many years in denial about that. By the time this happened, though, I knew my place. I knew it would always be me who'd have to deal with the bloody shit. I got nauseous several times while tidying up the kitchen. The dough wasn't particularly easy to carry, and the flies and the stench didn't help. At some point, I just sort of mentally disconnected from everything. My mind was somewhere far, far away while my hands picked up and scrubbed the plates and wiped the blood off the table. My legs carried me out the door as I dragged the dough outside, leaving a bald valley in the fresh snow as I crossed the yard with the cadaver in tow. My back was starting to hurt. I let go of the dough and straightened up to stretch, only to bump into someone who'd been standing right behind me. I whipped my head around to find myself face to face with the Lesi, who had mercifully adopted his human form, lest I would have likely suffered cardiac arrest. "Bring me food there, heiress," he pointed at the dough. "Well, you can have it, I guess," I muttered, still sort of shaken. "You'd just give me shit otherwise, right?" Oops. Probably shouldn't talk like that to the Lord of the Woods. It had kinda just slipped out. I was still in a daze, my tongue acting on its own. I was already preparing for hell to break loose, but the Lesi actually started smiling. "Oh, I'll give you more than enough shit in your lifetime. Fiona." Fiona. Hearing my name from him was always beyond eerie. I gritted my teeth but refrained from commenting. "But not now," the Lesi clarified graciously, "although I do like company while I eat." He cocked his head. "Please no," I mumbled wearily. His smile grew wider as he pointed at the ground. "Sit." I sighed very deeply before gathering my skirt at my sides and plopping down. I tried not to watch as the Lesi knelt down, setting his cudgel aside and reaching out his hand, proceeding to plunge it into the carcass, somehow instantly piercing the skin. His fingers coaxed a disgusting squelching noise from the dough's insides as he started rummaging around in them. Just as I thought the sound was going to make me throw up again, he pulled his arm back out, producing something red and drippy. It took me a while to realize it was the dough's heart. He held it out to me. "Take a bite," he invited. "No thanks." "Take a bite," the Lesi repeated. "Thanks, but seriously, no. Fiona." This time it sounded like a threat. So I started crying. The Lesi just kind of looked at me with wide eyes before sinking his teeth into the heart himself, chewing pensively. "What's wrong?" he asked, not bothering to swallow before speaking up. I kept bawling, gurgling incoherently. The wood demon was beginning to look a little put off, but he didn't stop eating. We must have been quite a sight sitting there together. I think I was starting to make him uncomfortable, if he was able to feel something of the sort. There, he said softly, still chewing as he rose to his feet. "Relax. I need you to hold still for a moment." Somehow, I was overcome by the sudden urge to obey. He grabbed my face and pried my mouth open. I was too shocked to move. It just happened so fast. He leaned down and spat the stinking, foul red mush his teeth had turned the dough's heart into, right down my throat. He held my gaze the entire time, clasping my mouth shut the second the last bit of red had landed on my tongue. My fear reflected in his steely eyes. Tears kept on rolling down my face. "You need to swallow now." I shook my head, letting out a choked sob as I tried to ignore the rotten taste. "I'm not letting you go until you swallow," he sighed, readjusting his grip. "Come on, don't make this any harder than it needs to be. Trust me, you'll thank me for this." Something about his tone was oddly disarming. I squeezed my eyes shut, grimaced and gulped it down. He removed his hand, and I stuck out my tongue to prove there was nothing left. The effect hit me immediately as I was overcome by a serene, pulse-slowing calmness. The tension disappeared from my shoulders, and I let go of a long breath, wiping the tears from my puffy red cheeks. "Feels good, don't it?" the Lesi asked. "This is sure to make me sick," I grumbled. "It won't. Sure, it'd be tastier if it were fresher, but it serves the same purpose. The flesh of a doe from these woods steals the nerves when consumed raw." "Huh. Why'd you have to make me eat the heart, though?" He looked seriously puzzled. "Well, because it's the best part." Shaking his head at my cluelessness, he added, "I saw your mother slay this one last night. She looked quite out of it, waltzing through the darkness with that machete on her. "I think she's dying," I blurted out. "I don't know what's going on with her. She seemed fine yesterday, but then she started talking about the huldufolk, whatever that is, and now she's just gone completely crazy. She's not making any sense." I had to catch my breath before carrying on, but the Lesi merely held up a hand, cutting me off. "I'll warn you not to speak too loudly of the huldufolk. There are forces here that even I find difficult to control." He paused, regarding me with something akin to pity. "I understand that this will be hard for you, gentle soul, but trust that all pain and grief shall pass someday. That's what I'll leave you with. Return to your mother. Stay by her side, and if you can, bid her farewell from me." "Too. So she really is going to die. The huldufolk have to pay their toll to hell, heiress." He stood up and, to my surprise, helped me to my feet. "I'll take the carcass off your hands. What belongs in the woods will be mine again. Run along, wench." Not wanting to overstay my welcome, I headed back to the house as fast as I could. I didn't think that the Lesi had lied to me, and that assumption was confirmed when I heard a hair-raising cry the moment I burst through the front door. It was my mother's voice, agonized and frightened, coming from inside the master bedroom. I found my father at the top of the staircase, looking down at me and frantically motioning for me to hurry. We hastened down the hallway together, telling the girls to stay in their rooms as they briefly stuck their heads out. We shoved open the bedroom door just in time to see Mom crawling off the bed on her hands and feet, facing the ceiling in a grotesque, spider-like manner, howling like a banshee. It was probably the most horrifically gruesome sight I ever had the displeasure of beholding, but the doe's heart had not yet ceased to affect me. The unnatural, relentless calm allowed me to break through my mental fog and rush to my mother's side, gathering her frail, writhing body in my arms and forcing her into a hug. Dad was screaming. In fact, he couldn't stop screaming. He was clawing at the skin of his own face, tugging on his hair and wailing until I turned and told him to finally shut up. I understood the sentiment perfectly, but some daughterly instinct of mine told me that these were my mother's last moments. I didn't want her to meet her death surrounded by panic and despair. "Mum?" I whispered to her as the haze in her eyes lit up. Her chapped lips stretched into a wan smile. She didn't say anything, merely grasped my arm with her fingers. Her hand was incredibly cold. I pulled her a little closer and she let out a low moan. "Fiona," she rasped out. "Mummy, I'm here. Is it okay?" "Sure, everything's okay, Mum." "Fiona, I'll be going now." "I know. Are you—" Her voice faltered and she swallowed. "Gonna be okay?" "I'll be fine, Mummy." I buried my face in the crook of her neck as she weakly wrapped her arms around my shoulders. "See you when you're ready, honey," she muttered into my ear before her head dropped onto my chest. I sat there on the floor, cradling her until I was afraid her body would begin to stiffen. I laid her out on the bed. Her eyes were shut, her mouth slightly curved. I hadn't expected this, but she actually looked peaceful. The minutes preceding her death had been fearful and excruciating, but the moment itself had been harmonious. The ground was frozen and rock hard when Dad and I dug out the grave. It wasn't easy, but we managed. We laid her to rest beneath the red meadow, calling everyone she was close with as well as the extended family. Jem didn't show up, but Cass obviously came, and so did Mum's sisters and brothers from out of state. We hosted a small gathering at our house. Cass and the girls cried their eyes out. Dad kept his composure during the funeral service, but afterwards he was never the same. No matter how often they'd fought, no matter how many times Mom had cussed him out, and he'd compared her to other women, her demise left him adrift and just utterly shattered. As soon as my sisters were out of the house, he moved to some sunny place where he could ogle bikini babes and pretend he hadn't lost the love of his life. So I told all this to Jacek as we sat on the couch, most of it at least. "I'm really sorry," he said when I concluded my report. "I didn't mean to tear open any old wounds." I regarded him with a tilted head. "You haven't seen Mom down there by any chance, have you?" "In hell? No, that's not quite how it works. Not everybody gets that kind of an afterlife." His eyes were glistening a little. "Sorry," he repeated, stealthily wiping the moisture away. "It's cool." Cass had wrapped his arms around me from behind, his chin on my shoulder. Come here, man. Triple hug. I know she meant a lot to you. Jacek gave him a weird look, but after a moment of consideration, very briefly joined us to form a warm, comfortable sandwich. After a few seconds, he drew back and awkwardly cleared his throat. 2 things. Remember that dog I had with me sometimes? Sure do. It's not still around by any chance, is it? Yeah, I replied. We ran into it a couple days ago. Seemed to miss you a lot. It still knew me. Huh. Who would have guessed? I thought it hated the surface. Always considered myself selfish for summoning it in the first place. Wow. I feel like twice as shitty now. He coughed. Anyways, second question. Did you ever find out more about the Hulderfolk? Nope. Well, no matter. A sly grin began to unfurl on his lips. I might have an idea. Telling Jacek the story of my mother's death was exceptionally painful, but turned out to be a pretty good decision. He said that he'd go get the dog after we'd finished our talk. I made him wait until I'd texted my employees that there'd be a man dressed in all black walking around in the woods today, and not to stop him. The older ones, namely Jose and Gus, still remembered the Dark Miller, so I actually got replies from them asking if he was back to stay now. Casimir and I stayed in the comfort of the house, busying ourselves with negligible chores and planning until he returned. Incoming, Cass announced upon glancing out the window. I stepped out onto the porch to find Jacek crossing the red meadow. Jumping around him was the big black dog, nuzzling him and drooling everywhere. It sat down in front of the porch, waiting politely as the miller walked up to us. Here's my plan, he began, raking a hand through slobbered-on hair. Steal something from this Tom Hayes person. Anything. Can be a hat. A couple hairs, a goddamn shoelace, whatever. You give that to me and Licorice will do the rest. Licorice, I echoed. Right, that was his name. Casimir shuddered as he threw a glance at the creature happily rolling around in the snow. Why would you give your creepy-ass zombie dog such a cute name? That's just kind of jarring, no? Well, Casimir Novak, it just so happens to be my creepy-ass zombie dog, and I can name it whatever I want, Jacek replied with an easy chuckle. Also, a little more respect. He's a good boy. He's going to save your sorry butts. Hellhounds are made to rally stray souls. I wasn't entirely sure where he was going with this, but it seemed that he wasn't quite done with his instructions either. Once this Tom Hayes has no leverage anymore, you can fire him or kill him. I'll leave that up to you. Your problem's bigger than him, though, isn't it? You need to cover this whole thing up again. Maybe we should take care of that first. I nodded, watching as Jacek started chewing on his lower lip in thought. I have a possible solution, at least a temporary one until it's all blown over and people start forgetting about you again, he said. But you won't like it. I told him I was open for anything, and he smiled. That's good. So, do you think you trust me enough to do something intense? Intense? How? His grin widened. Going to hell. Cass and I simply stared at him for a couple seconds. He stared back, inkwell eyes sparkling. My little brother took a swift step back, raising his hands. Nope. Sorry, buddy, not happening. Take my sister. She's into that sort of thing, but I'm like, not. Come on, it's awesome down there. You'll love... Nope, I'm not going. Fiona gets horny when she's scared. She'll have a hell of a time, but I'd prefer to keep my head on my shoulders. I stepped on his foot hard. I told you that in confidence, I hissed. Just sometimes, I corrected, addressing my ex. You people are sick, Jacek said cheerfully. So Fiona, this is about your land. What'll it be? Oh, I'm doing this, I confirmed. But purely historically speaking, I know you like sending me into things blindfolded. So what exactly is our plan here? What's it matter? Jacek drawled, reaching into his pocket to pull out a pack of cigarettes. He placed one between his lips, then snapped his fingers a few times until a tiny flame appeared, hovering above his knuckles. He used it to light his smoke. You only have to convince a friend of mine that your woods are worth protecting. You'd go to that length to save your forest, right? He mumbled, not fully opening his mouth so the cigarette wouldn't fall out. I didn't know you started smoking. I pressed out, hurriedly tearing my eyes from his lips when he looked up. Dreadful habit, isn't it? Aren't you going to ask about the fire thing? I was gonna, I just needed a segue. Good segue, Jacek smiled. Did you know that in hell you can make deals with just about anything, even the fire? I promised that I'd use it for a lot of destruction, and that I'd cause all the pain with it could ever wish for. So it's inside of me now. I stared at him in silence for a moment, swallowing the lump in my throat. I need to talk to my brother for a sec, I finally gritted out, shoving Cass inside and leaving Jacek on the porch to finish his smoke. Did you hear that? I whispered. That totally sounded like a threat, didn't it? He's going to drag me to hell, and then he'll burn down the woods. That's what you got from that exchange? Casimir asked, raising a brow. Why, what did you get? My brother cleared his throat, assuming a much deeper, gruffer voice to mimic Jacek. Hey, baby girl. Look how much cooler I've become since you last saw me. I can make fire now. I took a step back. What? Dude, that's not what's happening here. Casimir chuckled dryly. Oh, it so is. Anyways, it's not a threat. He was powerful even before you two broke up. Now, like, if he wanted to hurt us, he would have done it by now. Hard to argue with that. I still hated Cass for leaving me alone with my ex, but I could hardly force him to come, especially since I was pretty sure I could handle myself. So I went back outside, informing Jacek that I was ready to go if he wanted to. Nice, but you were right before. He stepped just a little closer to me. This friend of mine we'll be meeting is technically my boss. The Hulderfolk, as you know, pays a toll to hell by taking a life every now and then. Ergo, they answer to us. So if you were to convince my boss, he could order the Hulderfolk to hide your land. Imagine the entire forest, surrounded by a charm that keeps outsiders from noticing it. Maybe folks would still read about the woods online, but if anyone else decided to come out here and explore, they simply wouldn't find anything. I nodded along. That would be great. And the Hulderfolk can really do something like that? Oh yeah. They are the hidden people after all. They would never do it if you asked them to, but if it's a direct command from hell, they'd have to. Afterwards, you can take care of Tom Hayes and that'll be it. He gave me a reassuring smile. Okay, but your boss, that's the devil, no? Sure, he said steadily. I'll have to sweet-talk the actual devil. Yup. Well, fuck me. Jacek threw his head back and shot a glance skyward, clearly discarding a sidelong comment. It's not so bad. He's a chill guy. He won't care that you don't pray to him. He's super accepting. Besides, he likes me a lot, so that's already a point in your favor. I sighed. Let's just go before I start overthinking this. How do we get there? Is there a portal in the mill or something? No. He plucked the cigarette from his lips. It was only then that I realized it looked kind of strange. It was black and red, and there was something written along the side in tiny letters. Fire, walk with me, Jacek said loudly as he tossed the cigarette into the snow at our feet. It immediately went up into flames, cutting a blazing red lane through the powdery white. Licorice perked up, running to Jacek's side and poking him with his snout. Want to come along, boy? Ain't been home in a while, have you? The miller raised his hand to pet the beast. He gestured for me to follow as he stepped right into the fire and started walking down the path. The dog trailed after him, wagging his tail. After glancing back to the house over my shoulder one last time, and seeing Casimir wave to me from the window, I gave a deep sigh and followed Jacek Hetman into the dancing flames. As expected, the fire emanated no heat. These were welcoming flames. Their crackling sounded almost cheerful, and their light strongly stood out against the drizzly grey sky. The further we proceeded down this otherworldly path, the darker everything around us became. I soon realized that we weren't anywhere near the woods anymore, despite having only taken a few steps. This was like descending a staircase, only that I didn't know what was waiting on the floor below. I wondered if Casimir could still see us marching off from where he was standing, or if we'd already changed sides. It was hard to tell. Everything felt so surreal all of a sudden. The situation instilled within me a whole new kind of fear. It didn't know what to be frightened of, what to expect. I felt like I was being sucked into a black hole, and I was afraid I wouldn't come out as myself anymore. We were all alone in an empty, pitch-black space. I couldn't even see the ground we were walking on. I just kept taking step after step after step. Our surroundings defied logic and rational thinking, for despite the darkness, I could clearly see Jacek and the dog walking ahead. The miller seemed to be completely unmoved by this aura of existential dread his doorway emitted. He just walked on and on, pet beast by his side. eyes fixated on something I couldn't see. Mounting panic spurring me on, I ran to catch up with Jacek. He just smiled. This isn't what you're used to. I know, but it'll be over soon. We're almost there. Where is it that we are exactly? This is nowhere. It's only a corridor, a hallway. It'll lead us to one of Hell's populated junctions. The thing about Hell is that you never know what sphere you're in, but we'll just ask around. There's a sphere for every cardinal sin, and the boss's office is in Pride. There's these elevators everywhere, so we probably got to take one to get us further down. Pride is the sphere that's all the way at the bottom, because it's the worst sin. Yeah, it puts you above God, because God is the greatest and all that. Since you know the devil, have you met God too? Oh no, and I'd rather not. This is where I belong, and these days I can't even go near a church. Makes me sick. How's that? Blank magic contorts the practitioner's body. It jumbles up your insides. Your guts will be all over the place. They correspond to your thoughts. Strong emotions, outward influences, stuff like that. That's why, when I felt like you were breaking my heart, it just disappeared, crumpled up and died. Jacek suddenly drew close again, whispering in my ear like he was sharing a secret. If you were to cut me open right now, you could see my bowels writhing like a snake. Raising his head, he added, "Hey, look, there's the door." There really was a door. A plain wooden door in the middle of nothing. He reached for the door handle, resting his fingers on it, but not pulling. "Hey, Fiona?" He sounded hesitant all of a sudden, and when he spoke, he didn't look me in the eye. Basically, I'd just like for you not to freak out and to trust me, I guess. If that's something you could do. He sighed, clearly trying to collect his thoughts. This was a weird moment to bring up what had happened between us, but it seemed to really gnaw at him. "Why haven't you asked me to reverse the wedding dress curse yet?" he inquired. "I don't know. I've gotten so used to it, it just wasn't on my mind." "That's good because, well, I can't. Don't know how. Curses are weird sometimes. I acted purely on instinct when I did that to you, so I don't know. I don't know how to take it back." He shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm so incredibly sorry. I mean, I can live without my heart. I literally don't need any organs to survive. But I can't imagine going around in that big-ass dress has always been easy. I've almost died twice because of it," I admitted, shrugging. "Shit. Hey, I don't mind it, not really. It's not in the way as long as I'm careful. And you can make it up to me if you just take me to see your boss," I said steadfastly. "Besides, I kind of think it's nice, very impractical but nice. It, makes me feel pretty." "Okay," Jacek breathed, regarding me like he wasn't quite sure what to make of my response. "I mean, you are dreadfully pretty." His voice was all quiet again, but went back to normal after he swallowed audibly. He tugged the door open, and thus we set foot into Hell. I don't know what I was expecting, but it was definitely not this. There was a lot of light behind that door, red light, like in a club. The streets we suddenly found ourselves walking on were busy, full of people pushing and shoving. They actually looked pretty normal. Sure, some were missing a limb or part of their faces, but nothing too serious. Only a few of them were truly unsettling. The fact that almost everything was on fire was more disconcerting. The tops of the skyscrapers looming ahead, the sparse decorative trees, the storefronts and traffic signs. Jacek sighed, reaching into his pocket and producing a pair of sunglasses. "They really help with the brightness down here. I know it seems insufferable now, but you'll get used to it," he explained. "They suit you," I remarked. He grinned, tipping them down to give me a silly little wink. "Let's go." He stopped a couple people on our way, asking them where to find the nearest elevator. Eventually, we were directed to a building so tall it disappeared somewhere in the orange clouds above us. "That's the shaft. We appear to be on Roth, so we just have to go down a little ways. Pride is the next one right below." "Okay," I mumbled, head reeling. There was no line in front of the shaft, and mere seconds after being called, the elevator arrived with a bing. The doors slowly slid open, revealing a red little room, only that it wasn't empty. I let out a sharp cry upon laying eyes on what was waiting inside. Describing it won't quite do it justice, but I'll try. It was an enormous spider, but it also wasn't. The two parts of its body were veiny and pulsing, not black or brown and furry like a normal spider would be, but made of actual human-looking skin and flesh. Its 8 eyes were, though varying in size, distinctly human, and its fangs a solid yellowish white. Its legs were more like a bunch of human arms and legs molten together, 6 hairy feet firmly planted on the floor, while its 2 front arms, which ended in hands, appeared to be knitting. It was by far the most horrifying and disgusting creature I'd ever seen, and I believe that's saying something coming from a person who has received involuntary hugs from a Vodyanoi. Jacek tsked, giving me an almost disapproving glance. He started towards the open doors, but I grabbed him, holding him back. "I'm not going in there," I hissed. "No way." "Oh, come on. You've got to be kidding me. Ain't you face down far worse?" "As a matter of fact, I haven't." My eyes kept darting between him and the spider. Licorice had already bounded into the small chamber. He was wagging his tail like he hadn't a care in the world, but I probably wouldn't either if I was his size. "So this is where you draw the line? She doesn't even look threatening. She's knitting, isn't that nice? Do you knit? Maybe you'll have something to talk about." "Jacek, please, can't we wait until she's off?" "I'm not going anywhere," the spider called out. "I'm elevator security." "See?" Jacek nodded, gesturing at the open doorway. "After you, madam." I grunted, shoving past him and into the cramped red room. Patting my skirt, I gave the spider a forced sidelong smile. And that's when it happened. Just as Jacek was about to enter, the doors closed, and before I could even think of stopping the horrid machine somehow, the cabin began its rapid descent, separating me from my trusty guide and leaving me alone, wedged between the spider and the hellhound. Ever lost your mum or dad at the grocery store when you were a kid? That's exactly how I felt when the prematurely closing elevator doors separated me from Jacek. I was grateful that Licorice was still there at least, but that didn't do much to distract me from the fact that I was plummeting down to the deepest level of hell without my trusty tour guide. The huge spider made of human body parts beside me honestly just made it all 10 times worse. I tried to keep it together, I really did. But when the cabin came to a halt and the doors opened, revealing a group of easily a dozen people waiting to push into the elevator, I could barely contain my frustration. Claustrophobia gnawing at me, I hastily shoved my way past the small crowd, closely followed by Licorice. I had to actually fight to get out, with everyone rushing into the opposite direction of me. The simple act of exiting the cabin turned into a physical struggle. At last, I staggered out onto the street, heart pounding. "Okay, stay where you are. Jacek's gonna find you." I tried to calm my nerves. Licorice soothingly licked the side of my face, and I gratefully dragged a weary hand over his scraggly fur. Everything would be all right. I'd just have to stay where I was and wait for Jacek to make his way over to me. Planting my feet firmly on the ground beside the elevator, I nervously stared at the shaft. I tried not to pay too much attention to my surroundings. The painful reality of my current situation had begun to sink in. These weren't my woods. I wasn't walking among the tall, frost-painted trees. There was no snow to pleasantly crunch beneath my shoes, no winter sun smiling down at me. This was the very lowest sphere of hell, a densely populated city where everything was blazing flames and billowing smoke that swallowed the light. And worst of all, I had no idea what to expect of this place and its inhabitants. The Lesi was scary, yes. I never knew what to make of him either, but this was different. At home, the creatures were familiar. They terrified me, sure. They were all deadly in their own way, but I knew them. I had grown up with stories of them, with cautionary tales as well as humorous anecdotes. I was aware of how dangerous they were when at their worst, but also of how benign when at their best. Thus, I had seen the best and the worst of the Lesi, but neither of anybody in this god-forsaken hole. I felt alienated, completely helpless in the face of this foreign environment. Everything here was utterly unnatural. Nobody here was assuming a different form to hide their monstrous appearance. Nobody's voice was made to sound like a bird song or the wind. This wasn't my world. I spun around upon hearing the ding of the elevator, and when Jacek stepped outside, I abandoned all thoughts of boundaries and dignity and threw myself into his arms. I didn't do it out of some romantic notion or to play the damsel in distress. I acted purely on impulse. I didn't get why at first either, but when Jacek wordlessly leaned in to hold me, I realized that this was familiar, comfortable even. I soaked up the feeling of safety he exuded like a sponge. Eventually we awkwardly untangled ourselves. each having to look away for a moment and take some deep breaths. "You're shaking," he observed after a few seconds. "Uh-huh," was all I could manage to say. He snorted. "That is so. I never thought you could look this uneasy somewhere, anywhere. Honestly, when I took you down here, I thought it wouldn't be a problem for you." To my surprise, he didn't sound reproachful or condescending, just genuinely surprised and a tad apologetic. "You're okay, right?" "Sure," I said quickly. "Lord, I'm sorry, gorgeous. Well, I'm here now. I'll stay close." It was all I could do not to ask him to hold my hand while walking. The streets in Pride were even more crowded than what I'd seen in Wrath. People kept shoving past us, getting uncomfortably close and brushing our shoulders with no regard for personal space. The fear of being trampled to death seemed concrete and imminent. Licorice helped cut our way through the bustle, but I still flinched every time I could feel a stranger's breath on my face or another arm touching mine. "Don't worry," Jacek said to me from the side. "They only care about themselves. What do you do down here anyways? Are these all sinners?" They were at one point. See, the boss has two main objectives for the lot of us. First, we obviously work on and encourage society's downfall, as slowly and excruciatingly as possible. That's what I do on the surface. I only come here to attend meetings and go grocery shopping and stuff. Much cheaper than up top. "Oh yeah? What are you working on exactly?" I inquired. He lit up. "It'd take a while to explain. I'm on several different projects, but I'd love to show you sometime." He cleared his throat. "Once we're out of here, if you want to see." "I'd love to," I replied in earnest. "So what's going on down here?" "Okay, so the folks around us actually work and live here. They were sinners at one point, but they never overdid it. The boss doesn't employ serial killers or tyrants or what have you. Those he actually detests because they're doing to humanity what he wants to do. Encroaching on his territory, you know. Therefore, the real scum goes in the prisons. Each of the spheres has one, and these good people here spend eternity tormenting the inmates, which is something of a punishment in itself. Oh, and of course some people also run the stores and clubs and stuff like that, but the boss presides over all." I guess I always thought hell would be more medieval-like, not a huge modern metropolis," I remarked. "How so?" "Corporate greed working in a dead-end job until the end of time. An unfeeling boss who ruthlessly plays favorites and never gives you a word of appreciation unless you incessantly kiss his ass." "So you're saying you're an ass kisser?" "The worst. But it's easy for me. I'm not like the rest. I willingly gave myself over to him. I didn't wait until I died. He just loves that, and seeing as it doesn't happen every day, I get the special treatment and the nicest jobs. I often run his personal errands too, like an old-time gentleman's servant." He chuckled. "It's great fun, really." "It was good you left the mill then. You seem to truly enjoy this," I muttered pensively, feeling an unwelcome, inexplicable sting in my chest. "Totally. All right, we made it. Look." He pointed up a building that would have put the Trump Tower to shame. It stood out among the others due to mere lavishness. Before I had more time to admire this impressive feat of architecture, Jacek had already started dragging me into the building's spacious lobby. He went right up to the desk, where an annoyed-looking woman with short hair greeted him with little enthusiasm. Her mouth had been stitched shut, blood encrusting the seams. She couldn't talk properly, only pressing out short, muffled sentences. "Hey Karen, is the boss in?" "Sure," she mumbled. "He's in his TV room. I'll tell him you're coming." "Thanks, you're a doll." Jacek led me up to another smaller elevator, lighting a cigarette as he went. "Is smoking indoors allowed here?" "It's strongly recommended." This elevator ride was much more harmonious, but I was still getting more and more tense the higher we got. When the elevator finally dinged its arrival, I was shaking like a leaf. "I'm going nuts," I confessed. "Not to make things awkward, but can you hug me again just for a second?" Jacek gave me a surprised look. Then he wordlessly turned to me, removing his cigarette from between his lips to hold it far away from me as his other arm snaked around my waist. My throat had suddenly gone bone dry. I pressed myself up against him for a mere moment until he pulled back, chuckling awkwardly and moving to step out through the opening doors. "Relax, the boss is chill. Okay, there we go." Jacek led me and his jumpy dog down a couple corridors before finally stopping in front of a black door. He knocked, and we waited for a beat until an annoyed-sounding voice told us to come in. Jacek held the door for me and we stepped inside. It was a nice, large room with a big flat screen mounted to the wall and a cushy grey sofa facing it. While this room was a relatively tame sight, the person, or rather creature, standing in the middle of it instantly drew a scream from my throat. He was the size of a person, but at the same time that of a bull or a football field, or maybe a whole continent, despite being able to fit into that room. He turned to us with a smile that had too many teeth, and also none at all. When he opened his mouth to speak, I stared down into a black, endless hole. I didn't know what I was seeing. My mind was howling, trying to comprehend, trying to piece these conflicting impressions together. My thoughts were racing, my heart pounding. The longer I looked at this thing, the more everything seemed to spin out of control. I fell to my knees. Why couldn't I understand this? Were my eyes deceiving me? Was this real? Was anything real? No, nothing was real anymore. Nothing was true. Nothing could be believed. Oh, I see we've got company. A rich, gentle baritone cut through my frantic haze, and suddenly I wasn't looking at something incomprehensible anymore. What was standing there in front of us wasn't a cosmic nightmare anymore. It was a man, leaning casually against the back of the couch. A normal-looking, middle-aged guy with a grey-streaked beard and an open, carefree smile. He was barefoot, only dressed in sweatpants and a t-shirt. Lovely. Jacek, I'll go out on a whim here and assume that this little firecracker is the infamous Fiona Novak. She is. Fiona, this is, well, my boss, Jacek said. I slowly got to my feet and walked over to the man, the devil, reaching out to take his extended hand. It was warm and soft. It's a pleasure to meet you. Call me Nick. Hi, I croaked. It's good to meet you too. Sorry about before. I sometimes forget that my appearance is an acquired taste, he said, squeezing my fingers with distinct pleasure. So, as I am prone to understand, you've been brought here by Mr. Hetman to ask a favor of me. Yes, sir. I mean Nick. Suddenly, we were on the other side of the couch. We hadn't moved an inch, not on our own accord, and yet we found ourselves closer to the TV by several feet. The devil plopped down, sighing contentedly. Sit, he commanded. Jacek took a seat beside him and I followed suit, thankful for the shield my former boyfriend established between the beast and myself. Despite not seeming put off by the unsettling nature of the other man in the slightest, he appeared to be acutely aware of my own discomfort. Nice try, Jackush. Without having gotten up, the devil was now sitting by my other side, uncomfortably close. I'll thank you not to play the knight in shining armor. Now, Miss Novak, you're not really an advocate or follower of mine, are you? His tone didn't sound accusatory in the least. What makes you think you can come in here and accost me? He asked genially. I squirmed uneasily, avoiding his gaze, not sure how to handle these conflicting messages. I guess I just need help, I stammered. We all do sometimes. The man put an arm around me, pulling me close and rubbing my shoulder. Jacek jumped to his feet, staring at his employer in shock. The devil laughed, letting go of me and waving him off. Cool your jets, Miller. If I wanted her, I would have had her already. Look at how she's shrinking away. He leaned forward, tapping Jacek's belly. If I wanted her, I could make her like it. Her response would be quite different then. I couldn't help but gag slightly in the back of my throat. I tried not to show it, tried to swallow it up. No use in antagonizing the being I was about to ask a huge favor of, as much as I would have liked to. Jacek lowered himself back down, chest heaving. The devil regarded Jacek with unrestrained amusement. Forgive me, son, but I simply had to know. Know what? I inquired, feeling a tad dense. The devil shrugged. Unimportant. All right, Fiona, state your case. What is it that you want me to do for you? You command the hidden people, don't you? They pay you a toll, after all. Do go on. I have a plot of land. I need it to be veiled somehow, obscured by magical means. People have been trying and succeeding to access it. Thought of putting up a fence? Sure, but the Lesi doesn't want that. He'd gut me. He's a bit odd. Oh yeah, I have a Lesi on my land. Nick grinned. You sure do. So, you want me to order the Hulderfolk to hide it? Yes. An agonizing period of silence ensued. Then the devil shrugged. Yeah, okay. What, that easy? Would you prefer I give you a series of inhumanely cruel tasks to complete in order to win my benevolence? No, I hasten to reply. Good. The woods shall be hidden from all except those you choose to inaugurate. Consider it done. He gave me a cheerful smile. You kids want a beer? Gladly, Jacek muttered. The second the word had left his lips, he and I were both holding a large can of Guinness each. Cheers. The miller clinked his can against mine as I merely stared down at it in confusion. And there's nothing I have to do in return? I asked Nick. Because you made it seem that way before. I did. Didn't I? He smirked, clearly satisfied with himself. No, don't bother. Truth be told, I really like the Novak children. You're my third favorite. How come? We haven't met before, have we? No, but let's just say that I love the Black Miller very much, and he's told me quite a bit about you. Oh, great, I gritted out, giving Jacek a sidelong glare that made him hide his face behind the drink. I've already met your brothers, of course. That is to say, most of them. I nearly spat out a mouthful of beer. You needn't look so surprised, Nick remarked. You've met Marion. Is he here? I almost cried out. No. The guy upstairs never lets me have any of the children. Well, most of the time at least. He took Marion, and honestly, I'm happy he did. Little pest that he was. I came to see him when he was waiting in purgatory, and he kicked me in the shin and told me to go fuck myself. Can you believe it? He laughed quietly. I remember it like it was yesterday, but that was before I learned more about you all. As for the one you call Casimir, I'm sure you'll know where he'll end up once his mortal body fails him. I drew in a slow breath. I suppose I can imagine. He's a good boy. I'll welcome him with open arms. The hunger that man displays, that unfeeling, lustful, entirely self-serving nature, seems awfully devoted to you, though. The devil shrugged. I watch him occasionally. I just love his coping mechanisms, you know. I appreciate that kind of behavior. I guess you would. Cass is a pretty winning guy. Definitely. And then there's Jeremy. I flinched so hard some beer spilled from my can. Nick smiled very, very sweetly. You haven't seen that one in a bit, have you? Do you know what became of him? I never found out, I confessed. The devil leaned in closer. Want me to show you? Fiona, no, Jacek chimed in. Turning to Nick, he added, we should go now. Thanks for your time, boss. I'll see you on Sunday. Wait! I want to see! It was against my own better judgment that I contradicted Jacek, but the truth of the matter was that I hadn't seen or heard from Jem ever, since he had cut contact with me and the rest of my family over a decade ago. I had tried to look him up a bunch of times, but never found anything. Perhaps he'd chosen to change his name. Jacek swallowed audibly. It would really be better if you didn't. I was kind of surprised he would know anything about my younger brother, but before I could address his concerns, Nick had produced a remote and switched on the big TV across from us. I instantly pressed my hands over my ears as incoherent screaming and agonized wails rang out. The can of beer fell to the floor, its contents flowing freely over the carpet. More disturbing yet, however, was the image presented to me on screen. It was a man, not much younger than me, resembling distinctly the memories I had of Jem in our youth. He was handsome, not quite as much as Casimir, but definitely appealing, or rather, he must have been at some point. As it was, though, he looked almost like a living corpse. He was wholly nude, drenched in blood that streamed out of several gashes all over his body. Under different circumstances, he'd have probably already bled to death, but he was still standing, bleeding. He was in a dimly lit holding cell. In the corner, a pile of what I reluctantly identified as feces, and he kept throwing himself against the bars again and again, howling like a madman. It was horrifying beyond measure. I couldn't say a thing, merely covering my eyes helplessly until Nick turned off the TV and the noises ceased. Well, I reckon that was a bit distressing to see, but trust me, he's getting what he deserves. I don't take kindly to people who seek to topple humanity themselves. That's my show to run. He let go of a soft sigh. Jeremy Novak, serial killer, never got caught to face a human jury, and after number 42 I just had to intercede. So I sent someone to prematurely collect his soul for me. He gave me a swift pet on the knee, and I bet you can guess who. Trudging through the snow once again, I hugged my upper body, more aware of the sting of the cold now that we had just emerged from this pit of heat. Fire and despair. Jacek followed right behind me, his dog trailing along demurely. "I'm sorry," Jacek called out to me for about the third time in the last 10 minutes. I didn't respond, but I did slow down, allowing him to catch up with me. "I'm sorry," he repeated, and I dropped my arms. "I'm not mad," I said softly. "Really?" "Not at you specifically," I specified. "Kind of at everyone." "Everyone? Absolutely everyone ever," I muttered. "I thought you'd be angry at me for not telling you." "I'm glad you didn't tell me." "Yeah, part of me kind of wishes you did, but I get it. And now I wish I'd listened to you back there. Think I'd be happier not knowing." "I understand." We continued to walk on in silence. "Okay, back to normal," I said, dropping my arms. Just like that. "Hey, I can't keep riding this out, can I?" I put on what I hoped to be a cheerful smile. I hardly knew Jeremy anyways. Could have been anyone. "Sure," Jacek mumbled. "But this isn't like something where you doubt yourself based on the actions of your family members, right? Maybe there's just a little bit of that." "Well, there shouldn't be. You're not a saint, but you're still pretty amazing." "Amazing," I echoed, raising a brow at him. "I mean, well, you know," he stammered, coloring. "I just think you're pretty great. See, I thought when you and I would meet again it'd be awful. I figured we'd be at each other's throats in an instant, and that you'd resent me for cursing you, and that I'd feel all the disappointment and the rage again, but you don't seem to, and I didn't. So, yeah, I just think that's nice. If you thought it'd be so horrible, then why'd you come?" "You asked me to," he said quietly. "That's to say, you asked me for help, so it was just the decent thing to do." I came to a halt in front of the porch, turning to face him. "And if I hadn't asked for help?" "If I hadn't asked for your help and simply wanted to see you, would you have come then?" Jacek stared at me, inky black eyes, deep and unreadable. He swallowed audibly, then opened his mouth to speak. Before he could say anything, the door swung open. Cass was upon me in the blink of an eye, pulling me into a hug. "Thank God you're finally back." I was starting to get worried. "We're all right," I assured him. "The devil was rather cooperative." "Was he creepy?" I shuddered. "You don't even want to know. Just be glad you didn't come along." "I am. I made some excellent progress over here," my little brother explained proudly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He reached into the pocket of his sweater and pulled out a black woolen hat. "Is that Tom's? How'd you get it?" I inquired, voice shrill with amazement. "Simplicity itself, my dear Watson." Cass grinned and fingered the hat fondly. "I figured I should work towards you to some extent. I got this little bug in my brain that Hayes wasn't really the popular type, so I went over to him for a chat. Let me tell you, that man is starved for attention. He didn't even mind that I'm like literally your brother. He didn't mention the blackmail and his online endeavors, of course, but it turns out he's a total weeb, and he went on about anime for hours. And I do mean hours. I kept waiting for him to lose something, and eventually I just asked if I could borrow his hat because my ears were getting cold. I just kept it on and kept him rambling. And then when that was finally over, I just walked off with his hat still on. He didn't even notice. That was so smart," I praised him, knowing exactly what he wanted to hear. Thank you. I'm glad you know it. It was, after all, a hell of its own." He tossed Jacek the hat, who caught it in midair and proceeded to hold it out for Licorice to sniff. "I'm gonna need some time with the pooch now," he announced. "Could take a while to make him understand what I want him to do, but I'm optimistic." "Need any help?" I offered. "No, you two go on and catch up. It's fine." Casimir and I retired into the kitchen to have a chat. It was already late in the afternoon, and darkness had settled comfortably over the treetops. Cass was very eager to hear about hell, asking me a bunch of questions and trying to get as many details as possible. I told him what the devil had said about him, and once he'd let that sink in, I shared what I'd learned about Jem. Cass was shocked, but he took it a little better than I had. Jacek returned late in the evening. He would undoubtedly spend the night, so I prepared one of the guest rooms for him. He was leaning in the doorframe, watching me as I changed the sheets after rejecting his help several times. "You've already saved my skin. It's the least I can do," I insisted. "I hope the Lesi's off your case now." "He should be. A deal's a deal." "Good. So what'll you do about Hayes?" Jacek asked. "He's obviously a threat. I mean, he somehow acquired your soul, right? And he had to have known that it was yours, that you were lacking it. How? How did he find out? I drew myself up, swallowing. He was right. I hadn't actually thought of that yet, not at length at least. What do you recommend? Jacek's face lit up. Well, where I come from, and you've seen where I come from, we have a ton of specialists who'd be perfectly capable of getting the answers you need. So you'd opt for torture? Definitely. Okay, let's assume that I don't. Jacek snorted, spewing a tiny flame as he let out a soft laugh. All right, I'll try to come up with something else. But just so you know, I've got the necessary connections. I stared at him for a moment, eyes wide and lips curved, the man with fire in his throat. I'm very glad you came, Jacek. So am I. His voice had gone several notches lower. But as for what you said before, no, I think I wouldn't have come if it had just been to see you. That's over. I'm sorry. I bit my lip hard, lowering my head and nodding. I understand. I guess I misread things, I said softly, giving him a strained smile as I walked out. I didn't go to bed. My mind was a whirl with pent-up warmth and unwelcome emotions, and thus I stepped out onto the porch. Darkness had settled over the treetops, bringing with it a soothing quiet. I stood and listened to the silence. Eventually I picked up on laughter, talking and, weirdly enough, coughing coming from the direction of the sauna. Apparently the Banik was hosting one of his social gatherings. That was honestly just perfect, even though it sure didn't feel that way. I reluctantly stepped off the porch and began stomping my way through the snow across the yard. Once at the sauna, I took a deep breath, steadying myself and reaching out to knock at the door. With each time my knuckles collided with the surface, my anxiety mounted. The door was opened and the Banik stood before me, looking up in confusion. Good evening. I'm sorry to disturb, but I was hoping I could join you and your friends for the night. The Banik's eyes widened in astonishment. He was silent for a moment, then said in that eerie voice of his, "Shed your clothes and come in." I followed him inside, swallowing the lump in my throat as I entered the half-light of the changing room. There were a couple tunics lying on the benches, and just as I'd expected, a cudgel and a kaftan. They'd been tossed aside with surprisingly little care. In the other room, the conversation was getting more animated, and there was also that coughing again. It didn't sound right. I slowly started taking off my dress, trying to keep my thoughts in order. The Banik didn't stop me from discarding my underwear as well, so I figured that was simply the way. I didn't really have a problem with it. Bracing myself, I stepped into the sweltering heat. Immediately, there were several pairs of eyes on me. Most of the Banik's guests were unfamiliar to me, but their humanoid features and uncanny smiles and giggles caused me to assume they were part of the clan of fairies that roams the woods. No, not the hidden people, different fairies. There's all kinds of them. One face was distinctly familiar to me, though. Heiress? The Lesi's voice came from over in the corner. He sat cross-legged, hands on his knees, broad shoulders relaxed. He grinned, then patted the spot on the bench beside him. "Sit with me." He sounded weirdly restrained and polite. I slowly walked up to him and placed my clenching ass next to his. There was a brief touch of skin that made me flinch. He shifted his weight slightly. "Well, you needn't sit quite so close," he added in an amused tone. "I meant no disrespect," I sputtered. "That wasn't my impression either." He looked at me in a calculating way, and I quickly scooted to bring a bit more distance between us, which was difficult considering I didn't want to get too close to the lady sitting at my other side either. She let out a most unbecoming snort, breaking into a laugh that sounded like waves breaking on a rocky shore. Needless to say, it creeped me the fuck out. "And who is she now?" the woman asked into the round, pointing at me. "A friend of mine," the Banik's voice echoed off the walls. "She has been invited. She's got every right to be here." The lady threw her hands up. "I'm not complaining. I was just a bit surprised is all." She leaned towards me, damp red hair falling over her shoulder. She smelled of rosemary and honey, and maybe some other herbs I didn't recognize. I tried not to be so obvious about sucking it in, but she noticed anyway. "What's your name, beautiful?" she asked. pale red lips stretching into a grin. "She's the heiress," the Lesi answered in my stead. "If you try to steal her name, I'll rip you apart." "Ooh, calm down. I wasn't trying to mess with your maid. She's no more my maid than you are my grandmother. Stop running your mouth if you know what's good for you." I chuckled a bit at his response. I had no idea why he was defending me, but for what it was worth, I appreciated it. The Lesi turned to face me with something akin to kindness in his gaze. "Something's changed," he remarked. "I noticed it earlier. I solved our outsider problem, came here to tell you." "I see. I did what you asked." "I know. You're free of your obligations towards me." He drew in a deep breath. How he was able to bear the heat without batting an eye was beyond me. I hadn't taken a steam in ages, but I didn't remember it being this hot. "I'm not," I contradicted, shifting in my seat. "Something's wrong with you, isn't there?" He opened his mouth to answer, but broke into a coughing fit instead. It was whooping and audibly painful. It sounded bad. His face contorted in an expression of intense discomfort. I couldn't help but notice how vulnerable he looked. Just like I'd suspected. The other spirits seemingly didn't care about it in the least, causing me to assume that it had been going on for a while. The fit worsened, the bearded man doubling over. I instinctively moved to steady him, pressing my palm to his bare chest. After a couple more minutes, he calmed down and not ungently brushed my arm aside. "How long have you been sick for?" I asked. "Is it because of the buys?" "Not here," he wheezed. "You're gonna have to tell me sometime." "What if I don't want to? It'll pass. I don't need your help." "It won't, and you do." I leaned closer, hesitantly, to talk into his ear. "I'd be facing an assload of trouble if something were to happen to you. I'm not doing this out of charity, and I don't pity you, nor do I think you're old or weak or pathetic, so come off it." The Lesi stayed silent for a moment, holding my gaze before rising to his feet. "Let's step outside for a moment." That's when the red-haired woman spoke up again. "Where do you think you two are going?" "We need to talk privately," I said steadily. She didn't seem to like that. Something in her eyes flared, and she bared her teeth as she spoke. "That's against the rules." "What rules?" I inquired. "What rules?" she repeated. "It's rude. You're being incredibly rude. First you join our round, breaking right into our gathering, and now you're leaving prematurely." I rubbed my temples. I knew I shouldn't argue. I knew it was pointless and likely dangerous. But I was simply pissed, and now this chick was on my case. "Look, I don't really care. No offense, but I don't give a shit about you folks' manners and stuff. Not tonight." She rose from her seat, glaring daggers. "Beg pardon, mistress, did I hear that right? You don't get to talk to me like that. Heiress or not." "Get over yourself," I hissed. "You're twice as vain as you ought to be, considering whose land you're on." "Oh, here, here." The redhead whipped around to face the Lesi. "And you? Do you appreciate her tone?" She snorted. "You're just going to let her lay claim to what's yours?" The Lesi smiled thinly. "Don't try to pit me against her. You really are getting old. You're already frail enough to submit yourself to a mortal wench." The woman spat. "I'm not submitting myself to anyone." "Will you shut your mouth?" I snapped at her, taking a bold step forward despite myself. "Stop dragging him into this." "Heiress, don't," the Lesi began, but before he could say anything, the redhead lunged at me. I let out a scream of shock as she knocked me to the ground, but was quick enough to dig my nails into her wrist and bring her down with me. Now face to face with her, my pulse began to race and fear pooled in the pit of my stomach. What the fuck was I doing? I rolled over, knocking her off of me. The back of her head collided with the floor, and I staggered to my feet as she groaned and hissed in pain. She sneered at me as her companions rose to her feet, allowing me to fully take in their, on second glance, disturbingly twisted bodies. One had legs that bent in two places each, like a double knee. Another had wrists as wide as his hands and feet that were turned inside out with the heel in the front and the toes facing his backside. Another still pulled her unruly bangs aside to reveal a third eye. Dread had crept into my chest and taken hold of me, and I couldn't contain it any longer when these unnatural humanoids grabbed me by my wrists and ankles and began dragging me down again. The Banik yelled at them, shooing them off, but it only lasted for a moment. I was still trying to push myself up into a sitting position when one of the fairy men knelt down beside me. grabbing my arm and sinking 3 rows of teeth into it. They were misshapen and pointy, like broken glass, and when he dragged them across my skin, lacing it with saliva, they tore through it like paper. I struggled, trying to get away from him, but my muscles wouldn't cooperate. Caught in a panicked rigor, it was as if my bones had turned into jelly. I let out a cry of fear and pain. Suddenly, the fairy was forcefully pulled back, and I found the Lesi standing over me, screaming down the others. I tilted my head at him as he bent down, and for some reason felt compelled to reach out and bury my fingers in his hair. He leaned in, frowning in confusion. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," I panted, allowing him to help me up. I shouldn't have said anything. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to cause a fight. I thought it was perfectly reasonable," he replied, watching the trickle of blood on my arm with narrowed eyes. "Still," I sighed, raising my hands. "Everyone, let's calm down. I mean no harm. I didn't want to disrupt the peace here tonight. But just give me a break. I'm having a shit time at the moment." The lady with the red hair stared at me, chest heaving. I held her gaze with tight lips. To my surprise, she suddenly stepped forward and pulled me into her arms, stroking my bare back. I pressed my face against her neck, sucking in her scent. Something changed. The others slowly closed in on us. I felt fingers gently rubbing my shoulders, then a tongue grazing my lower arm, licking clean the wound. The odd congregation turned into a heap of flesh, suddenly warm and inviting. I closed my eyes, allowing myself to get lost in it. I woke up sprawled out on my porch, once again wearing my wedding dress. It had been sloppily pulled over my shoulders and not entirely closed up. Several tunics had been draped over my upper body, their owners nowhere to be seen. I glanced around, realizing that the Lesi was sitting next to me. He was awake already, lazily blinking into the cold winter sun. Upon noticing I had joined the land of the living once more, he staggered to his feet, gripping the banister for support. He wiped his sweaty brow and broke into another coughing fit. He looked a frightful lot smaller than in the little dark room before. "Come see me on the Red Meadow tomorrow morning. Try getting some rest in the meantime." "Don't even. Do I still have all my hands and feet? Did anyone bite something off?" "No." "Well, you nearly did, but I won't go into that." He tilted his head, clearly thinking of something amusing as a smile tugged on the corner of his mouth. "My lifeless eyes are up here," I said, pointing at my face. "Sure, you were something to behold last night." I raked a hand through my hair. "That was... well, I'm not going to lie and say it wasn't fun, but don't expect it to happen again. And I don't want this to spread. Please just forget all about it. Not a word to anyone, you got me? Especially not the blackmailer, I assume." He let out a resounding laugh. I sighed. "It won't make any difference to him," I said under my breath. "But I have a reputation to uphold." He regarded me, mirth gleaming in his eyes. "I won't bandy your name. See you tomorrow." The first thing I did was take a long shower. You don't want to know what I had to wash off. I quietly poked around the house in the early morning and ended up making breakfast. Both Casimir and Jacek were still snoozing away peacefully when I poked my head into each of their rooms to wake them. "You look like shit," Cass remarked, padding past me. "Didn't you get any sleep?" I responded by shoving a plate in his face. "Eat." "Yes, ma'am." "Any signs of the dog yet?" I asked Jacek when he joined us at the table. He shook his head, raising his brows as he let out a long yawn and blinked several times, a rather charming effect. "None. I think he got what I was telling him, though. He's clever. And down in hell, the hound's job is to chase down runaway souls. So I think it's in his blood. Besides, he can go places we cannot, through walls, closed doors and the like. So you have every confidence in him." "Mm-hmm. No telling how long it'll take, though. I've never used him for anything like this before." He grabbed the cup of coffee that I slid over to him and lifted it to soft, sleep-swollen lips. I turned my head, trying to chase away a familiar feeling of warmth in my belly, only to find that my little brother was watching me with great interest. "So that's how it is," he said quietly, smiling like a lion. "Shut up," I hissed. "Are we still talking about licorice?" Jacek inquired, and Cass waved him off. "I need to figure out how he found out about my soul. Tom Hayes, I mean," I hastened to explain. "Any ideas?" Jacek shrugged. Sounds like someone sold you out. Either that, or someone actively sought to hurt you. Must be someone you know really well, though. Idly stirring his coffee, he added, present company excluded. I'd never suspect you, I assured him. Either of you. Glad you know it, Cass remarked. I'm the best thing that ever happened to you. Sure you are. I don't even want to imagine how much you suffered in the 3 years you had to wait for me to be born. Must have been torture. Cass nodded approvingly. I'm just glad you were too young to remember. Thank God for you. Now that that's settled, what do you think? His face darkened. I think we should call up the rest of the family. We'll arrange for a little stay, a reunion if you will, and then we'll see if we can't find out more. We should. My head dropped to my chest. How wonderful. Yeah, please save that for when I'm gone. I hate crowds, Jacek chimed in. But don't worry, I can just go home and then come back when the pup's returned. I hope Freak Dog is all right, Cass remarked. You're really certain he can do this? I would not have told him to if I didn't. Jacek drank down his last swallow. So here's what I figured. I'm going to go home now, and then I'll reach out when I know more. My stomach did this weird little jolt. Okay, well, sure, good. Yeah. You going to go right away, or... Jacek nodded. I think so. Need a ride or something? Cass offered. I perked up. I can't believe I never asked you. How did you get here? And where do you live these days? You'll show up at my door, won't you? You want to stalk me? Jacek said, the look in his eyes amused and not wholly unaffectionate. For real, though, I'm going to keep this a secret. I need to keep my aura of mystery. You do? Yeah? Otherwise you won't be interested in stalking me anymore. He reached out to pass me his empty mug, poking me in the side as he did. Anyways, I'll get going, and no, I don't travel by plane. I got my own ways. I'll call you up when I'm back. Is Licorice gonna find you, though? Well, either he'll come to me or back here, so it works either way. I guess. I could tell something was off. He seemed pretty antsy to get going. There was hardly anything I could do to stop him, though. Well, thank you for everything. If there's anything I can do to make it up to you, let me know, okay? Sure, but I'm fine on my own. He paused. That came out wrong, he added. Stay in touch. Of course. Good. Keep me posted if anything comes up. He rose to his feet, stretching and groaning in satisfaction as his back cracked. I grabbed his coat for him, and he slipped into it while I was still holding it up. When he turned to me, our eyes very briefly met, and I felt a sharp pang of sadness. I heard Cass take a drawn-out, slurping sip behind us. Choosing to ignore him, I gave Jacek a very brief hug. He sighed into my shoulder. It was nice seeing you again, Fiona. You too, I muttered. Jacek, can I talk to you outside real quick? My brother chimed in. Yeah, okay, like alone? Let me just see you out. The two men left me behind in the living room, looking after them in bewilderment. They stayed outside for quite a while, so I ended up lying down to get some rest. The next morning, I went over to the red meadow at first light. I found the Lesi waiting for me, once again in his true form, standing tall among the trees. A creature native to the woods, through and through. Something was different, though. He looked smaller and slimmer, like he wasn't taking up as much room as he rightfully ought to. Heiress, he greeted me, and I found that his growling voice didn't send shivers down my spine anymore. Maybe it hadn't for a while. I only noticed it then, though. So how long have you been sick for? I asked, cutting right to the chase. It's that obvious, huh? Pretty much. But I think I'd know, even if you were able to hide it better. I've been hiding it for quite a while, actually. He lowered himself to all fours, so we could see eye to eye. I guess now I'll see if it was worth sharing. I'll fix it, I said. Cocky, he replied firmly. Just confident. I'm pretty optimistic these days. Have you lost your respect for the woods, heiress? Never. Good. Either way, you're about to see something that should open your eyes. I followed the wood demon across frozen ground, casually greeting Gus as we passed him. The branches of the trees around us hung down gloomily, heavy with snow and ice, offering a somewhat mournful sight as we passed them. I turned my head away as we walked by the black gristmill. The twin lakes having frozen over, I could only assume that the Vodyanoi was laid sleeping at the bottom. The Lord of the Lake was hibernating. I gave the Lesi a sidelong glance, wondering if he ever allowed himself to rest, if that was even something he needed to do at all. We found ourselves on a small clearing surrounded by fir trees. To our right, a little mound rose from the snow-covered forest floor, opening into something of a cave. I recognized the location. I'd seen it before, despite never paying it much attention. As far as I knew, and cared, that cave was empty too. The Lesi stopped me before I could approach it. "Watch out, he might be inside." "He? Do you know what Biesi are?" I shook my head no, and the Lesi stepped a little closer to me, pressing his snout to my ear. "They're spirits of nature, much like me, except that they don't seek to guard, but to destroy." "You can be kind of destructive too, though," I argued. "I merely protect what's mine from encroachment. The Biesi will take possession of a creature's mind, and then they'll drive it insane. They make it hurt others and kill itself. They're demons, not from hell, but of the earth itself. They choose their habitats at random. They don't care who else lives here or who owns this place. There is no talking to them. They cannot see reason, and they have no such thing as mercy. And one such beast has made a nest for itself right here in the middle of our woods. It's been killing rabbits and deer, but it's been moving on to, well, other entities. It tried to possess me when it first came here, but I managed to fend it off. It's gotten worse since I've grown weaker. It's been afflicting the woods for a few weeks now, like a disease." My heart sank at his words. "It's killing the woods, and you're dying with them." The Lesi let out a low growl that, despite our somewhat friendly conversation, caused me to recoil. He didn't do anything, though. When he spoke again, he sounded reluctant, almost defiant. "I wouldn't put it exactly like that, but yes. So how do we beat this thing?" The Lesi uttered a rumbling sigh. "I do not know, clearly. Otherwise I would have done it by now. I've no clue. I can kill the animals it possesses, but the bees itself has no actual physical form. Sometimes it shows itself as a ghost-like apparition. It looks rather human then, but it has no body to speak of. I can't hurt it." "That's troubling." "You don't say." He pawed the ground with branch-like claws. "Anyways, I think here's its hideout. I've seen the figure hovering around here a bunch of times." "And has it ever spoken to you?" "No, it's nearly mindless. It's made only of hate. Sometimes it doesn't even fully take over your mind. Only plants ideas in there. Like an incentive." He lowered his head. "So that's all I've learned so far. Any bright ideas yet? I know you and I owe each other nothing. Not anymore. I hate to beg for assistance, and I can imagine you'd be rather hesitant to help, considering our history." "You're right about that." The Lesi placed his snout on my shoulder. The unexpected gesture made me flinch, though more out of surprise than fear. I could tell it was meant to convey something other than intimidation. Despite myself, I smiled at the beast. "You're a part of me, sir. The woods are." "Of course I'll help. How long do you think you'll last?" "I'm not dead yet," he hissed. "And I merely feel a little under the weather, that's all." "Okay, that's good enough. Try to avoid the buys. Don't fight it. I'll come up with something, but until then, just try to lay low. I know it sucks, but if you die, we're fucked either way." "Understood. Note how I'm taking orders from you. This is the first and last time I'll do that." "Sure," I grinned. "I'll get back to you soon. Don't stray too far from the house. I'll alert my workers." He moved his antlered head in what was supposed to resemble a nod. We returned home side by side, him stopping at the tree line. I waved to him as I jogged across the red meadow, white skirts flying. Inside, I checked my phone. No missed calls. I'd kind of been hoping. "What did you talk about with Jacek?" I asked my brother, who was sitting on the couch with his laptop. Cass let out an irritated grunt. "The guy's an idiot, isn't he? Just up and left." "I'm glad he showed up in the first place. I didn't think he would. He helped us out immensely. Besides, that's not really an answer, is it? Trust me, you don't want to know." He sighed, closing his laptop. "Where were you?" I took a seat on the armrest beside him. "Discussing something with the wood demon. We have a new problem on our hands." Casimir took the new information in with furious brows, listening intently as I told him about what I'd found out. "Well, shit," he muttered. "What are you going to do?" "I'll try and take away its happy place," I explained. I'll go and smoke it out tonight. Are you with me? Always. But why are we going at night, just for dramatic effect? It's probably safer, no? If you say so. What do we need? We started tearing apart the house for sage and incense to burn, and fortunately came across Mom's old stack. The same came in a little bundle and the incense in sticks, so we tied it all together and sprinkled it with oil, creating a nice little firecracker. We then spent some quality brother-sister time together watching television and preparing mentally for the night ahead of us. Thankfully, it gets dark soon these winter days. I found myself staring at my phone as I was leaning against Cass's chest. Eventually, I excited myself and simply grabbed it, going up to my room to call Jacek. He'd said we'd stay in touch because of my soul after all. I was just doing that, nothing more. This meant nothing. I dialed the number he'd left me and jumped when he picked up after the first ringtone. "Fiona?" he asked. "Yeah. Why didn't you text me earlier? Or you could have called." He sounded relieved. "Why didn't you call?" I returned. Jacek sighed for a very long time. "You didn't give me your number," he explained when he was done. "Oh," I felt the heat creep into my cheeks. "Oops." "Yeah." Awkward silence. "So, did you get back safely?" I inquired. "I'm all right. Licorice isn't back yet, though. I don't suppose he's with you." "No, but I don't want to pressure him. It's okay if he needs some time." What the hell was I talking about? "Okay, so, miss me yet?" he asked lightly. "Like a phantom limb." It didn't come out as jokingly as I'd planned, though. Again, awkward silence. "Any plans for tonight? Something new come up with Tom Hayes?" Jacek quickly pressed out. Yes, actually. Cass and I are going to go burn sage and incense at a demon's lair. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that?" "No." "What's a demon?" the Black Miller asked innocently. I let out a snort of laughter. I could hear him chuckle on the other end as well. "Oh, Fiona, sure I do. Sage and incense are a good start. But just what kind of demon are you dealing with?" "They're called biezi, nature spirits. Those are a little different than the ones I hang with." "I don't think I've ever met one." "If it's not from hell or has to answer to our command, I don't have anything to do with it," he sighed. "Sorry." "Oh, it's cool, we'll be fine." "Obviously, so you're off now, huh?" "Yeah, we're leaving soon. Just wanted to, check in with you first." "Thanks. Now that I got your number, I can text you," he sang. "I'm much more comfortable texting than talking in person." "Why's that?" "I don't know. Anyways, good luck. Don't get killed. Would be a shame." He ended the call and I smiled, gnawing on the tip of my thumb. For some reason, that had been just the pick-me-up I'd needed. When I went back downstairs, Cass was in his jacket and boots already, looking ready to leave. "Do you have your cross on?" he asked me. I nodded, holding up the necklace for him to see. "Do you?" He nodded, and thus, armed with salt, a handgun, our special bundle, and a box of matches, we headed out into the darkness. Knowing my way through the woods well enough, I was able to navigate us even without the aid of a flashlight. The powdery snow was rather conducive to our sneaking, but the patches where the ground had frozen over gave us a lot more trouble. Not only did we jump at every snap of a twig, every crunch of leaves beneath us, we also had to pay attention not to slip on ice-covered puddles along the way. The night had turned deadly quiet. What little rustling we heard in the distance did nothing to ease our minds. Once we'd reached the clearing, we stopped to listen. The silence was nearly overbearing, but at least we seemed to be alone. Either the Bais were sleeping or away. We crept up to the cave entrance with bated breath. Wordlessly, Cass got out a match and struck it as I held out the bundle of sage and incense. The second the small flame had sprung over onto the flammable material, smoke began to rise, and I dropped it into the dark moor at our feet. The familiar scent filled our heads as we stayed to watch for a moment. "This reminds me of Mom," Cass told me in a very, very low voice. I was about to respond when we heard shuffling behind us, followed by the sound of wood splintering beneath a considerable weight. Cass and I exchanged a look that told the both of us that the other had a feeling we were fucked even before we turned around. Knowing we'd still have to look, we turned our heads at the exact same time to find ourselves facing a rather familiar creature. The two-headed bear was towering above us like an executioner, ready to lop our heads off our shoulders. It had become no less revolting than the last time I'd seen it. This was no sprite or fairy. There was no grace in its terrifying appearance. The second head that had grown out of its neck was visibly underdeveloped and looked more like a contorted mask etched into the creature's flesh. The only thing that had changed were its eyes. Even in the sparse light of the moon, I could see that all four of them were decidedly brighter and distinctly humanoid. I grabbed Cass by the arm hard. "That's the Bise, it's taken over the bear," I hissed, holding the creature's savage gaze. Neither of us dared to move so much as an inch. The bear glared at us with impenetrable intensity. "So we, run?" my brother offered. "You first." "Do I have to?" I felt like I was rooted to the spot, a sentiment obviously shared by Casimir. "Can't you try shooting at it?" I implored. "I can," he answered at length, not averting his eyes from the possessed animal, "but not from the hip. What do you think me for? Some kind of Wild West duelist? I need a distraction. You distract it." I bit my lip. My wedding dress once more posed a great hindrance to me here. I had grown rather accustomed to it. That much was true, but it wasn't a good outfit to run in. I likely wouldn't get very far. Besides, I'd read that outrunning a bear was a pretty dumb thing to do anyways. This one was demonic to boot. But Cass was right. I would simply have to trust him. Without further ado, I took off, leaping over sticks and stones, blindly into the darkness. An ear-splitting, bellowing roar rang out behind me, followed by several gunshots. Then all of a sudden, Cass was there by my side, grabbing my hand from the side and pulling me along. "I bought us some time," he panted. "Hurry!" We ran alongside one another, spurred on by the mental image of the crazed predator tearing us to shreds. Somewhere behind us, another roar sliced through the night air, and I could see that my brother had broken into tears. Branches whipping in our faces, we staggered towards the house as fast as we could. I considered crying out to the guards, but seeing as Casimir's gun hadn't done enough damage to be lethal, I didn't want to draw in anyone else. They'd be more likely to perish in the attempt to help us. What we needed was a higher vantage point. That's when it hit me. There was an outhouse not far from here, and if we were to reach and climb it, we'd have a chance of gaining the upper hand, however briefly. I started steering him into the general direction. Panic-stricken, Casimir followed me blindly. "It'll be fine," I gritted out in between gasps for air. "We can do this. Just stay close." A loud, "Uh-huh," was all the answer I received. I was grateful my brother was staying on top of everything, though. Maybe it's a family thing, but I feel like we're good at dealing with fear. Sometimes. Finally, the outhouse came into view. I hastened to give Cass a quick leg up before reaching up and letting him lift me off the ground. Before long, we were cowering atop the small building, leaning against one another and panting, palms and foreheads laced with sweat. "Are you okay?" I asked softly. "Yeah," Casimir muttered, clearly making an effort to steady himself. "You're doing so great," I added huskily. "Not that I'm the authority on that, but still." Cass shook his head. "I could have done more. I hit it in the chest and in the shoulder, but I should have tried for the head right away. One of them, at any rate." He let out a soft chuckle, letting me know he was back to normal. "So, can bears climb?" I gestured at the enormous creature lumbering up to us from between the trees. "We're about to find out." Sitting on top of a crap house in the middle of the night with a demonic, two-headed bear creeping around below us really wasn't the outcome I'd hoped for that night. Casimir had regained some measure of control over himself. He pulled out his gun and took aim with steady hands. Just as he opened fire, however, the beast let out another mad cry and started jumping and thrashing about before throwing itself against the side of the outhouse. It didn't even bother climbing. It simply decided to get us down. It was like it was playing with us. The small structure shook, and we were sent staggering, clinging onto each other to keep from falling. "Get it in the head," I squeaked. "Hurry!" "I can't," Cass yelled. "It's moving around too much. Make it stay still." "How am I supposed to do that?" The bear bashed against the small building once more. Both my brother and I screamed as the outhouse fell. The bear was getting ready to charge, muscles twitching beneath its shaggy fur. It let out another roar, and I took note of a lower, higher-pitched sound swinging along in it like an undercurrent. A cold chill ran down my spine when I realized it came from the second head. Cass shot blindly at the creature as the two of us scrambled across the frozen ground, trying to get some distance between ourselves and the beast. Before it was able to lunge at us, though, something descended upon it from above. My eyes flew open when I recognized the half-tree, half-stag creature pressing the stunned bear to the ground. "Kill it, now!" the Lesi bellowed. Casimir needed a mere second to break free from his shocked stupor. Then he took aim and fired, eyes stone cold. After 3 shots, the bear fell limp. The Lesi loosened his grip on the beast and withdrew from its body with a long sigh. I clapped my brother on the shoulder, and he grabbed onto my arm as if to steady himself. Thank you so much," I uttered once I'd managed to catch my breath. To my surprise, the Lesi's body began to quiver, spasming and contorting in a way that made my heart sink. For a moment, I considered the possibility of the bees having taken possession of the wood demon now, but when he fell still and straightened up before us in his human form, I realized that he had merely allowed us to witness a transformation of his. "I thought you were a menace on your own, Fiona, but together with this foolish milksop, you could end not only these woods but the whole world altogether," he said. His words, despite their decidedly hostile nature, held little tonal venom. He wasn't actually angry with us, I could tell. I was surprised once again when Cass stepped forth, extending his hand. "I'm Casimir. I'm Fiona's younger brother." The Lesi left his hand hanging in the air for a few awkward seconds before taking it. I've never seen a handshake look sarcastic, but somehow this one did. "I gathered," the Lord of the Woods returned, shouldering his cudgel. "It's only the Novak kids who could muff things up this much. Are you two trying to get yourselves killed? Because that is how you'll get yourselves killed." "Oh, come on. You know it wasn't exactly easy," I protested. "Also, I'm trying to protect you here. How would you have gone about this? Please, enlighten me." A smile tugged on the wood demon's lips, though he was visibly attempting to hide it. "All right. Don't go stomping your little feet and yelling at me now. I feel like I'm being assaulted by a mad poodle." Cass snorted. "You do look a bit like a poodle in that puffy dress," he remarked in a whisper. "Oh no, you don't get to be saucy, boy," the Lesi warned. "Not when you're shaking like a leaf in front of me thinking I won't notice. I smell fear, child, and you reek of it, no matter how hard you play the daredevil." He smirked. "And your hands are as soft as a lady's glove." I broke into a laugh, the pent-up nervous energy finally draining from my body. My brother, blushing furiously, piped up again. "Just a second, I'm going to assume that you are—" "The name's Alexei," the Lesi suddenly said, a warmth in his tone unlike anything I'd ever heard from him before. For a moment I was stunned. "You're called Alexei? Why'd you never tell me that?" "You never asked." He shrugged. "Anyways, you two ought to be glad I stuck around the homestead. Maybe next time, let me know in advance so I don't have to intervene at the very last second. But I know what you've been doing back there, and for what it's worth, I'm—" He grimaced as if he was about to give voice to a thought that disagreed with his very nature. "Grateful for, well, that. You actually came through for me." Deciding not to make the moment any more difficult for this prideful creature, I smiled and gave him a brief nod. "I'm thinking maybe we should stick together," he gritted out, like he was trying the words on for size. "I'd feel safer, and I could keep you safe. I'm not much of a team player, so this isn't exactly easy for me, but—" He trailed off, regarding me with probing eyes. I suppressed a very, very wide smile. "Would it be easier for you if I asked you for help? Something like, 'Please, sir, protect us'?" The Lesi, Alexei, threw his head back, glancing heavenward as if to ask what he had done to be punished in such a manner. "I'm not that vain," he grunted, "and you'd do well not to disrespect me, wench. I've saved your life twice now, and I could break your bones like twigs." "But you're not gonna," I said softly. He tilted his head. "No," he replied quietly. "No, of course not." "Okay, so we're all friends now?" Casimir asked, bouncing back and forth on his heels. "What's our next step here? That thing, the bees? I'm just going to be the first one to say it scares the shit out of me. Normally I'd just call in a priest, but I guess that's not going to work," I added. "So, Alexei, any ideas whatsoever? I mean, you're more like that thing than us." Calling him by his name was simply awkward, and I decided not to do it again for a while. I motioned for us to get moving, starting off into the direction of the house once more. The Lesi followed reluctantly. "There's not much I can tell you about that," he replied. The only reason I know what a bees is in the first place is because this isn't the first time I've met one. When I was really little, before we came here, that is." He trailed off, lost in thought. Who's we? Unimportant. We didn't kill that one either, though. We basically just fled from it. But as for similarities between that creature and myself, I suppose neither of us is very manipulatable by spiritual energies. Yes, we both avoid religious items, but we can't be killed by someone reading from a Bible. We're a little less sensitive in that aspect, but we also aren't as powerful and a lot more vulnerable. There's no Big Daddy type who has your back, Cass offered, and the Lesi touched a fingertip to his nose. Exactly. If the blackmailer needs assistance, he has his master to fall back on. I don't, but I've also sworn myself to nobody. There's no higher entity I need to answer to. God has cast out me and those like me, so we can't say, cross a threshold if it's been blessed. But we also can't be destroyed by a cross being shoved in our faces. So we'd need to trap that thing somehow, I thought aloud, feeling myself get more excited by the second as an idea slowly began to worm its way into my foggy mind. "We really ought to discuss that inside," Cass remarked. I started skipping, unable to suppress the spring that had suddenly entered my step. Once the three of us found ourselves inside my own living room, the Lesi looking around with furrowed brows, the words came spilling from my lips like a fountain. So it can switch between bodies freely, right? If there was a way we could trap it inside a body, though, and then either trap or kill that body, we could destroy it cleanly once and for all. I know demons from hell can be trapped with a pentagram. I've seen Yacek do it. To the Lesi, I added. The Black Miller, you know. That's his name. He used my blood for a ritual on our first date. That constitutes a date for you, Cass threw in. Sure it does. Well, kinda. Doesn't matter. But if you Earth spirits can be manipulated using religious symbolism too, that'd mean we could use that to trap the bees inside of a body. Once it can't leave anymore, we kill the body, and then it won't be able to use it anymore, but it can't exit it either. We know it's not able to animate corpses. Otherwise it wouldn't leave the animals it uses behind once they're dead. We'd basically be imprisoning the bees forever, at least until the body has rotted away completely, but we don't have to let it come to that. We could make a kind of blessed coffin, Casimir suggested readily. Sounds dumb, but... No, I know what you mean, I interrupted him. How do you intend to mark the body as blessed, though? Alexei inquired, stroking his beard. Because it needs to be alive before the bise enters it, and it has to be blessed when the demon is already inside. That's the tricky part, I said. It'll be an icky affair, but hey, that's what knives are for. What happened to you, gentle soul? I remember how you used to loathe bloodshed, the Lesi remarked. I still do, but it's necessary. So we're expecting a bit of a fight, are we? Cass asked, wiping his brow. Sucks, but I'm up for it, I think. Me too, Alexei said comfortably, petting the couch cushion he was sitting on. We'll need to be quick about it, though. I bet we've made it pretty angry, I remarked. It's probably out for revenge, and we've got to use whatever advantage that we got from smoking out its hideout. And we've got to be prepared for it to try and take possession of us as well. That should be easy enough, though. We just all wear crosses and it'll be all right. And what about me? The Lesi inquired. Oh, right, I mumbled. I didn't think of that. Do you think you're strong enough to fend it off again? It'll definitely be a great risk, but you've done it every time thus far. I don't know. I didn't want to say this, but I've gotten far sicker these last couple days. He sighed, burying his face in his palms. I can feel the infection eating away at me. I considered him with a tilted head. His affliction wasn't comparable to anyone I'd ever known, but I figured it would do him some good to rest inside where it was warm and cozy. I extended the offer of staying over, and he very reluctantly accepted. Seeing as it was rather late at this point, we figured depriving ourselves of sleep would do none of us any good. I went back up to my room. My whole body was aching, and I had half a mind to fall asleep right away, but my thoughts were still running wild. Despite myself, I found my fingers fumbling for my phone again. I typed and deleted the message to Yacek thrice before finally sending it. Are you still up? The reply came almost immediately. Seemed to be, yes. How did it go? Good enough, no one died. He sent a smiley. I'm glad. We've also come up with something of a plan. I'm pretty optimistic. I want to hear. I know it's late, but call me. My heart leapt. and it did so once again when he picked up and greeted me with an adorably sleepy voice. I told him about our scheme and he said it sounded just fine. "The only thing you haven't mentioned yet, how are you going to set the trap?" he argued. "I mean, how are you going to motivate the buys to possess the body you're going to use as bait? And what body is that even going to be? Will you just watch out for the thing to take over another creature and fight that? Or are you going to pick something out? And if you do, what's it going to be? It's got to be something that's easy enough to fight, so a weaker kind of animal would do nicely. But the bees isn't likely to attempt to possess that, not if it's out for your blood." "I see what you mean," I replied, chewing on my bottom lip. "What do you suggest?" "A human would certainly be more appealing to it. It could do more damage in a human form, I think, especially since it would allow it to, like, sneak up on people. I don't know if the bees is actually going to possess a human next, or if it even has enough of a mind to consider the pros and cons, but I would." "So we'd need a human sacrifice is what you're saying?" "Probably. I really don't want to do that." "Understandable, but if you want to bait it, that's your only option, and it also begs the question who you'd be using." He paused, and I could practically hear him smile. "There is, of course, a rather attractive option." "Tom Hayes," I muttered. "Precisely. How about him? He's responsible for several deaths. Besides, he did capture your soul by means still unknown to us. And he tried to blackmail you. He spread news about your property, abused your trust. The list goes on." "Yeah, but what if he's not actually in his right mind? The buys can plant ideas in people's heads. What if Tom Hayes has been influenced by it? That'd make more sense than him just being a deranged murderer." Jacek sighed. "Don't turn your mind over with all of that. That only makes it harder to follow through. How are you going to choose a human to kill like that? It's as if you're looking for reasons not to." "No shit," I snorted. "Do I have any other options, though?" He hummed. "Technically you do, but they involve me. You could always ask nicely and then I could bring you up a sinner, is what I'm saying." His gruff voice had an amused edge to it. "But that would leave you with the question of what to do with Hayes when this is all over." "I guess so." I groaned, stretching in bed. "I'll sleep on it." "So what are you doing right now?" I asked, trying to get my mind off the murder stuff for the moment. "I'm taking a bath, actually. Got a death grip on the phone here." He let out a chuckle that sent a warm shiver up my spine. "Brave," I remarked. "So you got your own place?" "Of course. I'm hella messy, though. I could never let you see it. I ought to be embarrassed, really." That kind of got us talking, and I ended up falling asleep with him still on the phone. I realized that when I woke up to a text from him mocking how I allegedly snored. I took some time this morning to think about everything and clear my head. The Lesi is snoozing on my couch, which is definitely weird, especially since he's in his true form again. What's more concerning is how small he's gotten. He actually fits into my living room. I don't want to know what's going to happen to the woods if he really were to die. I had made up my mind this morning. I was going to ask Jacek to bring me a prisoner. I haven't forgotten about Tom Hayes, mind you, but I would need to take my time with him, and not just because he potentially still had my soul. There's more to him, though, I'm certain. I've got a whole interrogation planned, so yeah, I'm totally on it. But first things first, I needed to save Alexei. If the Lesi were to die, there wouldn't be a forest left for me to protect. So I informed Casimir and told him to look into the family angle, namely to try and figure out if there was any possibility that one of our siblings could have ratted me out. Also, I asked him to warn the employees of the hostile demonic entity roaming the woods. Then I tried to call Jacek, but he didn't pick up. That really put me on the spot. I'd have to get down to hell somehow after all. Then I got an idea. After a bit of searching, I found one of his unfinished cigarettes out on the porch and decided to try my luck. I stepped out into the snow and lit it up, attempting to remember the words he'd said to open the portal. "Fire, walk with me?" My voice quivered with uncertainty, but when I dropped the cigarette, it set the snow aflame in much the same way Jacek had before. Moved by a sudden burst of confidence, I proceeded down the trail. The walk through the corridor had me wishing I could just turn and go back. So eerie was the quiet emptiness. I was almost beginning to doubt I'd come across a door at all, when it suddenly appeared in front of me. I gratefully flung it open and entered a place that glowed so brightly I had to shut my eyes for a moment. When I dared to look, I found myself on a street not unlike the one I'd seen in Wrath and Pride before. The sky in this sphere of hell was of a faint green hue, and it was nearly as densely populated as the others, except here, there was a notable lack of groups and pairs. Everyone about appeared to be by themselves, and no matter who I passed, they all looked at me kind of funny. I tried not to stare at their various deformities. Some had skin the color of a bog, with lumps and stores covering it like bubbles. Others had a distinct surplus of fingers and hands. After roaming the sidewalk aimlessly for a little while, I braced myself and stepped up to a woman with a hole the size of my head in her stomach. "Excuse me, where's the nearest elevator?" She pointed wordlessly in response, and I hastily moved on. The elevator wasn't as busy this time. I appeared to be the only one waiting outside the cabin. When it arrived on my floor and the doors slid open, I was only a little surprised to find the human spider waiting behind them. Forcing a smile onto my face, I entered. "Hi. Don't I know you?" the spider asked. "Actually, yes, I was here a couple days ago." "Right, the scared little newbie, all alone this time. How come?" I didn't know how to feel about this creature getting all conversational on me, but I didn't want to be rude either. "I'm actually looking for someone. Jacek Hetman. Do you know him by any chance?" "Sure, I remember. He was with you the last time. Think I saw him earlier with his little clique. Lust probably is your best bet. Try the hole." "That a drinking joint?" "Their favorite." We began our ascent, and I thanked the spider before stepping out of the elevator. Looking around, I was surprised to see that the hellsphere of Lust strongly resembled the kind of red light district you'd find in a lot of big cities. At the same time, I felt like I was setting foot into a carnival. Either time worked differently down here, or it was always night in. Lust, darkness had settled above the roofs of buildings and the tops of skyscrapers. A rose-tinted moon hung in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. The streets were shrouded in thick fog, pink light catching in the wafting, swirling plumes. Neon signs illuminated large, shifting crowds as music blared from open doors. The ground seemed to vibrate with the beat. Despite my own better judgment, I found myself strangely elated, marveling at the sights and sounds. My senses were being battered, but it was weirdly beautiful. I began looking around, a spring in my step. Hole, hole, hole. The establishments I passed by, though visibly seamy, looked strangely inviting. Eventually, I came across a purple sign spelling out exactly that name. Taking a deep breath, I stayed myself, patting down my skirt as I marched up to the double doors. They were guarded by a broad lady bouncer who gave me a lopsided smirk. "All in white down here," she commented. "You sure know what'll get you noticed. Does that mean I can get in?" "Sure, you walking bit of blasphemy," she laughed, holding the door for me. Beaming at her, I slipped inside. The club was packed. It was hard to take so much as a single step towards the center of the room without tripping over at least two other people. Some really intense beat was booming throughout the room, the stale air shivering with the rhythm. Amidst the bright flashes rotating through the darkness, the chatter and the noise, it took me a moment to realize that the partygoers had actually formed somewhat of a circle around a person in their middle, watching and cheering them on. Curious, I cautiously pushed and shoved my way through the crowd, until I was standing right in the front with nobody blocking my view anymore. My heart skipped a beat before dropping into my stomach when I laid eyes on him. Jacek was dancing like a wild fairy, throwing his arms, spinning and shuffling his feet loosely, looking utterly dramatic and totally relaxed at the same time. He was dressed even better than the last time I'd seen him, sporting a crimson shirt underneath a mesh long-sleeve top. Somehow he met my gaze from across the room, but he didn't stop moving, staring right at me with effortless intensity. I took in his face. In the short time we'd been apart, he'd apparently gotten a new hairstyle. The sides and back were cropped in a handsome undercut, leaving fluffy, jet-black curls on top. Then I realized he was wearing makeup. Dark red powder adorned his cheekbones and brows, with a bunch of little pentagram stars and hearts drawn onto it in white. Eventually the song ended and Jacek straightened up, arms dropping to his sides and a grin slowly unfurling on his lips. There was a mere moment of silence before the music started up again, and Jacek's voice filled it immediately. "Hi, Fiona." I fucking melted. Jacek stepped forward, casually resting a hand on my arm. "Stay on your feet there now." "Fine," I sputtered, instantly cringing. I'm fine." "Funnily enough, I kind of expected to see you here today. Just a hunch." He started pulling me over to the bar as the music got louder again. Let's get you something to drink. Okay. Hey, so the new hair, I love it, I stammered out. And the makeup, how come I only get to see this now? This seemed to genuinely take him aback. He raised his fingertips to his cheek. Actually, I put it on whenever I've got the time. Do you like it? I nodded eagerly. He laughed. You know, I actually didn't put on any of it when I went to see you because I was sure you'd make fun of it. And my buddies kept saying it looks girlish and weird. As if, I snorted. Wait, you saying you cared about what I'd think? He stayed silent for a beat before merely shrugging. He gave the bartender a friendly wave and held up 2 fingers. The other man nodded and started mixing something. What brings you here? Want a prisoner for your ritual after all? He had to speak directly into my ear to drown out the music. Yeah, I've decided I'll keep Tom Hayes for later. I ain't got my soul back yet, so in the end, I might have to rely on him to tell me where he's been keeping it himself. So let's just have him thinking he's fine and safe for a little while longer, I replied against the side of his face, shivering when his cheek brushed against mine as he leaned in just a tad closer. The soul thing worries me in particular. Licorice isn't back yet, he said, rough lips tickling my earlobe. And not just cause of you. I need that dog to be okay. I've already failed him once. I was hoping to do right by the poor animal. I understand, I nodded, taking and squeezing his hand for a moment of solidarity. My breath caught in my throat when he didn't let go of it. I wouldn't have guessed he'd wait for me. I thought I didn't matter to him. You did, you must have. Something in my voice must have changed, because he drew back, looking at me with a guarded expression. I thought we had an understanding. We're friends, Fiona, nothing more. Stop that. Stop what? Well, you know, that, whatever that is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable or anything. I winced, raising my hands apologetically. Did I? No, not actively. I think it's just me, he stammered, shaking his head as if to clear his mind. When he faced me again, he did so with renewed, bright eyes. All right. You're here for a reason. What can I do to you? His face fell the second the words had left his lips. For, he instantly shouted, correcting himself. For you! I meant for you! Fuck's sake! I decided not to push it. I'm here to circle back on that offer. I need a prisoner. Honestly, I would have just sacrificed Tom Hayes and gotten him out of the way, Jacek replied, briefly turning away from me to receive the 2 drinks the bartender was now sliding across the counter to him. He handed me one, ensuring that our fingers didn't brush once during the contact. That would have been rather an elegant solution. Not everything can always work out smoothly, I commented, inspecting the liquid in the tall glass. It was different hues of red, all swirling as if animated, strangely hypnotic. Jacek reached out to clink his glass against mine. Cheers. He downed the whole thing in a heartbeat. Clearing his throat, he added, Well, who am I to get in the way of your plans? The elevator spider told me you were here with your friends. I frowned. A strange sentence to say out loud. Am I? How strange. He gave me a fetching grin. Can't see them anywhere. Let's just ditch the whole lot. Wait, just a second. Am I like ruining your night out right now? Oh, Fiona, you're saving it. We left the club behind and started shoving our way down the crowded streets. So we're really going to one of the prisons now? I inquired, heart in my throat. No need to be scared. I'm with you. But I should tell you, I need to talk to Nick first. Hope that's all right with you. Sure, whatever needs doing, I hastily attested. I wasn't exactly keen on seeing the devil again, but if it was necessary. Jacek and I stuck together as we headed back to Nick's office. Pride was busy as ever, but I wasn't quite so afraid of its inhabitants anymore. I still felt a distinct sense of unease, but it was nothing compared to the first time. Besides, Nick looming over it all disturbed me a lot more. By the time we reached his office building palace, I was feeling rather unnerved. I kept thinking about how he'd pulled me closer and rubbed my arm, shuddering each time the image pressed itself into the forefront of my mind. We went up to his room anyway, and Jacek knocked and called out to him, as he had the last time. When Nick responded, he sounded different than when we'd last spoken. Deeper, rougher, angrier. It seemed to cause even Jacek to hesitate. "I've got Fiona Novak with me again," he shouted through the closed door. "Could you take on a comprehensible form, perhaps?" Well, come the fuck in and see. Both of us flinched. There was no going back now, though. I swallowed thickly as Jacek cautiously opened the door, stepping inside ahead of me. Looking over his shoulder, I found that Nick only remotely looked like the last time I'd seen him. His skin was dark red, golden lines streaking it like cracks in an eggshell. It was sort of beautiful. Sort of. His face unnerved me a lot more. He wore a harshly furious snarl, brows furrowed with wrath and abnormally large teeth bared. "Boss, what's wrong?" my ex inquired, now audibly and visibly alarmed. He regarded Nick with genuine concern as he took a couple tentative steps towards the other man. "Everything is going to absolute shit, son," the beast growled, seemingly attempting to keep some semblance of composure. "Now don't ask. I know why you're here. Come closer." Obediently, Jacek approached him once more. "You too, Miss Novak," Nick commanded. I could hardly refuse. "Now you two. I have a bone to pick with you two." Nick's chest was heaving, shoulders trembling ever so slightly in barely restrained anger. "Jacek Hetman, who is your lord and master." My boyfriend let out a soft, incredulous snort. "That'd be you, sire." "Huh, and what have you sworn to me?" "My undying fealty and eternal servitude. I am your willing attendant and the hand by which you inflict pain and provide love. I will act as you need me to act and be what you want me to be for as long as my eternal soul persists." "There you go," Nick said, eyes and voice a gentle kind of chilling. "And do you still hold this oath in your heart? Figurative though that heart of yours may be." "Of course," Jacek answered without hesitation. Nick smiled bitterly. "I'm a jealous man, Jacek Hetman. You're mine by right. You gave yourself to me and me alone. Have you forgotten that?" "Not once." "Then how come you seem to be at this bitch's every beck and call?" The devil's voice cut through my unsettled haze like a knife. Jacek's eyes widened, lips parting in an absent expression of shock. Nick pursed his lips. "Thought so." "Sire, I swear it's not like that." Jacek immediately raised his voice, fists clenching and opening repeatedly at his sides. "I have been at your disposal since I can remember forming conscious thought. I'd never betray you. You know I love you. You know I'd do anything. Always have. You cannot seriously doubt my loyalty. Look here, son, this isn't a matter of simple obedience. Yes, I'm satisfied with your work. Yes, you remain amongst my favorites. But that's just the thing. I don't want you to mindlessly follow my orders. I am the rightful holder of all your love and affection. I wouldn't mind you running after the girl so much if you'd bed her from time to time. But for crying out loud, you let her command you like she's me. I didn't care at first, but I've had just about enough of it by now. I'm in a tight spot as is, and seeing you turning your back on me, well, I would never turn my back on you, and I don't let her command me. I decide to help her occasionally because I want her to be all right." "And what do you take in return?" Nick asked sharply. "Were you ever planning on taking anything in return? Don't fool me, boy. I've seen the way you look at her. That's reverence. The kind of reverence you owe me and nobody else." The devil's tone was piercing, ice cold. I could feel my heart beating in my throat. Rooted to the spot, all I could do was slowly turn to face Jacek. He pointedly avoided my gaze. When he reluctantly spoke up again, it was in a subdued, quiet voice. "I swear that you are all that I adore." The devil's smile thinned. "Liar," he said softly. "Open your mouth." Jacek swallowed audibly, jaw clenching before forcibly relaxing. "Stick out your tongue," Nick ordered. He did. Slowly, the devil reached out and placed the tip of his thumb below and his index finger on top of it, right around the middle. I could hear Jacek's breathing growing labored. I had no idea what was about to happen, but I didn't want to find out. "Please don't hurt him," I whispered helplessly. If Nick heard me, he didn't let it on. "Now, son, I'll forgive you someday, but I'm severely disappointed, and misbehaving children need to be punished." With that, the devil squeezed down, crushing the red, moist flesh between his fingertips, as Jacek let out a muffled, yet blood-curdling cry of pain. The scream rang out once again, louder than before, as Nick snapped his arm back and pulled, tearing through the muscles with merciless violence. I shrieked, all good sense abandoning me, and threw myself against the devil's chest with all my might. This actually seemed to catch him off guard, sending him stumbling with me upon him. It only lasted a moment, though. Nick let out a howl of fury as he flung me off of him. I flew across the room, feeling like I weighed little more than a flimsy rag doll, until my body connected with the floor in a flurry of nausea and dull pain. Jacek had doubled over. He was retching and spitting blood, whimpering like a hurt animal. "What the fuck did you do to him?" I yelled at Nick, who regarded me with unreadable eyes. "Liars speak with forked tongues," he said softly. "Why in God's name would you—" "We don't swear like that down here, wench." He cut me off, sounding mildly amused. It was only when I raised my hand to wipe my eyes that I realized I was crying. The devil gave me a pleased expression as he watched me struggle to push myself up. Sauntering closer to me, he knelt down, bringing his face uncomfortably close up to mine. "Fiona Novak," he said in a low voice. "I've granted you a favor in the past. You have a debt to pay. I will let you take whatever you need from my prisons. I will grant you more power than a normal human has the right to possess. When the time is ripe, return to your home and expect me to seek you out in a few days. Hey now, look at me. Stop weeping." He grabbed my chin, tilting it up and forcing me to meet his gaze. "I don't blame you for the miller's desires, but damn, am I going to use them?" He reached behind him and, seemingly out of nowhere, produced something I hadn't seen in a long, long time. Using a hellhound to rally a stray soul is in itself a completely rational thing to do. But these dogs do have a higher master, you know, as does your lover. My heart sank as I laid eyes on the white rabbit in the devil's arms. "How?" The dog, Fiona, it brought its prey back to me. Ready. Before I could respond, he thrust the ghostly critter up against my chest. My heart skipped a beat, and for a second, all I saw was a blinding white light. Nick rose to his feet, a satisfied smile on display. "Welcome back to the world of feeling, little forest bride." I can't describe what followed. I will, but I know I can't do it justice. It was like a tidal wave in my head, my heart, my stomach. It felt like a door collapsing, with the flood of emotions pushing against it from the other side, crashing down on me, burying me like an avalanche. And suddenly, everything was there. Everything was connected. The tears on my cheeks felt hotter than ever before. My chest felt like it was being torn apart, like someone was plunging their hand into my flesh, rummaging around, searching, touching all, leaving nothing unseen. Shaking like a leaf, my mind scattered, not one thought able to fully form. I frantically glanced around the room, and then I saw him. It was like seeing him for the first time. He was in so much pain, pitifully curled up on the floor, his mouth covered in blood, and he was still coughing, and he was like an angel. He looked fucking sacred. He exuded happiness and warmth, and he looked like love, and he smelled like love. And why the fuck is he bleeding? He's not supposed to be bleeding. I started crawling over to the writhing form of Jacek, my Jacek, gathering him in my arms and pressing him against my chest as hard as I could. For a brief moment I felt something I hadn't felt before. I had experienced approximations of it, yes, but never in this way. Never. And then, all of a sudden, he disappeared. Jacek simply vanished into thin air, leaving me clutching at nothing. This tore me out of my stupor. I raised my head once more, vision blurred. Nick looked down at me with a cold kind of comprehension. "This sucks, doesn't it?" "Give him back to me," I pleaded, my voice hardly more than a whisper. "I will. That's a promise. But you have to do my bidding," he explained patiently, reminding me of what he'd just told me. "I'll lead you down into the prison. I'll give you an inmate for your little scheme. You'll have time to sort out the affairs of your land. And then I'll appear to you again. A favor for a favor. I won't ask for anything you can't give, but give you will. And then I'll let him see you again, but purely out of interest. How do you feel right now?" "I feel everything." That's not only how it is right now, but also how I answered Nick's question. I'm obviously writing this from home. I just figured I should mention that this time. So, some time has passed since this happened. I'm kind of beaten right now, but I'm enjoying the luxury of taking a breather. Casimir is currently acting as a sort of pillow for me. I'm not usually this clingy, but I need the support right now. That out of the way, let me try and tell you what happened down in hell. I hope I can make this at least somewhat comprehensible, because to be honest, I'm all over the place. Nick took it upon himself to accompany me to the prisons. Walking beside him made me feel sick. Actually, just looking at him made me feel sick. I knew arguing with him wouldn't help the matter, so I kept my mouth shut, really boiling the blood beneath my skin. "Oh, don't scrunch up that pretty little face," the beast commented snidely. "You'll have your Miller back in a few days. Just be a good girl and do my bidding. You're not even going to tell me where he is, or what you want from me." "That's a no to both those questions," he replied. "But don't worry about Hetman. Do you really think I'd dispose of my favorite servant because of a small spat? And you'll find out what I need you to do soon enough. If you're going to forgive him anyways, why the fuck would you hurt him?" I hissed. The devil smiled thinly. "My wrath is as fleeting as all my emotions. The trick is to really lean into them. I do so without reservation, just as everyone should. Jacek knows this. All my acolytes do. They're used to it, and they accept it willingly." I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but it was futile. My mind was racing. I hadn't felt this confused and shaken in ages. Getting my soul back was what I'd always wanted, but I hadn't thought it would be so painful. Jacek, having been torn from my arms, had left me in utter turmoil, more so than I could have ever imagined. I tried to block everything out, tried to shut the sense of loss off behind that same milky pane of glass I had gotten used to, ever since the rabbit had run off on me. But it was like the partition was unreachable. I was whole again, for better or for worse. "Where are we going? Doesn't every hellsphere have a prison?" "Sure, but I don't want to give you just any prisoner." The meaning behind those words instantly began to dawn on me. My heart, still pounding like a sledgehammer, dropped into my stomach. "No," I said softly. "Please, you're not seriously thinking of—" "Let an old man have his fun, Fiona. No backtalk." All I could do was follow at his heel, feeling rather like a small dog. Out on the street, we didn't have to push and shove. Everyone we came across instantly jumped aside, making way for Nick to stride through. I stumbled after him in the wake, struggling to keep up. We changed spheres via the elevator. This time, the security spider scuttled all the way into the corner, not saying a word the whole ride. When the ding announced our arrival, we stepped out into faintly familiar green-tinged surroundings. "Welcome to Envy," Nick proclaimed dryly, spreading his arms in a mock gesture of hospitality. "Home to, well, just another kind of scum. My brother's an inmate here. Why?" "He'd be better fitted to answer that," the devil replied, taking up his power walk once again. He led me all the way into the center of the sphere, where an absolutely enormous building loomed overhead. A giant slab of concrete, bigger than anything I'd ever seen before, frightening in its sheer size alone. Here, the crowd seemed to grow especially thick. I noticed a bunch of people standing at the sides of the entrance. The prison was heavily guarded from the looks of it. Of course, none of them did anything to stop us. The inside of the prison was much like what I'd expected. I've never been to a human prison, but you know what they show you on TV and in the movies. This one looked rather similar to that kind of thing, at least on first glance, except that it was obvious that nobody ever cleaned. The smell of vomit, blood and feces hung thickly in the air, and it took a lot of willpower not to gag. The corridor I soon found myself standing in was incredibly long. Thousands of tiny barred cells lined up on either side, the inmates within them all in a row as if on display. Some cells were slightly bigger than others, but quite a few offered barely enough room for a person to stand in. I tried not to meet the eyes of any of the people we passed by, not the prisoners and not the wardens either. The one thing I couldn't ignore was the noise, though. Screams and wails filled the hallway, some loud and furious, the sounds of raving lunacy, others low, cracked and broken. Moans of pain, sobs and weeping, pointless cries for help praying for mercy. I didn't want to imagine what the wardens spent their time doing in this hole. I was certain that a normal prison on the surface was probably like a daycare center compared to this. The devil stopped one of the passing wardens, a curvy lady with green skin and a resting bitch face, dressed in red latex like a nightmare dominatrix, and demanded to be taken to inmate 10789 or some other such large number. She agreed demurely, taking us up several floors before stopping by a cell that looked vaguely familiar from the video I'd seen. I took a deep, steadying breath, trying to assume some semblance of composure. Nothing could have prepared me for the encounter that was about to happen, though. Jeremy Novak was lying butt naked asleep on the hard floor of his dirty, reeking chamber. His hair was matted and greasy, like he hadn't washed it in a year, and stubble lined his jaw. That was really saying something, considering neither of my brothers ever managed to grow anything more than peach fuzz in terms of facial hair. He stank of sweat, urine and pus. He looked severely malnourished and just overall 3 minutes away from death. I couldn't imagine how long he'd spent in this state. He was covered in blood. Wounds in various states of healing littered his body. The streaks on his back made it seem like he'd been whipped, while the marks on his thighs and arms spoke of burnings and electric shocks. The sight was very nearly too much to handle. Nick entered the cell without hesitation. When I didn't follow right away, he grabbed me by the arm and flung me inside with such force that a sharp yell escaped my throat. This caused my brother to stir. He kicked his legs a little, groaning and letting out a whine that nearly broke my heart. Nick growled. "Get up, you piece of shit!" he barked, lifting his foot and stomping down on Jeremy's unmoving wrist. I gasped and Jem shot up, his eyes flying open. "This is your big day, Novak," the devil hissed, delight lacing his voice like poison. "Today's the day you're getting out of here." "What are you on about?" Jem asked in a gravelly, broken voice. "You've got a visitor." Jeremy lifted his head, milky, dull eyes fixing me in silence. I couldn't speak, feeling a pang of empathy that nearly caused my stomach to turn. Somehow, I couldn't reconcile the idea of this man being a cold-blooded killer and the sight of my little brother in my head. I held his gaze, trying to fight the cold rigidity that had taken a hold of me. Then, to my utter horror, a grin unfurled on his lips. "Look at that. The prom queen," he spat, upper lip lifted in a sneer. "What the fuck are you doing in here?" I swallowed thickly. "I'm going to take you with me. I'll take you home, where I'll perform a dangerous ritual with you as a conduit, which you will not survive." "What?" Nick sighed. "Miss Fiona needs a casket for a spirit she's trying to get rid of. For the time you're up top, I will supply you with a corporeal form like you have it down here. You'll be able to move, feel, eat and drink. Think of how nice a break that'll be for you. Now, after she's killed you, your soul is going to be taken back to me, and we'll stick you back in here where you belong. Sound good? Good." "The fuck? Hey, bastard. Nobody asked for your opinion. Follow your sister's orders and don't even think about running off, because I swear to you, I'll send Hetman after you again," Nick hissed. I flinched at the mention of Jacek's name, and to my surprise, so did Jem. "All right, Christ," my brother cried out, pushing himself off the ground with a pained moan. His bones cracked and he winced as he shifted his weight onto his feet. He squinted at me with hateful eyes. "Remember your little fuckboy, sis? You know, short goth guy, mean eyes, really deep, creepy voice. Imagine my surprise when he came to collect me. Damn small world, isn't it?" "Yep." "Well," Jem shuddered, giving a nervous grin. "I'm not keen on seeing that shit stain again, let me tell you. Brutal little motherfucker. Dunno what he's compensating for." "Will you shut up?" Nick groaned. "You're giving me a headache. You only have one job. Do it, come back, and do not get up to anything stupid." "Copy that," Jem muttered. Nick grabbed both of us by the wrist, and before I could even process what was happening, we weren't in the prison anymore. In fact, we had left hell altogether, and were now standing in the middle of my living room, right in front of Casimir, who was typing away on his laptop. Our sudden appearance caused him to scream, scrambling out of his seat and ripping off his headset. "What the fuck?" he cried out, wild eyes darting between myself, our brother, and the devil. It was weird seeing Cass again. I suddenly felt extremely warm and fuzzy inside, despite the obvious horror in his stare. I threw my arms around his neck almost as if on instinct, and he immediately reciprocated. It felt like a blanket being pulled around me. Little brother. I had held him before, but it had never made me feel this safe and comforted. This was pretty great. "Whoa," he mumbled, pulling me closer. "Fee, what am I looking at? Help me out here. Is that—" "Hey, Cass," Jem drawled, dropping down on the sofa. Casimir reluctantly let go of me, throwing our sibling a brief glance before going back to gawking at the devil. Nick smirked back shamelessly. "You, Casimir Novak, are even more attractive in person," he said, voice husky and vaguely threatening. Cass' brows furrowed. "Do we know each other?" "I know you, but don't worry about that now. Keep enjoying life, Casimir. I'll see you." And in the blink of an eye, Nick had disappeared into thin air. "Was that the devil?" my little brother inquired. Yeah, I replied breathlessly. Jesus, what a creep. Look, I'll tell you what happened later. Jeremy, the devil had me take him for our ritual. We should get that over with. I heard Jem snort from behind me. Cass merely stared at me blankly. You're saying we're gonna kill Jem? I'm already dead, Cass, Jeremy answered in my stead. Don't mean a thing at this point. There was it again, that powerful wave of sadness. I still couldn't believe this. This was Jeremy. My baby brother Jeremy. The same Jeremy I'd grown up with. The same Jeremy I'd played hide-and-seek in the barn with. The same Jeremy who I'd always done my homework with after school. Casimir appeared to be similarly affected. He looked on in confusion, his eyes wide and glossy. I can't, Fiona, he stammered, his gaze helplessly flitting between us. I sighed deeply. This was exactly what I'd been dreading. I didn't want to have to go into this. I didn't want to think about what we were about to do. I couldn't leave Casimir hanging like that either, though. I ended up sitting down with him and explaining everything, somehow managing to coherently stammer together what had happened to Jacek and what Nick had revealed to me before taking me to the prison. So you got your soul back? I'm so happy for... Cass's voice trailed off when he saw the look in my eyes. Fuck. I need to do this, and fast. I need to get everything sorted. I can't... If I don't see him again, if I don't see Jacek again, I think I'm gonna die or something. I confessed in a shaky voice, clenching my hands into fists to keep my fingers from trembling. Okay, Cass said simply. Okay, we can do this. Don't worry. Everything's gonna be okay. You just said okay thrice and I still don't believe you. No, it will be, trust me. So, Jem, what do we do with Jem? Yeah, what do we do with Jem? Jeremy echoed. I haven't seen you in so long, Cass remarked, still in utter disbelief. What the hell did you do? The princess told you already? Jem gestured at me, lifting a haughty brow. No need to get into the nitty-gritty of things. Oh, you think? Casimir shot back, shaking his head. No, you're gonna tell me what the fuck you did. Why? You've been gone for years. You ran out on me, on all of us, you just vanished. And now you're apparently dead and also a serial killer? Cass let out a soft gasp of incredulity, still shaking his head frantically. Are you seriously blaming me for wanting to know what in God's name happened to my brother? Jem shrugged. Well, I offed a bunch of sluts and that's that. Nothing more to it, to be honest. It was hard to keep my composure at his words. Looking at him, I didn't even feel like I was facing my younger brother, but a complete stranger. Jem regarded me with a strangely detached expression, like he didn't care about seeing us at all, like he didn't care about anything. I suppose it made sense. He'd spent the last couple years incarcerated in the hellsphere of envy, being consistently tortured. I doubt anyone would be able to muster up a lot of emotion after something like that, but he was still the same man who, while alive, had apparently committed a series of murders. I would be lying if I said I didn't want to know what exactly had happened. I know you want to ask, and you should know that I don't want to answer, Jem stated. If you want a story about me, ask that prick Hetman. Don't talk about Jacek like that. Oh, come off it, you spoiled brat. Do what you gotta do and don't waste my time. You have an eternity of torture waiting for you, I argued in bewilderment. I'd prefer the cell to having to look at you all day, he growled. How the fuck can you even say that? What's wrong with you? Stop it, Fiona, just stop. I won't talk to you. I'd rather eat my own shit than talk to you. I took several deep, steadying breaths. Fine, so I guess there's nothing left to say. Cass, where's Alexei? He stepped outside there for a moment. I'll go get him, Casimir offered, quick to stand up and make his way over to the door. When he passed me, I noticed that his fists were clenched to the point of his knuckles turning white. I swallowed thickly as I turned to avoid my other brother's gaze. I should get you something to cover up, I remarked, moving to get up myself. You do that, Jem called after me as I went upstairs. I couldn't stand staying with him for another second. I spontaneously decided to rifle through Casimir's belongings for some clothes, making a mental note to ask forgiveness later. I found some sweatpants and a t-shirt, and just as I turned around, my breath caught in my throat. Jeremy was standing in the doorway, directly blocking my path. His lips were curled into a gentle, reassuring smile, which would have been a nice enough sight if it were to have reached his eyes. He lifted his head, tilting it to one side, then the other, considering me. Hey again. Get out of the way, I immediately said, puffing my chest out and fixing my eyes on his. I couldn't let him see how much he was scaring me just by standing nearby. In a minute, Fiona, I changed my mind. I do want to share what I did after all. I didn't like his tone. My eyes flitted to his hand and I stifled a shocked yell when I spotted the knife he was holding. He must have gotten it from the kitchen. I instantly realized I'd made a big mistake. I should have never let him out of my sight. Fuck. I want to show you, Jeremy said, almost sweetly, as he proceeded into the room. Jeremy, drop that, I warned him. Don't do anything stupid. What, you think I care? They're going to torture me down there anyways. Might as well have some fun up here. Make it worth it, he explained with a carefree shrug. I backed off, nearly tripping over my own feet. Cass is going to be back in a moment. He won't be alone. That's fine. A moment's all I need, really. Another step towards me. My back was pressed up against the wall by now. God, I actually dreamed of this. You know, he whispered almost reverently as he closed the distance between us and lifted the blade to my neck. Not cutting, just caressing. I stared into his gleaming eyes, searching, looking for something I slowly realized was gone. Why? I breathed. You actually have no idea, do you? You have no idea what it was like for us? I did the exact same thing as Casimir is still doing, you know. Well, not exactly the same, but I know he'd understand if he only admitted it to himself. He dropped his arm, grabbing onto my skirt as if moving to lift it. I didn't want to see where he was going with this. In one swift movement, I tossed the bundle of clothes I was still holding into his face, then kicked him in the crotch with all my might. Jeremy cried out, dropping the knife, and I hurried to pick it up before boring towards the exit, slamming the door shut behind me as my brother howled in fury. At the very same moment, I heard Cass and Alexei come back inside. "Help!" I shouted, straining to hold the door shut. Jem was trying to tear it open from the inside. "Up here!" Casimir was by my side in an instant, the Lesi on his heel. Alexei was in his human form, coughing heavily as he dragged himself up the stairs, his powerful frame slightly hunched. Still, when I let go of the door handle and Jem came staggering out, the man with the cudgel was able to subdue him with ease. Chest heaving, I stared at my murderous brother, still naked, lying unconscious on the floor. Cass gently placed a hand on my shoulder. After confirming that Jeremy was indeed out cold, Alexei swung him over his shoulder and carried him out into the snow, where he unceremoniously dropped him. Casimir had warned the employees not to approach the house for a while. We didn't want them to get caught up in the fight that was sure to ensue. The three of us waited on the porch, eyes trained on the motionless body of our wayward brother. The Lesi started smoking a pipe. No idea where he got that from. I leaned against the wall and closed my eyes, and Cass was typing away on his phone, lifting his head every 5 seconds to check on Jem. All of a sudden, he readjusted his grip on the device and slammed it onto the floor. I jumped, and Cass took a step back, staring at the phone with wide eyes. "What the fuck?" he shouted. I didn't want to do this." "What?" "I didn't want to do this. I just suddenly got like an impulse. I don't even know." "The bees," I said quietly. "It's here," Alexei confirmed, tucking his pipe away. His voice was low and stern, the look in his eyes steely. "Fuck!" My brother and I spoke at the same time when we realized that Jeremy had moved. His limp body has been pulled up into a sitting position, his legs below him, his head tilted back to gaze heavenward. His eyes had rolled back, leaving only white and sore red. Slowly, he drew himself up, his movements resembling those of a puppet manipulated through unseen strings. I stared at him with bated breath, needing a moment to get a grip on myself as my heart began to race. Jeremy staggered to his feet, looking kind of like a zombie from a movie. His eyes came back down to focus on us, the glare from within them intense, unyielding and absolutely murderous. "Well, this is alarming," Cass muttered, suppressing a nervous chuckle. I could tell he was just as stricken with fear as me. Gritting my teeth, I sucked in a deep breath, bracing myself. "All right, let's move while he's still dazed. We can't let him get the jump on us. If either of you feel him in your heads, drop all weapons and get as far away from me as possible," I hurriedly instructed, assuming the most commanding tone I could muster. "Yes, ma'am," Cass replied. He grabbed his cross necklace from the windowsill behind us, hastily looping it around his neck, then reached for his gun. I checked myself. Cross was there. I had my knife. Go time. I lunged at Jeremy's unsteady form, and he thankfully didn't react right away, allowing me to knock him down and sit on his bare belly. The boys let out a furious howl that sounded all too human through my brother's throat for comfort. I sank the blade into his skin, just deep enough to carve, and hastily jagged it down his chest to form the first couple lines of an upturned pentagram. Unfortunately, I didn't get much further than that. Not actually Jem pushed me off, growling as he threw himself at me and began to tear at my hair, limbs and dress in a frenzy. My grip on the knife was unrelenting, and I swung it at him a few times until he grabbed my arm and pinned it down. Alexei descended upon the possessed man like a hawk, grabbing him and dragging him off of me before flinging him to the ground, sending him sprawling into the snow. I jumped to my feet and, coughing and panting, pounced on him once more. Alexei held him down for a few seconds as I placed the tip of the knife in the spot where I'd left off. The pentagram was almost finished. There was just one line missing, 2 dots yet unconnected. That's when I noticed Alexei was starting to squirm. "Fuck, no, stay with me," I shouted. "It's trying to get in," he yelled back at me, looking more distressed than I'd ever seen him before. His eyes were wide and terrified, his jaw clenched, and he was gripping Jem's arms with a panicked, white-knuckled force. "I'm almost done, please, just stay with me," he cried out, a mix of a growl and a scream that reared his head back, but he didn't let go, and I drew the final line, deeper than all the ones before. Blood sprayed out as I yanked back the knife. Alexei's eyes cleared up immediately, like the sky peeking out from behind bursting clouds. I wasted no time in pulling him to his feet. "Stand back," I heard Casimir holler from behind us. I hastily moved aside, bringing the Lesi along with me. I didn't even have the time to turn and look at my brother before the gunshot rang out. Blood spattered, further tainting the snow, and Jeremy's writhing body fell still. Casimir was standing a few feet away from us, his gun still raised, his shoulders trembling. It was like he didn't dare lower his arm yet for fear the possessed man would come back to life. There was no chance of that, though. The bullet had entered Jeremy's skull at an odd, sideways angle. I couldn't bear looking at it for long. My whole body was shaking, and I felt compelled to stumble over to Cass and throw my arms around him, almost not caring that he was still holding a weapon. He immediately dropped it, fully embracing me and even pulling me up to my tiptoes to bridge our height difference. He cupped the back of my head and buried his cold face in the crook of my neck, inhaling deeply as I did the very same. His smell calmed me. Not his cologne or the scent of my fabric softener he'd obviously used on his sweater, but the fragrance that laid beneath it all. "Is that Little Brother by Calvin Klein?" I asked with a faltering chuckle. "What?" he pressed out, snickering slightly in between sobs. It was only then that I realized he was crying. "No matter. You're weird. So are you." We pulled apart, only for Cass to take a surprised step back, gaze trained on something behind me. "Whoa," he uttered. "Fee, look." I turned around only to find that Alexei, once more in his true form, had grown to easily 7 times his size. His antlers branched into the skies as though they were trees of their own. His huffing snout sent forth clouds of warm breath as big as my head, and each of his paws was the width of a tree trunk. Without warning, he wrapped a wooden claw around me, picking me up to hold before his eyes. They were shining like twin stars. For a moment, we just stared at each other. It felt like my heart was overflowing. "How are you feeling?" I asked, a tentative smile tugging on my lips. His voice rumbled like a thunderclap. "Excellent. You've done right by me, heiress. I'm grateful." "I had to," I replied by way of explanation, daring a glance below. I saw Casimir looking up at us in awe. I kicked my feet a little. It felt like I was flying. "I did not force your hand," the Lesi argued. "Of course not, but I still had to. I mean, it's you. You're my home. You're everything." He gently sat me back down in the snow, then laid down to get on eye level with us. He reminded me strangely of a resting fawn. "I have not felt this good in a long time," he admitted. "What do you intend to do now, Fiona?" It took me a while to get over his use of my name, and the fact that he seemed to be willingly awaiting instructions. Not being out of my mind, I refrained from mentioning it. Standing a little taller, I allowed a smirk to creep up on my face. Now I'll make Tom Hayes wish he never crossed my path. It's moments like this that I'm thankful to have my loyal senior employees. Knowing that Gus was currently making his rounds, I called him and explained that I was about to rely on him regarding an unsavory task that needed instant completion. He didn't even question my reasoning when I asked him to knock out Tom Hayes and bring him to me. Smart, Cass commented. He's not going to get suspicious of another guard approaching him, though I don't know if it truly would have made a difference. He seems a bit dense. Exactly why he's probably not the one who's been planning for all of this to go down. Maybe the buys even has something to do with this. I mean, it is a very inconvenient coincidence for all these problems to come up at the same time. I thought aloud before turning to the Lesi. After I'm done with him, it'll be my turn to exact justice as I see fit, he completed my sentence. I smiled thinly as he turned to disappear beyond the tree line, his cheerful humming ringing out over the meadow. Casimir cleared his throat. God! I'm glad, he muttered mistily. I wish we could sit back and relax for just a minute after this. Looking down at the lifeless body of our brother, he let go of a ragged breath. I can't believe this. I know that was a great shot though, just by the by. He gave me a wan smirk. Thanks. So, do we keep him lying around here or? I started. Right, we need a box. Shit, where do we get? I called my coffin guy earlier. He owes me a favor. He'll be here in an hour or so and drop off something for us. You have a coffin guy? I have a guy for everything. Sis, cars, suits, ill-gotten documents, gossip that can be used for defamation. I'm very well connected. I'll have you know. We returned inside where we were joined by Gus after just a few minutes. Strong as an ox, that guy. He was carrying Tom Hayes with ease, slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Help me take him down into the basement, I ordered, and Gus grunted, following me down the stairs. In the basement, he dropped the unconscious man on the floor. There you go, boss. Do I want to ask? I know you do, I replied steadily. Don't worry, though. I'll tell you all about it sometime. He looked at me with a tilted head before treating me to a crooked smile. Sure, Miss Novak. He turned and went back outside where Cass was waiting to send him off with a coffee. This left me alone with Tom. I took the time to bind his wrists and ankles together using zip ties. Then I sat down beside him and started to shake him by the shoulders. Getting him to wake up was rather difficult. At first he didn't respond at all, but he eventually began to stir and moan. When I gave him a final slap across the face, his eyes flew open, darting around in confusion before settling on me. They widened in horror when the veil lifted. Shit! Yeah, that about sums it up, I replied, nodding in agreement. Your situational awareness astounds me. If you hurt me, I'll kill the white rabbit. I frowned. Tom, I already have it back. I'd be taking a huge risk pulling this stunt otherwise, don't you think? His lip quivered. No, how'd you... Somebody retrieved it for me. How do you not know the rabbit's gone? Where were you keeping it? I wasn't. He was. I didn't have it. He did all along. I don't even know shit about souls. I just wanted to make some cash. I pay you enough. Why betray me? He shrugged. I don't know. It was cash. So you're saying somebody hired you? He nodded. Okay, Tom. How about you just tell me everything? I'm not supposed to. Tom, I have literally kidnapped you and I'm holding you prisoner. Whoever hired you can't help you. Your job right now is to convince me not to kill you, I explained slowly, holding his gaze, and to hurt you less. You wouldn't do that! Oh yeah, just a sec. I think it's around here somewhere. I held up a finger, then turned on my heel and started rummaging through the boxes behind us. I had thrown a lot of my old stuff down here, including some things I used to use back when I was with Jacek. These items were of too much sentimental value to throw away, but keeping them in my room wasn't an option anymore as looking at them caused me pain, a different kind than what they were intended for. Whirling back around, I held up two thin, long black objects, one in each hand. What do you think? Cat o' nine tails or riding crop? Hayes' jaw dropped. Come on, I'm giving you the choice here, I encouraged him. Or I've got other stuff too, if you'd prefer. He just started screaming. I sighed deeply. This isn't getting us anywhere, Tom. Talk. It's as easy as that. I don't want to have to resort to this. It's no fun if the other person's not into it. Fine, okay, Jesus, you're crazy. I smiled, lowering the whips. I'm listening. Okay, so this guy came up to me one day, completely out of nowhere. He just showed up at my apartment, and he told me to post a bunch of shit online about the woods, and to set up cameras and upload videos. 2, he gave me this weird-ass cage with the rabbit inside. There were a bunch of symbols on it, some kind of spell to keep that thing from running off. Anyways, he made me keep it at my place to watch and said I should use it as leverage if you ever were to find out. The words spilled from his lips like water from a broken dam. I kept a close eye on his face. He seemed to be telling the truth. Anyways, after you called us in to talk about the cameras, I wrote the note. And then I kinda just didn't know what to do for a couple days. I was getting nervous. I was afraid you'd find out or something. I kept second-guessing everything, and then I ended up calling that man. I got him to take back the rabbit and store it elsewhere, because I had a feeling you might try to get to it. And that's basically it. He looked up at me with wide eyes, awaiting judgment. Who was he? The man, dumbass. Who was he? Didn't he give you a name? John Smith. Obviously fake, but I didn't care. I just took the money he handed me when he came over. What's he look like? Tom thought for a moment. In his late 60s, I'd say. Tall, kind of built. Bit of a bird's nose, green eyes. He trailed off. That's all I got. Really. For a moment, I didn't say anything. Then, I turned around once more to look through some other boxes. I finally produced an old photo album which I leafed through, stopping at a specific picture taken several years ago. I fished it out to hold in front of Tom's face. He craned his head to examine it. Could that be him? I inquired, my throat bone dry. Yes, I think so, Tom nodded eagerly. Okay, I said calmly. Then I guess we're done here. I grabbed Tom and dragged him to his feet, forcing him to half stagger, half crawl up the stairs. Behind the basement door, Cass was waiting for us, his laptop at the ready. We took Tom by the arms and carried him over to the couch where we had him sit down. My brother cut his hands free, then shoved his laptop into his arms. There, log into your accounts and delete every single thing you ever posted about us. In fact, delete the accounts too, he commanded. Not in the mood for backtalk anymore, Tom went straight to work. Meanwhile, I went back downstairs to tidy up the mess I'd made in the basement, bringing the photo album with me upon my return. It took Tom Hayes an hour to wipe his social media clean of the crap he'd been spouting. When he was done, Cass cut his ankles loose too, and Tom sighed in relief. Can I go now? Hayes, you're responsible for several deaths. It's because of you that the safety of our property and the creatures dwelling within it was compromised, Casimir said slowly, each word rolling off his tongue with grave emphasis. Understanding once more forced its way into Tom's features. What are you going to do to me? Nothing, I answered plainly, helping him up. Am I fired? Oh no, just get back to your spot and walk your route. He eyed me with suspicion, but still moved to walk out the door. I followed, stopping on the porch to look after him as he headed for the edge of the forest. He didn't make it very far. Before he was halfway across the red meadow, a massive shape parted from the trees and gigantic, branch-like claws descended on the now screaming man. He tried to run, but it was useless. The Lesi closed his hand around him, lifting him into the air, not unlike he'd done me. There was nothing gentle or careful about it this time, though. The wood demon threw his head back, opening his mouth before dropping the squirming man down his maw. A crunch of bone, a spatter of blood to color the snow, a cry of pain and panic breaking off abruptly. That was the last anyone ever saw or heard of Tom Hayes. I returned into the house with a long, soft sigh. Casimir was waiting for me on the sofa, long limbs stretched out, one hand in his hair. I took care of the body while you were downstairs, he announced, but we're gonna have to dig a pretty large hole pretty soon. I don't think Jeanette likes sharing her stable with a coffin. Has Hayes been dealt with? The High King of the Forest has exacted his revenge, I muttered grimly, feeling rather like the narrator of a creepy old fairy tale. Casimir nodded. All right then. I'm dreading to ask, but we both know I have to. So, what did you find out? Tom really was hired by someone. Someone we know. Someone who hates me. Who? I dropped down beside him. Dad? I can't believe this. I can't fathom any fucking part of this anymore. It's been a pretty sucky night. I couldn't really sleep, and I kept jumping at every little noise I heard, thinking it could be Nick coming to take his due, but it wasn't. Not so far, at least. So I guess it's time to talk about my dad. Thing is, up to this day I never figured there was much to say about him at all. My father is... well, he's hardly worth mentioning. I don't even know how old he is exactly. We never talk anymore. Hell, we never really have. I had a lot of time to think about that when I was digging up the frozen ground alongside Casimir yesterday. I eventually told him to just stand back and let me do the work. He was panting an awful lot. "You okay? Where's all that stamina you always brag about?" "Shut up," he muttered, leaning into his shovel for support. I frowned. "Cass." "I'm fine," he grunted. "Let's do this." He lifted his shovel once again, but I stepped out of the hole and placed my hand on his chest, gently pushing him back. "Go get inside. Warm up and drink some water. You look like you're about to pass out." Grumbling, he tossed the tool aside and lumbered up the steps to the porch. I continued digging for a while, but ended up having to take a break and sit down. I jumped when out of nowhere, a brown bird landed on my shoulder. It was so fat it was nearly circular, and it looked rather funny, what with its puffy feathers and the teeny tiny beak. It took to the air again right away, flapping its itty-bitty wings like crazy in a futile effort to keep its heavy body up. It bumbled around for a moment and I started laughing hysterically. It was simply too amusing. Blinded by tears of laughter, I didn't see the transformation, but after I'd wiped my eyes, I found a familiar tree monster towering over me. "Holy shit," I pressed out in between fits of giggles. "You're so great, I fucking love you." "Well," Alexei bowed his head like an actor after a performance. "Did you know it was me?" "Of course I knew it was you. If there's a bird around here, it's always you. What brings you by?" "I saw you breaking your back there. Fiona, you saved me from an affliction that would have cost me my life. If you need something, just..." He plunged one set of claws into the ground where I'd been digging and pulled out a sizable chunk of earth. "Ask." "Oh, thank you. You just made that easier. And I was planning on asking you for help sometime, but I was going to save that favor for something tricky." "My benevolence isn't quite so fickle as that," Alexei replied, sounding almost reproachful. "I'm not a common fairy." "So you're saying there will be no petty favor trading?" "No. If you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, you will have it. That I swear." I found myself moved by his words. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Then I settled on teasing. "So, I can finally make you a friendship bracelet?" "Impertinent wench," he grunted. "Ruin the moment, did I?" "Utterly. That out of the way, why is it that you seem so mournful? You look plain when you cry." I sighed. "You couldn't just keep on being nice, could you? It's about Tom Hayes. And my dad. Turns out he probably instigated this whole mess. Cass and I, we've been trying to figure out how to go about this. You don't happen to know anything about my father, do you?" The Lesi hummed in thought, casually wrapping his talons around the coffin sitting behind me on the porch, and lifting it up as if it were a football. He unceremoniously nudged it into the hole before sweeping his paw over the heap of soil we'd piled up on the side, covering up the grave for good. "I never spoke with him. A very religious man, is he not?" "Yes, definitely. And that's honestly one of the only things I ever really knew about him." I shrugged. "We weren't close." "How glad I am for that. He would have steered you in a wholly different direction with all his devout ramblings. Back when your mother used to come to talk to me, she was worried his beliefs would clash with your bloodline's responsibilities. She had the right of it. She never spoke with me again after their wedding." "Oh, I had no idea you two were friends." "That is not the word I would have used. Anna Novak was a fair warden to me for that first half of her life, but that is all that ever was to it. She'd occasionally come to ask for advice, and I would provide it happily enough, but there was no bond to speak of save for this courtesy. After she was wedded, she distanced herself from the woods entirely. It was still sad to receive news of her death, though." He glanced at the ground by our feet. "And now I've buried her son. It would seem that many members of your clan find their final resting place here beneath the red meadow." "Many?" I repeated. "Who else is there, aside from Mom?" Alexei's snout crinkled. What a very human expression on the face of a stag. "How much were you told? Do you know of Arcadius?" "Arcadius?" "I see that further explanation is necessary. Considering your shift in responsibilities, is this something you wish to pursue?" "I don't know. Can I get back to you on that?" "Maybe. I'm definitely intrigued. but I couldn't say how much information I can handle right now. Understandable. I will find you when you're ready. He straightened up, his muscles groaning like bending wood. I haven't yet had the opportunity to say so, but having a soul suits you. You look fetching when there's life in your eyes. And if this constitutes an improvement to your quality of life, then I'm very glad for you. Thank you, it's nice to hear that. Fiona, if I ever mistreated you, please. We're good. And it's good to know you. It's good that you're in charge around here. Wouldn't want any other creature to be. He looked at me for a while, his gaze completely unreadable. Whatever was going on behind those animal eyes, he wasn't intent on sharing. Huffing out a warm cloud of breath into the chilly winter air, he nodded, turned and trotted off towards the tree line. I patted down the dirt over the grave, flattening the ground with my shovel before returning inside to check on Casimir. He was resting on the couch, looking much better than a couple minutes ago. How are you? I'm all right. So where do we go from here? Why would Dad do something like this? I don't get it. I mean, yes, he hates you, and he's always hated the woods, but I never thought he'd go and do something like this. No clue. Could you maybe reach out to him, call him and put it on speaker? He doesn't have to know you're here, I suggested. Cass nodded, readily pulling out his phone. He dialed the number, and for a couple minutes, we listened to the ringtone with bated breaths. No one picked up, though. After my little brother ended the call, I cleared my throat. While we're both feeling extremely uncomfortable, would you care to talk about what happened with Jem? Do we have to? Right now, I mean. I guess not. I just think we ought to discuss it at some point. It's no good to keep that kind of thing bottled up. He kept on dodging the question, and I have up eventually. We ended up turning in pretty early, hoping to rest up. I figured maybe some extra hours of sleep would soothe my mind. Why I thought that I could finally catch a break, I'll never know. I woke up to the sound of nails reading across a hard surface, a grating, nasty sound that had me sit up with a start. My heart pounding wildly, I glanced around frantically in an effort to make out the source of the noise, but my room was enveloped in complete and utter darkness. I swallowed, my throat bone dry. "Who's there?" I pressed out, somehow managing to sound at least kind of intimidating. I slowly reached for the drawer in my nightstand. I keep a cross and some salt and stuff in there just in case. Also a knife, because you never know. Before my hand could reach the wooden knob, though, something kicked the underside of my bed from below. The entire frame jumped and I fell back onto my heap of pillows with a startled yelp. Flying into a panic, I tore open the drawer, my fingers closing around the handle of the combat knife in an iron grip. Hastily flicking on my bedside lamp, I pressed my back to the wall behind me, my eyes once more darting around the room. Everything was still again. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. No, of course not. It was under the bed. It was under the fucking bed. Summoning all my courage, I leaned over the side of the bed to peek into the pitch-black space underneath it. My breath caught in my throat when I found gleaming eyes staring back at me. Before I could react, a large hand reached out from below, red fingers with blackened talons gripping and entangling themselves in my long hair, grabbing but not pulling. For a moment, I was frozen in place as the eyes that held my gaze moved closer, revealing the face they were set in. Boo. All my pent-up fear escaped me in one long, deep sigh. I should have fucking known. Nick rolled out from under my bed and sat up in one fluent motion, smirking widely. "Oh, I'm sorry, did I scare you?" "Yes, you did, though I'm surprised you've got nothing better to do considering who you are." He smiled thinly. "I've always time to prove a point." "Point being?" I asked in sharp exasperation. "You really ought to be more respectful. Have I given you the impression that you have nothing to fear from me?" "Look, it's not that I'm not afraid of you. Honestly, Nick, you terrify me. You are a being whose true form exceeds comprehension. You command hell itself. You're a goddamn nightmare." "And not the kind I like." I rolled my shoulders, wincing at the crack they produced. "But I'm just so exhausted." Nick's features softened. He looked upon me with kind eyes, an expression that would have likely put me at ease coming from literally anybody else. "Oh," he cooed, tilting his head. "I'm sorry to hear that. You do look awfully tired." He extended his hand as if he wanted to touch my face, but I batted it away as soon as it got close. He didn't comment on it, dropping his arm with his deceptively tender gaze still trained on me. "Let me mend it then," he said. "I might present you with some options you'd like to consider. Could you please just tell me what you want from me? I've no nerve for any more bullshit right now." His lips twitched, almost giving in to a display of fury, but not quite. "Fair enough. Cool. Let's go downstairs and talk this out in the kitchen." Let's not. Let's stay here. This is kind of my personal space," I argued. "Oh, I know," I groaned. "All right, bring it." Nick grinned, rising to his feet and sitting down at the foot of my bed. "This property of yours is special. I'll admit that I'm not all-powerful. And your land? Well, I have little to no influence here. Back when the Black Mill was still inhabited and being used, I had the hetmans tell me what was going on here from time to time, but with Jacek having taken his place at my side, even the last one of my worshippers has left this place. This puts you into an interesting position. Your land is neither mine nor..." He paused, rolling his lips together. "God's," I suggested. He nodded, brows furrowing. "You've trouble saying that, eh?" "Maybe. I'm out of my comfort zone here. No matter. The creatures here are unholy, but not under my rule. The ground is impure, but not tainted. It's difficult. There's no higher or lower power pulling the strings here. This place is unclaimed territory, which is why I believe that a certain being chose it as its resting place." "A certain being," I echoed. "What kind of being?" "A powerful one. If you think that I exceed comprehension, then you couldn't even begin to understand the one I'm looking for. It's a creature that wasn't made by the divine hand. I do not know how it came into being, if it was ever birthed. Perhaps it simply is. I could not describe it to you in any words that you would fathom. But I have been searching for it for a long, long time. Why? I need to consume it. I need it within me. I need to be one with it. This thing, this creature, it could help me turn the tide." "Turn the tide," I repeated. "Do you mean..." "Exactly what you think I mean." Nick's smile grew, now looking like it could split his face. "And since you hold some semblance of authority here, I want you to locate it for me." He drew closer. "You're shaking, Fiona. This do anything to wake you up?" "I don't want to help you," I gritted out. "I don't want to do this." "Why? 'Cause you're so devout all of a sudden. Please." He let out a derisive snort. "You haven't been to church since your father dragged you there nearly 2 decades ago. You are vain, lustful, lazy. Do I really need to go on? All this sounds to me like you've very much picked a side. You prefer chaos over order. You're not a pure little dove, Miss Novak. And no amount of pristine white gowns is going to change that. Besides..." He trailed off, and I squeaked when his eyes turned an inky black. His skin paled and his hair curled atop his head. "I do have something you want." "Stop that," I hissed. Dread mixed with nausea as I saw him take on Jacek's features. "Change back. Calm down, it's all good. Hey, I promised I'd give him back. I've thought about it, and seriously, I wouldn't mind you two hooking up again. Do you have any idea how powerful that boy is? How powerful you could be? If you two had a kid, it'd be splendid." I let out an incredulous laugh. "And you'd eat that too, would you?" He shrugged. "Nothing personal. It's all about the might." I shuddered, face scrunching up. "I think this isn't a conversation I want to be having." "Well, then I guess that's just a discussion for another day." He stood up, wiping the corner of his mouth. "My request is clear, though. Find me this sleeping being and tell me where it rests. I'll be in touch, so don't stress out over contacting me. I expect results soon, but not quite so soon that you'll lose more sleep over it." The devil grinned, reaching out to tip my chin up. "Rest assured, I never ask for more than people can give. I take care of mine." "I'm not yours," I shouted. But he had already disappeared into thin air. You'd think I wouldn't be able to sleep after having the literal devil house under my bed, but I actually found the part of the night that followed very restful. Maybe all the excitement had exhausted me. To my surprise, no alarm clock rang me out of bed the following day. I was tickled awake by the gentle rays of winter sunlight falling in through my window. I admittedly felt a little like a Disney princess. Someone had drawn the curtains open and tucked my blanket closer around me. I noticed it as soon as I opened my eyes. A fuzzy warmth spread in my chest as I swung my legs out of bed and started climbing into my dress. Traipsing down the stairs, I was met with the delicious smell of pancakes. This was suspiciously pleasant. Upon entering the kitchen, I found Cass waiting for me, holding out a loaded plate. "You made breakfast?" His shoulders drooped. "I was feeling really guilty for how I blew you off yesterday," he admitted sheepishly. "And then I had a really sad, creepy nightmare where you were standing across from me and you were looking at me with your eyes all white and you were crying, and I wanted to comfort you, but then all of my teeth fell out. Anyway, I went to wake you up, but you looked so peaceful. I ended up turning off your alarm. Figured you'd need the rest. I've already checked up on the morning shift. Everyone seems to be doing all right, although we will need a replacement for Hayes sooner rather than later. Didn't you meet some folks who were interested in working here a little while ago? You know, when you went to town." "Yeah, but I don't know if we ought to be conducting interviews at a time like this," he argued. "We're gonna have to. We don't have to do it here. We could do it somewhere public. There's a diner there that's not so bad, right? That might work." A sparkle returned to Cass's eyes as he proceeded to douse my pancakes in syrup. "I hope it was okay that I came into your room. I was missing you a lot. I know that makes me sound like a baby, but what are you gonna do?" I interrupted him casually. "Sweetie, you're not Jem, and you used to hang out in my room all the time." I set my plate down on the kitchen table and proceeded to tell him about Nick's visit the night prior. Casimir was shocked, but I assured him that I wasn't letting the devil's mind games get to me. "So aside from that, we've potentially been sitting on what? An eldritch horror that's sleeping somewhere on our property," he clarified. "Seems like it, but on the plus side, all Nick asked me to do is locate it. Not to wake it up, not to make contact, just to locate it." I shrugged. "I think I can do that." "I can run some job interviews on the side," my little brother offered readily. "I'd appreciate it, but like, elephant in the room, what do we do about Dad?" Casimir fell silent. "I seriously don't know, but I'll try to come up with something, I promise. You can't waste your energy worrying about him right now. It's been bad enough for you as of late. I need you to be okay. I'm scared for you. Anyone else would have probably gone insane by now." I smiled, waving him off. "Surely not anyone." "Fee, that wasn't some sort of compliment. I think you're literally at risk of losing your mind," he said sternly. "Look, I'll try to take care of the Dad situation. You do what Nick asked. If we keep him happy, he'll uphold the deal with the Hulderfolk. Besides, I really don't want him to be pissed at us. He freaks me the fuck out." "I know what you mean." Squirming in my seat, I tried to meet Cass's pale green gaze. "Okay, I'm not sure if I should be telling you this, but Nick, he kind of likes you. He says that once you die, you'll become one of those demons who torture the sinners in lust. Is that something you want to do by any chance?" From the disgusted look on his face, I could tell that it was probably not. Casimir seemed to be genuinely repulsed by the idea, but his answer was rather level-headed. I guess I knew. I honestly don't know if I can even change that, and I wouldn't even know how to start trying. Maybe not knock up every other girl you meet?" He let out a dry chuckle. "Yeah, that'd be a start, but that's something I've been meaning not to do anymore either way. Fee, I'm not a monster." "I know." I quietly cut off a part of my pancake stack. "Hey, Jeremy said some pretty concerning things about how you'd understand what he'd done if you were real with yourself, and that it was different for you guys. Any chance you could tell me what he meant by that?" Casimir shook his head. "Jem's crazy. Yes, I know what he's talking about, but it's bullshit. Of course we had a shit time as kids, but that doesn't mean you're allowed to go and kill people." "A shit time?" I repeated quizzically. Cass let go of a deep, ragged breath. "It's about Mum, I think. See, Mum was really pretty sucky. Not to you, of course, because she loved you, but us, especially us boys. Well, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to describe it except for cold. Okay, I feel shitty just saying that. I loved Mum, but it's okay, tell me." "All right, so my personal experience was that I could never do anything right in her mind. You know I was pretty good at school, right? She didn't care. I came to her one summer with all A's and she just brushed me off. Whenever I tried to talk to her, she'd do this thing where she'd nod along and pretend to listen, but actually didn't. That just made me feel stupid. But I don't want to whine or anything. She had good days too. Sometimes she was really sweet. That'd just make me feel confused. My little brother heaved a sigh. She'd get really angry with me every time I did something wrong. Something small was enough. I'd knock over a glass and spill water and she'd blow up at me, or I'd accidentally break a dish and she wouldn't talk to me for days. Like, she'd literally pretend I didn't exist. I felt worthless. I know I shouldn't be complaining. She kept me fed and well-dressed and everything. That's just keeping your base needs covered. You're still allowed to be unhappy with how she treated you, I replied. Dad kept me fed too, and he fucking hated me. You wouldn't believe how much shit I did just to get a rise out of him. He was always angry with me, and it was like whenever we were alone, he would actively try to, I don't know, take me down a peg. Like one time, he was driving me to the doctor's office because I'd caught this really bad cold. That was when I was around 15, I think. And the whole drive, he just kept on insulting me. He literally called me names, and I hadn't spoken the entire time. I was just trying to tune him out. Fuck. Dad was really like that to you. I mean, I knew you didn't get along at all, but I always thought, hell, I don't even know what I thought. He snorted. I can't believe those were the same two people we're talking about. Dad was always in my corner as a kid. He was there for me. He comforted me. He taught me a bunch of stuff. He just saw me. Does that make sense? He was on my side. I just wish there hadn't been sides, I said softly. Yeah, I think it was even worse for Jeremy. But then again, he was always really fucking weird. Honestly, I should have known he'd turn into something like this. There were a couple things I noticed and, well, I never said anything. He told me not to. In fact, he basically threatened me once. For some reason, I actually only remembered that yesterday. What kind of things did he do? I asked hesitantly. Cass squirmed in his seat, hiding his face by bringing his coffee mug to his lips. You wouldn't want to know. I shouldn't have brought it up. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong too. Never mind. So what's your plan for today? Deciding not to press the matter, I leaned back, sliding aside my by then empty plate. I'm going to go talk to the Banik. He's bound to be able to help me out. Yeah, I reckon he'd know about this, Casimir said comfortably, his posture straightening as a smile returned to his face. Guess I'm going to see what I can do in regards to new hires. And Dad, of course. Appreciate it. I stood up, reaching out to gather the dirty dishes in my arms, but my brother stopped me. Leave it to me. I nodded, then went to pick up 2 bars of scented soap from my cupboard. A couple gifts never go wrong with the Banik. The snow had been piling up outside overnight. Glistening white covered the rooftops of the house, the stables and the sauna. Thick fog hung languidly over the red meadow, making the trees behind it appear like phantoms rising from the mist. Ominous, breathtakingly beautiful. The spirit of the sauna answered my knocking and request for entry almost right away. He gratefully accepted my offering and listened intently as I stated my purpose. What you're asking of me is no simple task of divination, he gibbered. But I know what you're looking for, and it can be done. Do come in. Smiling gratefully, I stepped inside. The Banik scurried over to the wooden bucket of water in the corner and proceeded to drag it into the middle of the room. I watched as he draped his arms around it. To my wonder, the water began to steam and bubble. The spirit dropped one of my soaps into the boiling bucket and then motioned for me to come closer. Your bloodline is a strong one, heiress. Your family has come a long way, and your past still echoes across this land. I can help you see memories that aren't yours. If you provide me with a drop of your blood, it will act as a key or a conduit, if you will. I nodded eagerly, pulling out my pocket knife and readily pricking the tip of my index finger. Ignoring the slight sting of pain, I squeezed out a bead of red and allowed it to drip into the bucket at the Banik's instructions. The water seemed to boil even more furiously, turning a deep, dark red. I shrank back, the sight slightly unsettling. What now? I stammered uncertainly. You'll have to dip your head in. What? I can't do that. It's going to burn my face off. That won't be a problem. There is something else you'll need to worry about, though. This isn't perfectly safe. Keep your wits about you. You'll see things, and if you stay in the water for too long, there's a possibility you might feel an influence. An influence. I don't rightly know what else to call it. A highly unpleasant side effect. You could go, well, mad, for lack of a better word. but I'll know when to stop you and I will pull you up when it's time. You may rely on me." "Do I want to?" I asked, nervous fingertips tracing the wood lines on the bucket. "It is your choice alone, but I do believe it would be of great importance for you to see. It could establish a connection between you and your ancestors. That could be useful considering your predicament." I regarded him with narrowed eyes. "And I can trust you with this?" "I so swear. What good would it do me to kill my own warden?" I nodded slowly. Then I took in a deep, steadying breath before pressing my eyes shut and plunging face first into the bucket. I really did feel no pain. The water bubbling around me was pleasantly warm even. I could feel my hair being cautiously drawn up behind my head, and I smiled to myself when I realized that the Banik was holding it up for me. Readying myself for whatever was about to happen, I opened my eyes. To my surprise, this, too, didn't hurt. I didn't even feel the need to breathe. For a moment, I couldn't see a thing. Then, all of a sudden, my mind was flooded with images. Everything I saw and felt was different, wholly different. It took me a few seconds to realize that this wasn't actually happening. These were simply memories, an experience belonging to somebody else. I wasn't in the steaming room anymore. I wasn't in my woods at all, hell. I wasn't even in my own body. I was a man on a horse riding at the front of a long trek. Walking behind me were roughly a dozen creatures of various shapes and sizes. Some stood upright, while others prowled on all fours. Some had faces, while others had snouts. Those aquatic brings who could not go on foot were being pulled along in a large basin on wheels or carried in jars. In front of me on the horse, nestled between my legs, sat a little boy. He was playing with the mane of my horse, braiding and twisting it while whistling a small tune to pass the time. Twigs and leaves were sticking out of his unruly dark brown hair. Too short, fuzz-covered branches pierced his scalp on either side, nubs that would one day become large, majestic antlers. Once he got older, he'd surely be able to shift into a more defined human form instead of this, admittedly adorable, mixed-up body. I had yet to see him take on his primal, likely more monstrous appearance. It couldn't be that big and scary, considering his young age, but I had a feeling he was hiding it in order to appeal to my own human paternal instincts. I didn't want to embarrass the proud little thing by bringing it up, though. The child would grow into a powerful creature, but as he was now, he was abandoned, hurt, and in need of protection. Normally, a Lesi would be raised in the woods he was to rule upon maturing, the offspring of another Lesi and a swamp Kikimora. His purpose in life would have been to become the new woodland guardian once his father died. I had found the boy at a crossroads, all by his lonesome and in obvious distress. When I'd asked about his territory and kin, he'd just started crying and wailing like a dying animal. That had settled it for me. He was going to come with us. I figured he was like the majority of the others, a fugitive, chased out of his natural habitat by the believers, the self-proclaimed saints who intended to purify grounds that weren't theirs to claim by hunting down the spirits that reside upon them. I had never been a man of God, but I could understand their fear. Still, I didn't want the ancients to die. That's why I was doing what I did, looking for a new home for these beings. I turned my head to look at the man riding alongside me. His steed was pale as death itself, his sallow fingers clutching the reins with steely resolve. Despite the bags under his eyes and the sweat and grease that made his black hair look like a bird's nest, he seemed to be holding up well enough. "Is it still following us?" I asked, speaking in a language I, Fiona, did not know, but I, the rider, had been born into. "Yes," the man replied curtly, his voice deep and gruff. "Is it close?" "I don't know. Are you regretting this?" A shrug. Aegon Hetman was a silent fellow. Still, the brief smile he threw me assured me that he hadn't lost faith in our mission just yet. Arek?" A tiny voice piped up. The boy in my lap had turned to face me, his eyes wide. I didn't have to ask what he'd meant to turn my attention to. Something was covering the sky, the hills, the trees up ahead. I could not for the life of me find the words to describe it. The sight in itself was so foreign, so unnatural and alien that it stole the breath from my throat. The little boy started whimpering, and soon his sobs turned into full-on weeping as he pressed his face to my chest. I placed my palm against the back of his head, somehow managing to stammer out gentle whispers of comfort that utterly failed in their effect, seeing as I, too, was beyond terrified. "Is it alive? Is that the thing? Is it?" the child whined, grabbing at my sleeves as if trying to pull them around himself. "Yes," I said softly. "Why won't it leave us alone?" he wailed. "I don't know, little one," I replied. "It's not moving," Egan remarked, sounding deeply unsettled but trying to hide it. "Could we go around it somehow?" "I don't know that we can," I answered pensively. It's gigantic." It was hard not to lose face considering what we were looking at. Normally, with the creatures we'd already encountered, it had been easy to come off of the shock after a moment. They'd resemble humans or animals, just enough for me to always keep my composure. To always stand tall and either talk to them or convince them to leave me and my party alone with Brawn or the Miller's black magic. Or, of course, to join us. This thing, though, was completely unfamiliar, beyond description, beyond comprehension. It was impossible to tell if it had needs or wants or instincts, or what in the world they were if it did. It was shapeless, shimmering in a strange mix of dusky hues. It wasn't even corporeal. It just seemed to stand in the sky like the sunset. Despite all this, it seemed to radiate a certain sentience, an intent that I couldn't fathom. "Egon, you have to know something about this," I whispered. He merely shook his head, eyes still trained on the thing. "I swear I don't. I'd tell you if I did, but I got nothing." He sounded almost astounded, and I don't know what disturbed me more. The fact that a worshipper of the devil didn't know what nameless horror this thing was, or that he was visibly scared of it. Arik, the tiny Lesi in my arms, cried out, "It's coming closer, I can feel it. It's coming." In the real world, I, Fiona, was pulled out of the water, emerging with a gasp. The Banik moved to my front, regarding me with probing eyes. "What did you see?" For a while, all I could do was stare at him. My throat had gone bone dry. "I'll be right back." With that, I scrambled to my feet and staggered out the door. My head was reeling, my cheeks flushed. The cold winter air hit my wet skin, almost piercing in its chill. I sucked it in, taking deep, frantic breaths. My mind was running wild. It was all over the place. I looked down at my hands, confused at the sight of my slender, pale fingers instead of the rider's long, calloused ones. Fuck. This was what the Banik had warned me of, wasn't it? He was still there. The rider was still in my head. I didn't feel like I was me. A name kept echoing through my thoughts. Aradius, Arik, the traveler, the helmsman of the inhuman procession. His blood was in my veins, diluted, yes, but somehow stronger than ever. At that moment, it seemed to be boiling, and then the ground began to shake. I frowncy in place. The snow looked like it was vibrating, quivering and trembling, as if the earth beneath was getting goosebumps. This was not my imagination. As I shot a glance over at the house, I saw the door being thrown open. Cass appeared on the stoop, eyes wide with terror. Within a second, he was at my side, shaking me by the shoulders, as if the earthquake wasn't doing so quite forcefully enough for his liking. "What's happening?" he shouted. For once, I was speechless. My heart sank when I heard screams ring out from beyond the tree line. My guards. Alexei. Where were they? I willed myself to calm, trying to ward off the fog of panic. "I don't know," I cried out. Then my gaze wandered over to the red meadow. Once more, I fell silent. "Look," I said under my breath. Cass turned his head to follow my stare. Swirling colors were hovering over the plain, like simmering heat in the summer. The air seemed to ripple and quail. I apologize for the lackluster description, but I simply can't seem to put the sight into words. It instilled within me a fear similar to the one I'd felt upon seeing Nick for the first time. What I was looking at was unfathomable, and yet, however impossibly, alive. Unable to contain his horror, Casimir let out a sharp yell, half of which died in his throat. I stood still as a statue, not daring to move, to scream, not even to think. And then Like nothing had ever happened, the nebula sank back into the snow. The quaking earth stilled beneath our feet. Complete silence settled over the woods. The calm that followed the earthquake was almost as chilling as the event itself. There was nothing soothing or peaceful about it. Neither of us dared to move. I bit my lip, slowly turning to face my brother. The look on Casimir's face was completely disturbed, and I was sure mine was the same. Unable to keep his mouth shut for too long, he was the first to speak up again, breaking the silence. "What the fuck? I need to see after the others," I choked out, turning towards the woods. "I'll come with you," my little brother stated readily, and I took note of the gleam of the handgun tucked into his waistband in haste. Heading into the direction of the tree line, we found a familiar figure hovering beneath the snow-laden branches. Alexei was in his human form, kneeling on the ground, slumped over and palming his face. His shoulders were trembling, and it was only when I got closer that I realized he was trying not to cry. He looked up at us, eyes big and startled like a deer in the headlights. "You're here." His voice was a low, anguished growl. "Of course I'm here." I dropped onto my knees in the snow in front of him. Why wouldn't I be? I felt the earth shake, and I saw the evening redness over the meadow. "Arek!" Suddenly, his eyes overflowed. He started wiping at them with a fury, turning his head away. "Casimir, would you give us a moment?" I asked with a sidelong glance at my brother. "Sure, I'll check on the guards," Cass offered, taking off into the thicket and leaving me alone with Alexei. I cautiously crawled up to him and placed a tentative hand on his shoulder. Okay, big guy, I'm about to hug you. If you have any objections, let me know." He pressed himself against me before I could finish my sentence. The embrace lasted only for a second before he snapped out of it, quickly and forcibly disentangling himself. He awkwardly cleared his throat and rose to his feet. We won't speak of this again. Would you mind telling me what exactly just happened?" I couldn't say exactly. There's something, he faltered, trailing off to take a deep breath. "Beneath the red meadow, it sleeps. It has been sleeping for a long, long time, completely quiet too. What in the world happened to make it stir? The only thing I can think of is, I did this clairvoyance ritual thingy with the Banik, and I saw the memories of..." I paused, holding his gaze as I spoke the name I knew meant so much to him. "Aradius. Aradius," he repeated, his tone laced with reverence. You were very, very cute as a kid." I raised my index fingers to the sides of my head, indicating the nubby antlers I'd seen on his infant form. "What with the little stickies in your hair and all, you were so tiny." "Oh, wrong moment to bring that up." He gave me an irritated snort. It never ceases to astound me how someone so well-bred and elegant can be this snarky. "I'm not being snarky, I just genuinely think you were adorable." So change snarky to irreverent, and my point still stands. He was visibly trying to hide the smile that was tugging on the corner of his mouth. As much as he claimed to despise my impertinence, it rather seemed to amuse him. "Could you tell me about Aradius, then? What do you know so far?" "Well, my mum always used to say that some ancestor of ours immigrated here from a Western Slavic country, and that he built the house and the sauna and brought all the creatures with him. But I want to hear it from you." "Fine, walk with me." He offered his arm and I shrugged, stepping closer and folding my hand around its crook. He had to temper the length of his strides for me to be able to keep up. "It's been several hundred years since I last made an effort to remember Aradius, so please excuse the hesitation. This isn't exactly easy for me. Arek liked mysteries. He was a bit of one himself. None of us ever found out much about him, who he used to be, where exactly he came from, why he did the things he did. He simply appeared to all those of us who needed him. I assume you bore witness to the state he found me in. I was small, young, alone and completely hopeless. I had no home, no land to call my own. If he hadn't taken me in, I wouldn't have survived. Times were changing back then. You humans were losing their regard for us. When I say us, I'm referring to the collective of beings that I, too, am a part of. Not human, not sacred, not hellish. The church was discouraging you people from respecting us. Worse, they were actively pitting them against our kind. They managed to get some of them as far as to try and hunt us down. The ones who had once sought our benevolence and protection now came after us with their pitchforks. Obviously, you little folk are no match for most of us, so the only beings they were strong enough to kill were the weak ones, less powerful creatures, and youths and children. Admittedly, most of us come into existence not by birth, but as the ghostly remains of humans. But take me, for example. I am the result of the union between a Lesi and his wife. I would have spent my infancy sleeping and waiting, one with the forest, until the wood demon that fathered me died. I would have, if it hadn't been for the saints taking torches to the trees that were my birthright. Alexei fell silent as his steps slowed. His eyes were downcast, his mouth a stiff line. I was about to say something when he spoke up again. Don't pity me. I don't need your pity, wench. You have it anyway, old man. The Lesi sucked in a deep breath. Forgive me, I meant no offense. It's okay, go on. Well, Arik found me in my darkest hour, and he took me in without thinking twice. He had already gathered quite a group around him. They were nomads of sorts, a strange caravan. We were mistaken for the wild hunt several times. We never settled down, and Arik liked that. He led us into the north, then across the sea, then back, forming a good deal of alliances wherever he went. Innumerable creatures sought to follow him. He made enemies too, of course. His way of living was not exactly safe. But Arik was a skilled fighter. Not just that, he also had all of us on his side. Everyone in our party would have gladly given their life to protect him. He was our warden, our father almost, mine at the very least. I slowly moved my other hand up to pet his arm. You really loved him, huh? Alexei laughed quietly and bitterly. I allowed him to call me by a name. Of course I loved him, but I was always aware of his nature. I knew he would not be with me for long. You humans are mayflies. I've outlived Arik and every one of his heirs yet. I'm aging, yes, but I'm still nowhere near eternal sleep. I've never lost sight of that fact. So you're saying you didn't get too attached to him? I'm saying I tried. I pressed my mouth shut, suddenly feeling the grief he exuded. My hand continued to stroke his shoulder, like it was a separate entity entirely. It was a wonder he hadn't shaken it off yet. Like I said, Arik made quite a few enemies too, and one of them stood out. It was an entity unlike any other. I believe I used to call it the evening redness when I was a boy. It appeared out of nowhere, attaching itself to the Wanderer, and it kept turning up wherever we went, even though Aradius never did anything to court its wrath. We tried to figure out what it wanted, but it was futile. We'd see it, and it would see us, but it never communicated any clear intent. But it wanted him. What for? I'll never know. It was toying with him, nearly driving him mad, appearing to us again, and every time it seemed to come closer. Arik was terrified. We all were. Eventually, he packed us all up and we crossed the waters one last time together. He moved us here. We were happy enough to go along with it. It didn't matter to us where we went at the time. We'd gotten so used to being a community. Either way, we arrived and we found this place. A patch of land, unclaimed, uninhabited. It was ours. So he started building the house, the sauna for the Banik, the enclosures for the livestock. He gave me the woods, said they were mine now, that I was going to be the one to uphold order. He exhaled. I finally had a forest. My birthright. Mine and that of all those like me. We can't exist without one. So we were happy, and everything was peaceful, even though we scattered. The water spirits took over the lake. The Huldu folk started carving out its hiding spots. I began to stake my claim. Everyone was right where they should be. But Aradius's enemies had followed him as well. The Kikimora would stomp around the house occasionally and had to be dispelled. The giantess Gryla showed up to try and get her hands on the little one Aradius had fathered, and then the other being showed up, the persistent, ancient one. He paused and a strange look passed over his face. Then he shivered. He actually shivered. Nobody knew what to do anymore. Nobody knew how to fight it. Fiona, that entity, it's not like me, not like us. I don't even know if it's of this world. One night, it all came to a head. The being had been standing in the sky for days, lying in wait, as Aradius had locked himself up in his house. He was going crazy, muttering to himself, shutting himself off even from his son and the woman he'd gotten with child. His final moments must have been pure agony. I don't even know what he was thinking. All I can tell you for certain is that I was sitting in a tree, watching the house when Arek stormed out in nothing but a shirt with a knife in his hand. He went stumbling to the meadow, right where this entity was hovering, and he yelled into the sky like a frenzied animal. Then, all of a sudden, the evening redness. How to describe it? It went inside him, it entered his body, and Aradius cried out, then slit his throat. I ran to him when he fell. His blood was everywhere. It turned all the little flowers red. They've been growing in that same color ever since. He paused, letting go of a long breath. We laid him to rest, knowing the evening redness was inside of his body, in the bones that are still rotting down below, or whatever is left of him at this point. I don't know if the redness has preserved him as a vessel, but it seems as though it's still here. It seems to be sleeping, and I think you made it stir. What did you do? The question was not reproachful. I think I felt Aradius inside me. He was there for just a moment after I viewed his memories. It was like this weird resonance. I shook my head, chasing away the uncomfortable recollection. Then the ground started shaking. My bad, I guess. I tried to keep my voice light, nervously scratching the back of my head. You're not at fault. I suppose the redness has become aware of you then. It was preying on Arek all those years. It makes sense for it to perk up upon sensing his spirit's presence. I can only make assumptions, but it's possible that it has an interest in your bloodline, perhaps in its slumber. It has up until now been unaware of any descendants he's had, but it laid right back down. Is there any chance it's not going to cause any issues now that I've found it? I wish I could give you a definitive answer, my dear lady, but I truly couldn't say. Who can tell why it followed us in the first place, or why it chose this as its resting place? I see. Thank you for telling me all this, I said, gently pulling away from him. Pleasure to help, if indeed that was of any help whatsoever. He bowed his head, taking a step back. I wish to be alone for some time now. I understand, I replied steadily, watching him retreat into the thicket. I made my way back to the house with a heavy heart. I didn't know what to make of it all. I appeared to have located the being Nick was looking for, but I in no way meant to hand it over to him. I owed him, yes, and courting the devil's wrath was likely not something anyone would ever want to risk. The death of the entity itself would be nothing to mourn. It would rather be like I was avenging the killing of Aradius. But I didn't want to imagine the consequences of the evening redness being consumed by the beast. I didn't want to find out how this would help him turn the tide. I made my way back to the sauna, where I briefly caught up the understably confused, kindly old spirit. I thanked him for his efforts and stated that I would surely be back soon. Back home, I ran myself a bath. I just wanted to relax, just a little bit. By then, I should have really known that that'd be too much to ask. I undressed and slid into the tub, leaning back with a long sigh. I had left the window wide open, so the cool air was wafting in, grazing my cheeks as the rest of my body was enveloped in the pleasant heat. The soap I'd used had created soft mounds of glistening foam gliding on the warm water's surface, and I idly popped a few of the bubbles with the tip of my finger. Closing my eyes, I let myself sink in further until I was fully submerged. When your head is underwater, everything that's happening outside sounds so strange. I could hear the water drifting around me, a deep, low droning. Outside of the tub, the heater was buzzing, sending the slightest of vibrations to my ears. I could even make out the howling of the wind. The bathtub felt like a whole other dimension. I couldn't help but think of Aradius. How strange that this whole dilemma should have started with wannabe cryptid hunters entering my property when my oldest ancestor, the one who first established said property, was technically something of a cryptid hunter himself. Feeling myself run out of breath, I moved to emerge from the depths again, only to find that I couldn't. It took me only 2 seconds to realize that a large hand was pressing down on the top of my head, preventing me from bobbing up. The panic set in almost immediately. I pushed back against it, struggling and beginning to thrash around. Memories of the Vodyanoi flooded my mind. Images of my soaked wedding dress bearing me down as I flailed helplessly appeared before my inner eye. No, these weren't the Twin Lakes. I was in my own home. I was supposed to be safe. I reached out blindly, arms piercing the surface as I tried to grab onto whomever was trying to drown me. My fingers met with very, very warm skin, a lower arm which I grabbed onto and began to pull. The other person wasn't giving in, though. Down below, the sound of laughter reached my ears, abstracted by the water that was still in the way, but nevertheless audible, cruel, genuinely amused, merciless. My pulse was racing, the need to breathe growing into a sharp sting in my throat. I was growing desperate, nails digging into my assailant's skin to the point where I felt one of them bend and finally break. I screamed in pain, water entering my mouth. This is it, I kept thinking, fuck, this is it. And then, all of a sudden, the pressure was gone, and I emerged abruptly, sputtering and coughing before gasping for breath. My chest was tighter than ever, and I greedily gulped down as much cold air as I could. Furiously rubbing the water from my eyes, I blinked at the person standing over me. Unkempt brown hair, a scarred face, a wide smile. Jeremy. The shock was enough to send me scrambling away, pressing my back against the faucet. I was too afraid to move, too afraid to scream. I was quite literally frouncing in fear. Then my little brother's features began to rearrange, his eyes darkening and his face morphing until I found none other than old fucking Nick staring back at me, the grin very much the same. "Hey, Miss Novak," I exhaled loud enough to make him giggle. "Scared you there, did I?" He sat down on the side of the tub, seemingly not minding his sweatpants getting wet. He was already drenched from the struggle, foam thinly running down his dark red skin. "You really don't like Jeremy anymore, huh? I thought about doing Casimir instead, you know, just to get that extra kick out of you. But the art of shape-shifting is a subtle one, and it is infinitely more difficult to imitate someone that handsome." He shrugged. "I'm still very much satisfied with your reaction." I glowered at him, still panting. "Anyways, I had a feeling you've been making progress, so I figured I'd come over and check up on things." "Yeah, well, I found it," I admitted, chest heaving. "Excellent." He leaned in, looking delighted. "How very efficient you are." "Mm-hmm. You get a lot of things done if you don't waste time creeping into women's bedrooms or torturing your acolytes." "Are you sassing me, Fiona?" "Appear to be, yes." He narrowed his eyes at me, smirk unfaltering. "Well, I'll be damned. She's getting cocky." He straightened up. "Lucky for you, I'm the forgiving type, and it helps that you're not wearing anything." Despite the immediate need to cover up, I kept my eyes trained on him, not so much as flinching. I wasn't going to betray any kind of shame in front of this bastard. "So," Nick asked. "So what?" "You know exactly what I mean. Where is it?" "I'm sorry. Did I agree I'd tell you right away? Because you said you wouldn't stress me out." Nick sighed. "You don't want to play that game with me, Forest Bride. I invented that game. Where is it?" My mouth was a thin, short line. I shrugged my shoulders. "Fucking okay. I do take care of mine. No one is going to tell you otherwise." "Reckon they wouldn't be alive to do so." Nick tilted his head in consideration. "Yeah, well, either way, I'm feeling generous. I know you have some stuff that needs sorting out, so I'm actually going to be nice about this and wait until you're ready." He chuckled. "It's funny. I always thought I had daddy issues. Anyways, you take care of that and I'll just be in touch. I will be. You can count on that. Meanwhile, I'm just going to have to prove my goodwill to you, won't I? No harm, no foul. Some folks just need convincing, and I think I've got your number." He tapped me on the shoulder, and then 1 second to the next, he'd disappeared. I sat in silence for a beat before hearing Cass's voice call out to me, "Fi! Are you in the bathroom? You might want to come downstairs." My heart still pounding wildly, I got out of the bathtub, dried myself off and got dressed. I trotted down the stairs to join my brother in the living room. He was holding onto his cell phone with a white-knocked grip. When he looked up at me, it was with wide, empty eyes. "That was Dad," he told me. "I just got off the phone with him." "What did he say?" I asked, the hairs on my neck standing on end. "Okay, so..." He picked up the third time I called and I told him I was here, with you. Casimir let out a deep sigh. raking a slender hand through his hair. I think he kind of got an idea about what was going on then already. He went all quiet, and then I said, "We know what you did," and he said he wanted to come over. He'll be here in a few days. I swallowed thickly. He will. Yeah. Cass lightly kicked the wooden floorboards. That's okay with you, right? I guess so, but this isn't going to end well. He's going to... I'll have to... My voice faltered. I mean, he killed people. He wanted to kill the woods. Probably even me, I added in my mind. Yeah, I know. And whatever you're going to do, I'll have your back. I stepped forward and wrapped him into a hug. He sighed into my shoulder. Little brother. I don't know why, but those two words have never felt this wonderful up until now. I love you. My voice was low and brittle. I love you too, Fee. Warm, peaceful silence. Casimir's heated cheek pressing against mine as snowflakes started raining from the steel-grey sky outside, the wind gluing them to the window panes, and then, all of a sudden, a choked sob. Fiona, I need to tell you something. It came out as a shaky plea whispered against the side of my head. Cass didn't untangle himself from our embrace. All right, I answered, holding him a little tighter. I can't. I don't... He faltered and trailed off. I need you to know, but it feels too strange to say. Is it a big thing? Yes. Do you maybe want to tell me bit by bit? Okay. Yeah. That might work. He straightened up, raising his head. You know how I said I took time off to come here? That wasn't entirely true. I quit. You quit? I repeated, perplexed but making an effort to keep my tone steady and gentle. I didn't want to pry too much. Cass nodded, and I narrowed my eyes at him. I thought you loved your job. I did, but that's not how I want to spend my time anymore. He squared his shoulders. That's all I want to say at the moment. I don't want to be weird or rude or whatever. I just need to get my head straight. It's really nice to be here with you. Though, I want you to know that. Ominous. I still forced a smile. That's fine, and you can stay for however long you like. I meant it. The money wasn't a problem. Actually, something occurred to me. With the property obscured from the eyes of outsiders, perhaps I could let some of the workers go in the near future. It'd be sad and probably cause me some more headaches down the line, but that way, I could easily afford to entertain multiple people at the estate with a little more financial security and peace of mind. Then again, that would mean I'd have to uphold my dealings with Nick. Not the most pleasant prospect. Whatever the case, I would do anything to keep my brother around. Thanks for having me. There's no place I'd rather be. He cleared his throat. The guards made it through the earthquake okay, by the way. It was a shock, obviously, but nobody's hurt. I nodded slowly. I'll send them home for the next couple days. Shit is going to go down hard soon, and I don't want to have them around for it. We don't really need any help right now, and keeping them around would only be putting them into unnecessary danger. Okay, yeah, that's sensible, I guess. I went about making the necessary calls, seeing each of the employees out as they passed by the house on their way off the property. Most of them didn't really question my unexplained decision. Gus was the only one who showed definitive concern. He tried to ask me if something was wrong, but I blew him off as gently as I could. I did think he deserved an explanation, but it was for the best. He gave in eventually and left, but not before throwing a glance back at me with that trusting yet reproachful look that kind of reminded me of an old, grumpy dog. So what now? Cass asked as I shut the door behind the senior employee. I guess we wait. First, I went upstairs. My father coming back was definitely a grave occasion, so I figured I'd have to look the part the next couple days. I can't say why exactly I cared. Lord knows I don't have any regard for the man. But I did want him to see me as a serious head of the house, someone who knows what she's doing. So I ended up picking the simplest and least flashy dress I owned, the kind of thing I normally only wear on dates. Yup, I've done dates like this. I go out with normal people. It's not like I'm a total freak. Most folks were pretty taken aback by the whole wedding gown thing, but not enough not to look past it for at least a little while. Casimir and I spent the rest of the day watching movies. That was actually pretty nice. And while I couldn't dispel the thoughts of emotionally distant fathers and intrusive devils showing up around the house, I rather enjoyed myself. It helped that the sweaters Cass had taken to wearing around the house are incredibly soft, so I could rest my head on him like a pillow. The evening brought more snow and calming reprieve. It felt weird looking out at the tree line and knowing that for the first time in ages, there wasn't a single human back there. I couldn't help but wonder how many corpses would show up once it would begin to thaw. For now, they'd lie in silence, slowly getting covered up in layers and layers of white. The thought made me shiver, despite striking me as oddly poetic. 2 mornings later, our doorbell rang. It was so weird that the man whose arrival I had been dreading so much would simply come up to the house and ring the doorbell. I would have expected him to make an entrance like the ones Nick had been treating me to. Of course, I'd known that wasn't actually going to happen, but it still made me feel sort of underwhelmed. I sat down at the head of the kitchen table, back straight, hands in my lap. "Do I look serious?" I asked Cass, nervously fiddling with the lace sleeve of my dress. "Sure, just stop shaking and you're good to go. Should I open?" "Please do," I said softly. Cass nodded grimly, wiping his sweat-laced palms on his pants. "Right," he breathed, looking this way and that before turning on his heel and heading for the door. I heard him pulling it open and exchanging awkward words of greeting with a rugged-voiced man. I tried to focus on my breathing to soothe my nerves. In, out, in, out. Heavy footsteps in the hallway. In, out, in, out. I clenched my fingers into fists to stop them from trembling. Why was I afraid of him? In, out, in, out. Floorboards creaking under his weight. In, out, in, out. My brother's voice, introducing us like we didn't know each other. "So, Dad, remember your eldest? You guys haven't spoken in how long again?" No response. In, out, in, out. I turned to face him. My father had changed since I'd last seen him. His large, once handsome face had gained an abundance of wrinkles and 2 extra chins. His pale green eyes were bloodshot with deep bags beneath them, and his reddened face told a story of someone who'd been to the bottoms of far too many bottles. How strange for a man of his faith. It had been a long time since I'd last attempted to focus on somebody's aura, but this time I did. Mostly, it just made me feel weird. My father's energy bore a slight trace of the supernatural, though not in the way I was used to seeing. He must have been dabbling with witchcraft, though it was hard to tell what kind. "Maxwell, please take a seat," I said coldly, gesturing at the chair across from me. The response was a mere grunt as he moved over, slowly letting himself sink into the cushion. We locked eyes. There was no love in his gaze, not even a hint of affection. No surprises there. "Good to see you, girl," he said tonelessly. I let out a bitter laugh. "Of course. So, Daddy, you've been busy. Care to tell me what the fuck your game is?" "Nothing you could understand. Then why are you here if not to explain yourself?" "I've come to end this." "Well, go right ahead. I'd very much like for you to cease your attempts at undermining me, wholly unsuccessful though they've been so far." Maxwell leaned forward on his elbows. "Will you hear me out then?" "I certainly will, and I have a ton of questions." Dad shrugged. "Might actually be easier that way. Go ahead." I swallowed thickly. "Why do you look 15 minutes away from dying?" "I have high blood pressure, digestive problems, and my heart seems to be in some kind of trouble as well. As you may have guessed from my looks, that all happened due to severe use of alcohol. I'm past saving at this point. I know I'll be drinking myself to death. Sooner rather than later, I believe." Oh. That was the only sound I could produce as I regarded my father with raised brows. The clarity with which he spoke was nothing short of determined. "Well, how? Why are you doing that to yourself?" Maxwell shrugged. "That's just how it is. It's been going on for a long time now. I'm well aware I won't be there to see the good that my work will do, and I know that I too live sinfully, but I know that it will be worth it." "What will be worth it?" "There's a power struggle going on at the moment. Chaos and order. They're at an imbalance for reasons greater than your comprehension. And whether you like it or not, you happen to be a part of it. Your woods, to be exact." "Ah, you're about to go on about that whole unclaimed territory thing, aren't you? I've heard it before." I stapled my fingers, tilting my head at him. "Your adversaries filled me in. So it's true. Don't get me wrong. I knew you had dealings with the devil, but it's something else to hear you say it." He exhaled. leaning back in his chair. I'm not even all that surprised. My daughter, Hell's whore. What did you just call her? Cass growled, his voice deeper and angrier than I'd ever heard before. He was still standing beside the table, almost as if he expected the situation to escalate at any second and didn't trust the momentary calm enough to sit down. I will not have you speak to me like that under my roof, I said sternly. You've got no authority here anymore. You're a guest, at best, and not even a beloved one. If you want to leave here in one piece, you should watch your mouth. Don't you get it? I don't care what you're going to do to me. It doesn't matter. I have literally nothing to lose. I'll make you eat those words, I promised somberly. Dad merely chuckled. He was definitely not the easiest person to intimidate. You're just like your mum. You know that? A self-serving. Stupid little Before he could finish that sentence, Cass had slapped his square across the face. Our father let out a low groan as he slowly reached up to rub his jaw. You've got a strong right arm there, son, he muttered, seemingly making an effort to sound relaxed. So do you want it too, the sleeping entity? I asked impatiently. You really are well informed. Yes, I do. So do you happen to know where to find it? Yep. Not going to tell you, though. I guess I could. But you aren't making a sound argument by calling me names. You're saying you'd refuse to give up such important information purely out of spite. Yeah, pretty much. But I also really don't think this is a good decision. There has always been a balance between chaos and order. Why rock the boat now? My father let out a long-suffering sigh. Because the situation is more volatile than it used to be. Since you're not going to explain yourself further, I stand by what I said. I have a responsibility towards the woodland denizens. Removing the sleeper from these grounds could be dangerous. I don't think an entity that powerful will take lightly to being roused. I happen to have made it stir in its sleep not too long ago, and it ended up being a mild, natural catastrophe. I don't want to imagine what it could do if it lashed out, especially since a trusted source has told me that it is, in fact, probably highly intelligent. It's made people go insane in the past. It can appear anywhere, anytime, if it so pleases. This thing waking up and wreaking havoc, that's not something I want to risk. I straightened my back, fixing my father with a resolute gaze. I'll protect my land at all costs. Maxwell scoffed. You and your land, it's always the fucking land. Why would you even care about this place? I never understood that. It was like that when you were a kid, too. One moment you were chewing my ear off about wanting to go and be a movie star, or make a career in fashion, and the next you'd go spouting all that same nonsense your mother did when I first met her. Old family duties and all that crap. Fiona, the world is not a big fucking forest anymore. These creatures who live here might seem powerful to you, but they're some of the last of their kind, and good riddance too. The world belongs to us now. Not this part of the world, I said, not missing a beat. I flinched when the large man brought his hand down on the table with a slam. I knew it. I fucking knew you'd be that way. That's why I pulled all this off. I figured maybe, with a couple good blows to your little system, you'd realize how vulnerable you are, but no, my daughter is as hard-headed as she is slutty. Why the fuck are you talking to her like this? Cass barked, fire in his eyes. Why aren't you? Dad shot back. All this woman has ever done is hog your mother's attention, making her forget about the rest of us by crawling up her ass. I didn't crawl up. What the hell are you even on about? I snapped. You did. You know why your mother liked you best. You know why you were her little princess. She wanted you to live the life she'd planned for herself before you got in the way. I interrupted him, voice low with sudden understanding. My father rose from his chair. I tried to change her. Do you think I was happy having to live here? Taking on her last name? That's not how it was supposed to be. When I met her, I thought she needed a firm hand, you know, just to guide her to the right path. And she seemed open to it. And then she got pregnant with you, and we got married, and I had to come live in this den of freaks. And she regretted it. I finished his sentence for him. My father let out a sharp scream as he hurled himself across the table, the wood screaming in protest, but he didn't quite reach me. For a moment, he flopped around helplessly, trying to grab me as I jumped up and scurried away from him. "What are you doing?" Casimir yelled, gripping the back of the older man's shirt. and forcibly dragging him to the floor in a display of surprising strength. I'd forgotten how fit my little brother actually was. He was still rather clumsy when it came to hand, though, and it showed when my father pulled him down with him and struck him square across the face. I instantly lunged forward, flinging myself on top of my father as well, but he pushed me right off, sending me rolling aside. My head connected with the floorboards with a dull pain, and it took me some effort to push myself back up, my vision blurry. I screamed in horror when I saw that Dad had climbed on top of Casimir and was viciously slamming his upper body down onto the floor, meaty hands clutching his shoulders. Cass fell limp before I could reach him. Maxwell slowly rose to his feet, breathing heavily as he removed the handgun from my brother's waistband. That boy should have shot me when he had the chance. He pressed out, breathing heavily. I choked out a sob as my eyes darted between Cass and him. I didn't have time to form any clear thoughts. I just kept repeating the word no in my head over and over again, like a mantra. Dad raised the gun, proceeding towards me as he faced me with an icy calm. His mouth lifted into a cruel smile, his swollen lips reminding me of twin caterpillars. Tell me where it is. Fiona. You're insane. How was this man my dad? How in the world was he pointing a weapon at me? This was not how this was going to end. Throwing one last look at my unconscious brother, I sent a prayer to. I didn't even know who. I didn't care. Let him be okay. For fuck's sake, let him be okay or I'll turn the world upside down. Then I took off running. My only chance. My father wouldn't shoot me dead. I'd be useless to him that way, but I wasn't going to give him the chance to incapacitate me. I sprinted towards the front door, tearing it open and bursting outside. The snow crunched beneath my boots as I raced across the frouncing ground. The fabric of my dress stretched wider, groaning with every leap that I took, until the tight, long skirt finally ripped along the side, leaving it fluttering around my legs in the wind. Alexei, please don't be far. If I could just reach him in time, he'd be able to help me. I turned my head to find my father following behind me. His face was bright red and he was already gasping for air. He might have been stronger than me, but goddamn was he slow. I was approaching the Twin Lakes rapidly, the abandoned black mill looming overhead like a spectre. No time to slow down. I ran right onto the ice, only to instantly lose my footing and skitter across the frouncing surface. My fall was humiliatingly unceremonious and extremely painful. I landed on my chest, the impact knocking the air out of my body, leaving me gasping for breath in desperation. My arms were shaking too much to push me back up, and I cursed my own stupidity as I realized I had literally no strength left within me. That's when I heard a sharp yell. My father had reached me, stumbling after me onto the ice, but he wasn't able to keep his balance any longer than I had. He howled in shock as he tripped and fell, the gun slipping from his fingers and sliding across the lake, coming to a halt out of our reach. I glanced at it for a second, then back at the struggling man before lunging for the weapon. I would have liked to, at least. As it was, all I could do in my state was to hastily crawl towards it. My father appeared to have been struck with the same idea. I heard him wheezing and choking as he crept up the slippery surface. I was just relieved that the layer of ice was thick enough to support our joint weight. "You bitch," he gritted out. "You're gonna doom us all." I looked back at him, meeting a bloodshot gaze amidst a contorted expression. His mouth hung open, blood gushing from his nose and lower lip. He seemed to have fallen onto his face. He made for a dreadful sight. He somehow managed to draw himself up, staggering over to me and throwing his entire weight onto my already aching body. I let out a cry of agony, feeling a crack somewhere inside of me, though I couldn't tell where. I had been reduced to a squirming heap of pain. He rolled off of me again, then made for the gun, and this time he got a hold of it. I flopped over onto my back, staring at the cold grey sky as my chest rose and fell unsteadily. Once more, I couldn't seem to take in enough air. I whimpered as my father pushed himself into my field of vision, the muzzle of the gun pointed at my head. At that moment, he reminded me of Jeremy. Those same milky, crazed eyes that seemed to pierce my own with their glare, the way every crease in his face appeared to exude hatred. "This is so fucked up," I whispered, desperately searching his features for some semblance of mercy. "Where is it, Fiona?" I couldn't seem to focus. You're supposed to be my dad, you stupid piece of shit. Where is it? He leveled the gun at my kneecap, bending down to touch its end to the exposed skin. This is gonna hurt, you know. I know, I said softly, closing my eyes. So where is it? I stayed silent. He sighed. I heard him cock the gun and then scream in shock. My eyes flew open to see that he had let go of the gun, which was now resting right beside my leg. He'd jumped to his feet and was furiously patting at his jacket sleeve as smoke rose from the fabric. Out of nowhere, it lit up into a large flame, searing his flesh and drawing howls of agony and raw, deadly fear from his throat. The horror of the sight had me paralyzed for just a moment, frozen to the spot before snapping out of it. I reached for the firearm, hurrying to put the safety back on as I stumbled away from my dad. His cries cut through the silence of the woods, each one shaking me to my very core as I watched on in complete bewilderment. "You fucking witch! What did you do to me?" he bellowed, throwing himself onto the ground to try and smother the flames that were slowly but deliberately lapping away at his arm. Afraid the ice was going to give in, I backed off onto dry land, still unable to tear my eyes off the writhing man. My heart was racing, my head reeling. I had no idea what was happening. And then, all of a sudden, I felt something I can only describe as a disturbance in the force. A ripple of energy, or perhaps just an instinct, compelled me to turn and look over at the black grist mill. There was a figure standing just outside of the old building, a short, broad one, dressed in all black, staring intently at my father. I couldn't contain myself. Before I even knew what I was doing, a sharp cry of joy had left my lips, and I found myself stumbling over to the other person on wobbly legs. Every step hurt, straining muscles I didn't even know I had. I stopped a few feet ahead of the newcomer. The gun dropped from my trembling hands, sinking into the snow, and I followed shortly after. Before my upper body could hit the ground, though, I felt strong arms wrap around me, holding me up. This was like a fairy tale. Sure, I was bleeding and aching all over, and the tongue that moved to lick the warm tears off my face was rough and forked, but still, this was like a fucking fairy tale. Jacek pulled back, tilting his head at me with a lopsided smile. I mirrored the movement before everything turned black. "Hi. So, this is awkward. I'm not Fiona Novak. I've never really done anything like this before. Of course I know Reddit, I mean, obviously. But writing like this isn't my kind of thing. I'm still gonna try. No worries. Forest Bride is gonna be back soon, but for now you're stuck with me. Just to introduce myself, my name is Jacek Hetman. I used to live in the old black mill in the Novak's woods. Then my dad died. I met and fell helplessly in love with the young daughter of his former childhood friend, and yeah, you know what happened. I've seen the other posts. I had some time to read through all of them earlier, and damn, has it messed me up. There was a lot of stuff in there that I just really hadn't known before. I could have lived in peace not knowing about the sauna orgy, but fuck, that's on me. I should have just stayed that day. But you know how it is when you're in denial. Rejecting her was a defense mechanism, but I regretted it even then. I'm glad she knows how I feel. We haven't talked about it yet, but whatever. I'm all tingly, and I'm glad to be back, even though things were looking pretty bleak there for a while. Nick has given me permission to return. I know he wants me to talk Fiona into spilling the tea and giving him permission to start his little excavation soon. I intend to do no such thing, nor will I share the information I now have with him. I don't rightly know how I feel about being handed around like bribery. Guess that's just what I signed on for, though. She's asleep right now, as is Casimir, and their father too. Only difference being he's tied up on the floor. I stopped it with the fire once I got him to surrender, then I went over to him and knocked him out. Getting him and Fiona back to the house wasn't exactly easy, but Licorice was a big help. I basically loaded Fiona onto his back and had him carry her. Yeah, I've got the dog with me. It's not his fault for doing what an animal like him does, and I guess now we're even for me leaving him hanging all those years. I went about dragging Daddy Dearest back myself, and damn was that a chore. Nothing I couldn't handle, though. Not to brag, but I'm a pretty strong guy. Although my smoking has done a number on my lungs, I sort of felt that by the time I'd reached the house. Might have to dial down on the cigarettes a bit. I'm just glad Fiona wasn't awake to hear me wheezing my heart out. Okay, that came out wrong, but you know what I mean. Once we were there, I carried both of them inside. The door was still open. I wasn't surprised to find Casimir passed out in the living room. What a shit show. I don't really know how to deal with injured people, so I just laid both the siblings down on the sofa and went about tying up the dad. That I'm good at. Cass was the first to wake up. Boy, was he glad to see me. He checked Fiona for wounds and said that she seemed to be overall okay. She joined us in the land of the living not long after, and it was obvious she was in a fuck ton of pain. Kinda broke my heart there a little bit. She insisted she'd be fine and that all she needed was rest. I wanted to get both of them to see a doctor as soon as possible, but those two are stubborn as shit. Casimir literally agrees with everything his big sister tells him, and the woman herself, well, I can't really fault her for being hard-headed and wanting to pull through, not when that's literally one of the most attractive things about her. I'm worried, though, about Cass in particular. On my last visit here, just before I was about to leave, he'd pulled me to the side to talk in private. He'd been hoping to convince me to stay, and he'd shared something pretty troubling about his health. I won't say what here because it's really not my place, but you catch my drift. Either way, both of them appear to be doing fine, given the circumstances. Cass has been researching a bunch of things, and Fiona's taken the time to write out the previous post and is now sleeping. They've promised they'll seek medical treatment as soon as this whole thing is over, which, we're all guessing, is going to be any day now. It really feels like everything's coming to a head. I've got a rough couple days behind me myself, but I'll save that story for another time. This is actually about something else. Fiona has asked me to write out what happened with her younger brother Jeremy. She says she's not ready to hear it yet, but that she would like to have the choice to do so later. She also figured this would be interesting to the lot of you who've been reading her updates. So here I am. The whole ordeal took place around 3 years ago. I had long since settled into my new, more modern life. I have a place on the surface, but mainly, I hang around at my other apartment in the Pride Hellsphere. Nick likes to always have me nearby in case anything comes up he might need me for. Hell is a nice enough place when you're not there to be punished. Besides, I've made a couple friends down there, and while those admittedly aren't the most stable or intimate connections, I'm always in good company if I want a party. My exact job is a little harder to describe. I'm basically the on-call guy doing whatever Nick needs me for at all times. That obviously means I've seen some shit, but Jeremy Novak, that guy actually gave me nightmares. Nightmares, yeah. So Nick called me into his office that day and had me sit down with him, which I've come to learn means that whatever he's about to tell me is going to be wild. He further confirmed this suspicion by literally telling me to buckle up as he lit himself a cigar and handed me a beer. "You surely remember Fiona Novak," he began, eyeing me attentively. "Vividly," I replied. I hadn't heard that name in a while. I didn't like the tightness in my chest it caused. I had been trying to forget it for a very long time to no avail, which just made me feel really pathetic. It had become sort of a she who must not be named sort of thing. Remembering Fiona meant mostly regrets, and every time I'd allowed myself to think of her, I'd end up locking myself into my bedroom and eating Nutella out of the jar. "So, you used to be around her a lot. Any chance you ever met her brother?" "Which one?" "The second-born, Jeremy." "I don't know," I told him. "Probably not." "Well, then you will, and rather soon if I can help it." My master shot me a meaningful glance. "He's gone and turned a bunch of parents into mourners." "He been killing people?" I asked, admittedly dumbfounded. Girls. Many of them, 42 to be exact. I've been waiting on the cops to get him for over a year now. The bastard's kinda clever. Either that, or he's been lucking out, because I sure as fuck ain't helping him. You know how I can be. I do appreciate a bit of violence here and there, but when someone goes and offs more humans than I can count with my fingers, that's just the kind of over-the-top impertinence I don't approve of anymore. At first I figured he'd be entertaining, but he's gone too far. It's time for him and I to meet, if you catch my drift. Nick's smile was wide and open, his tongue briefly slithering across his front teeth. He shot me a wink. "Consider it done," I replied casually. "That easy, even though you guys go back?" "We don't go back. I saw him once or twice maybe, years ago." I shrugged. "It's all in the past?" "Good. Because you're not going to like what you'll see out there." He handed me a slip of paper with 2 addresses on it. It's a waste disposal site. Unprotected, no surveillance. Get there, find the latest victim. He's left her there somewhere. Then go to his place and collect him for me. I want his soul, his consciousness, his essence. You know what that means. You want him to die in some particular way, or... Nick smiled thinly. Just take a look at the scene and follow whatever mood that puts you into, McKay. He leaned forward on his elbows. Just one thing, though. Jeremy Novak is going to spend the rest of his eternity in our prison. Make sure his first impression of us will be memorable. Just an hour or so later, I was standing in front of a gigantic, stinking heap of trash. It was late at night. No sounds except some bird cawing way off in the distance. Jem had come a far way from his new home to dump this corpse. Smart move. But for the girl, what a horrible fucking place to end up. I began picking my way through the waste, breathing through my mouth. This would have been the famous search for the needle in the haystack. Except I've got honed instincts. You spend a considerable portion of your life around dead things. You kind of get a feel for them. I found her buried beneath piles of junk, wrapped up in plastic. I dragged her to the side where I knelt down and took out my pocket knife. Cutting her free took longer than expected. Novak had rolled her into like 5 or 6 layers, and he'd even stuffed papers and styrofoam in there to obscure the shape of the person underneath. When I finally removed the last bit of crinkling tissue from the girl's upper body and laid eyes on her face, my stomach dropped. Matted dark hair spilled out from the plastic, pale skin baring itself to the night air, glazed grey eyes staring up into the starry sky. No. I fell back onto my hands, scrambling away from the corpse like a spider startled out of its web. The air around me suddenly seemed to think. I felt like I couldn't get enough of it into my body to sustain me. I was hyperventilating. I couldn't get a proper hold of any of the thoughts that were suddenly racing through my head. It was all a big, panicked frenzy. Don't be her. Why her? Out of all 42, why does she have to be the one I had to find? Kinda selfish, that last one, I know. But I was out of it. My mind was screaming, and a cold, phantom pain stung the frayed edges of the hole in my chest, like the heart that wasn't there was about to break all over again. I willed my tear-blurred eyes to focus on her face again. I willed myself to look. My shoulders sagged in relief. It wasn't her. It wasn't her. The hair was dark, yes, but not quite dark enough. The grey of the irises was a tad darker, and the features, though on first glance rather similar, in fact wholly different. On top of that, she looked to be in her early 20s, so younger than Fiona had to have been at the time. The superficial resemblance, however, remained striking. This could not have been a coincidence. This girl had died because of her looks. A grim picture started piecing itself together in the back of my mind. I stared at the body with knitted brows. How had he killed her? There were no obvious injuries drawing my attention. No stab wounds, no marks around the neck to indicate strangulation. I moved her head, then pulled on her arm a little. Rigor mortis had already lifted. The corpse had to be over a day old. I was beginning to suspect something. Now, here's something I've been called a pussy for by a bunch of my colleagues. I still get severely grossed out by a lot of shit. Depending on who they're from, I also hate seeing exposed guts and blood. Not a problem when I'm the one to draw it, of course. Okay, so I'm basically working on bringing about the fall of humanity and all holy creation, and I stand behind that concept. But innocent folks suffering too much still sort of gets me. I mean, some things just cross the line, you know? I started to pull back the wrapping covering her lower body, and the line got so fucking crossed. There was a knife sticking out between her legs. It had been rammed into her several times, leaving her privates completely mutilated. I don't care to describe it in any further detail. I staggered back, turning around as if to spare the dead girl the offending sight, as I proceeded to empty my stomach. The piercing stench helped as the display I had just witnessed managed to draw even the last scraps of undigested content from my body. When I was finally done puking, I had to sit down for a while. My face buried in my sweat-laced palms, I tried to collect my thoughts. There were only so many conclusions to be drawn from a killing like this. It had been a brutal, savage act of hatred. The fact that 41 other women had suffered the same fate made the situation even more horrific. I left the disposal site in flames, burnt it all to a crisp. With my schedule packed and Nick wanting results, I didn't have the time nor energy to take the girl somewhere proper, but I couldn't leave her lying there either. She looked so lost in all that trash, so lonely and cold and exposed. In hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have taken it upon myself to cremate her. Perhaps she'd had parents or a guy or something who'd have wanted to know what happened to her. Then again, her simply never being found was probably an easier to stomach story than the truth, just a forever missing person. I wondered where her essence had ended up. It's easy. If you've got unfinished business, you get reborn. If you're nice, you go to heaven, and if you're bad but not bad, or interesting enough for Nick to waste space on you in hell, he eats your consciousness. Just swallows you whole and that's it. You'll be gone forever. Then of course there's the lost souls who never even make it off the earth, but those are a whole other story. Anyways, I made it to Jem's place. It was this ground floor apartment, so I picked open one of the windows. I'm rather good at that kind of thing. My job has its perks. It's like a blessing from the other side. Whatever crap I get up to usually works out fine for me, so long as it's against some sort of law, human or otherwise. I got in quietly enough. Jeremy didn't seem to be home. I kind of wished he had been. Could have just grabbed him and gotten it over with right then and there. This way I'd need to kill some time, and I'm unfortunately a hopeless snoop. I knew I'd go through his junk, but I wish I hadn't. I started with his nightstand. I find that a lot of people keep things that are really important to them nearby as they sleep, so I figured there'd have to be some interesting stuff in there. I was right. I dug up a brown envelope with a ton of Polaroids inside. I had expected them to be of his victims, but the fact of the matter made me feel arguably more icky. They were of Fiona. Not only of her though, Anya too. Just holding them felt weird. It was a mix of old family photos and pictures that must have been taken in secret. Anya sleeping in bed next to her husband. A much younger Fiona conked out on the couch. Some of them were stained. I dropped them and ran to wash my hands when I realized with what. The sick fuck. I don't need to spell all of this out, do I? I really don't want to. I waited around for a long-ass time. I grabbed some beer from Jem's fridge, kicked back on the sofa in his living room, and resigned to watching TV. After an hour or so, I heard the door being unlocked. I simply stayed seated, waiting for him to come in. He wasn't too shocked to find a stranger in his apartment. Part of me wondered if he even had the emotional capacity to feel that kind of fright. He simply rounded the couch and then stood still, locking eyes with me from across the room. I'd seen him before when he was just a boy. I recognized him, albeit just barely. The Novaks do have some familial resemblance. I stoically took another sip of his beer, then motioned at the armchair across from me. "We need to talk, Jem. Have a seat." "I know you," he said slowly, voice pensive and pale eyes fixated on me as he lowered himself down. "You used to fuck my older sister." "Got one up on you there, it seems," I replied casually, emptying the can in one last swift gulp before tossing it at his face. He didn't move to dodge it, and it bounced off his forehead before landing on the floor with a satisfying clanging. I don't know why I did that. I normally try to keep my cool at all times, but I simply had a sudden burst of aggression right then and there. Jeremy Novak looked utterly unfazed, though. "You been expecting me or something?" I asked. He shrugged. "Maybe on some level. I was expecting someone at least. Probably not you specifically. You knew of Fiona and me." "Duh. We all kinda knew. Well, not the little ones, but us guys. Cass because she told him and me because I saw you a bunch of times." He leaned forward on his elbows. "You know, just occasionally, I managed to get a glimpse in." A shudder ran through the entirety of my body. "So what exactly is it that you're doing here? You trying to make up for something here? None of those girls ever hurt you." "I know. They're not her. Not my sister, not my mother. My mother's dead anyways, so I missed my shot. And with Fiona, I tried, you know. One time, I was nearly there. Had the knife in hand, she was sleeping. Couldn't do it, though. Regret it. Often." He sighed. "Head was acting up. So you decided to let it out on every other girl you could find. Come on, don't act like you don't get it. You know what she's like. You know what that woman does to people. And Mom was even worse. Sure, you didn't get the feel on her like I did, but you gotta understand when it comes to Fiona, right?" "Can't say that I do." "Okay, fine. So what do you want? What are you here for? I'm taking you with me. Jem rolled his lips together. Shit. Well, there's nothing I can do, really, is there? You're welcome to try. I appreciate a bit of spunk, gets me going. I smiled. I'm serious. There's no chance I could actually overpower you, is there? I'm not about to flatter myself. You're like a whole head taller than me. I spread my arms invitingly. Want to see what you can do? Jeremy leaned back in his seat. No, I don't think I will. Not to make this anticlimactic or anything, but Fiona is going to end up reading this, and I'd rather not let her see this side of me. I'm only like that when it's for work. Jeremy did not see the light of day again, and he suffered as miserable a death as I saw fit for a bastard like him. That irritating calm he had about him broke away within the first hour he spent with me. I've read that he's seemingly not forgotten me, and I'm all the more glad for it. The job itself wasn't exactly delightful, though. I took no joy in it. Rather did a number on me, to be honest. When I got home that night, I bought 3 burgers and a bottle of vodka. I destroyed them all in one sitting and then passed out in my living room. My roommate woke me up, called me a whiny bitch, and then we ended up nearly bashing each other's heads in. Not my finest moment. I like to think my coping mechanisms have improved at least a little bit, but I'm not quite sure. Life's really just been passing by me these last couple years. Being here, being back home, it's really nice. Better than it has been in ages. I know I've pledged allegiance to another party, but I'm not going to be complicit in the woods being destroyed. I can't go on kidding myself. I've tried to hate this place for a long time, and I've tried to hate its warden, but as it is now, honestly, I'm just regretting I left. Hello, strangers. I'm back from the half-dead. Jacek was kind enough to post the last time, and even though I haven't had the balls to read it yet, I'm very grateful. I'm just not ready to learn more about Jeremy yet. Our family is so fucked up, isn't it? I had a talk with my dad, a very unpleasant one. Jacek had tied him to a chair down in the basement and gagged him, and he was still sitting there, staring ahead with steely malice in his eyes when the miller, my brother, and I made our way down the stairs to him. Jacek stepped forward and removed the rolled-up piece of wool he'd stuffed down my father's throat. Gross. You got my sock all wet, he commented, unrolling the saliva-drenched article of clothing before tossing it aside. It was time I washed it anyway. Son of a bitch, Dad spat, breathing heavily. Hey, come on, don't drag my mum into this. So I think your kid's got some questions for you. He motioned for us to step forward. I'm just here to help them out in case you're going to try and be stubborn. You're Hetman's boy, Maxwell muttered. Your father was just as much of a bastard as you. Sure, Jacek said, not batting an eye. Stop it, Dad. Just tell me what your game is and we won't have to hurt you, seeing as being civil is obviously not an option with you. I'm not afraid of you, my father growled back. Your second-born thought that too, Jacek answered. Hour later, I had him wishing he was just a twitch in your nuts again, just letting you know, considering you're putting forth a challenge here. It seemed to take my father all of his willpower to pull himself together. He squared his shoulders, inhaling deeply, and then sagged back in his chair, eyes closed. Despite his reluctance, he spoke. When I was a young man, I used to talk to an angel, he said in a low, brittle voice. He told me what I would become, a modern knight of faith. Started when I was in my teens and lasted all the way up until I moved here with Ania. He never came to visit me in these woods. Unholy ground. No matter how hard I tried to reach out to him afterwards, he simply wouldn't show. Sometimes I'd get far away to contact him. I'd drive for hours, but he never came back, even when I had my mind screaming for him. This place took everything from me that made me special. I would have become a great man, and your freak show robbed me of that. Then why the fuck did you marry Mum in the first place? I snapped. Then why the fuck did you marry Mum in the first place? I snapped. Because of you. A thin, sardonic smile tugged on his lips. Hadn't planned for Fiona fucking Novak, the princess. You were an accident. Just one slip-up and there I was, stuck with you. Had to play baby daddy in the middle of a haunted forest. A shotgun wedding is what it was. Your grandparents would have hunted me down if I hadn't made an honest woman of your mother. And that's my fault? I couldn't believe what I was hearing, bewilderment turning my voice shrill and squeaky. You knocked up a girl and then decided to be a dick about having to step up, and I'm to blame for you not keeping it in your pants. Great knight of faith you are, Casimir snorted. Can't even put a condom on right. I threw him a sidelong glance. Now that's ironic. Hey, shut up, I'm trying to support you here. Right, I'm sorry. Maxwell regarded us with scornful eyes. I can't believe you two are my children. Casimir, you just had to throw your life away too, didn't you? Follow your sister into this hellhole. Ain't no holy light reaching you here, son. If you wind up here, that's it for you. You're lost. Just like Ania, just like Fiona. You're gonna die because you came here, and it's not going to be a peaceful, dignified death. Cass flinched visibly, but collected himself almost right away. There was something in his eyes, though. Something that hadn't been there before. I began, but he cut me off. Later, Fee. Heart pounding, I turned back to my father. So, you hate me, you hate the woods, you hated Mom. I didn't hate your mother. She was a misguided little thing. She needed me. Felt good to be needed. But she pushed away any good sense I tried to instill in her. Anya never needed you for shit, Jacek remarked. Throwing me an apologetic look, he added, Sorry for butting in, gorgeous, but this piss stain is talking out of his ass. I knew Anya. She was like my godmum or something. He didn't let her see me for a long time, but we were close enough. Returning his attention to Maxwell, he continued, She didn't need anyone. Yes, she was a cold woman from what I've heard, and not always fair, but damn if she wasn't independent. It's what my old man used to say about her too. Can't judge her as a mother, but I know she always held her own. My wife is none of your business, kid. Maxwell grunted. Kid, for fuck's sake. I'm pushing 40. You'll just say anything you can to justify not listening to anyone else, won't you? Jacek gave a bitter laugh. Not to filth like you. Only clever thing my daughter ever did was reject you. So you knew about us? I asked incredulously. I'm not stupid, Fiona. Only Ania never allowed me to confront you. Besides, when one day you stop sneaking out and suddenly start wearing wedding gowns, demonic magic is a sound conclusion. I took a deep breath. Okay, hold it. All that good stuff aside, why would you try and take me out after all these years? If this is about the evening redness, why get it now? Did you only learn of it recently? And how did you find out? Who told you? A beatific smile suddenly bloomed on my father's face. The angel came back to me. He told me to find the sleeper and to offer it to him. The world can then finally submit to order. Say, what did he look like? Your angel? Jacek chimed in, a strange, meaningful undertone in his voice. Dad let out a soft, near-reverent sigh. He's the most beautiful person I've ever seen. He's all in white. He's not old, but not wholly youthful. His hair is like fresh-fallen snow, and his eyes hold the wisdom of centuries. Something about this response seemed to take the miller aback. But he had like a human form. He looked like a guy. My father nodded, still gazing emptily into the distance. I cleared my throat. Why didn't they want it before? I mean, seeing as God's all-knowing, the angels must have been aware of the evening redness. They didn't need it. But now there's a power struggle going on. It's not just chaos against order anymore. A bunch of other wannabe deities are trying to make a comeback, out there looking for acolytes, Maxwell explained impatiently. I threw Jacek a brief glance. He had gone very quiet beside me. That much is true, he hurried to confirm. Nick is concerned about it as well. It took him some effort to rise to power. It's not just anyone who can decide over the fate of human souls. He doesn't want to lose his position. So what's new? Who's trying to topple the existing forces? Oh, a bunch of guys. I hear Loki is back, doing considerably well for himself, the old fox. Maybe a serious contender. The miller shrugged, brows furrowed despite the lightness of his tone. Not with the sleeper in the Lord's hands, Maxwell gritted out. Or in Nick's, Jacek added. But I'll admit that I've no idea how such a great shift in power would translate to our lives. I don't want the forest to be wiped out, much as I like the idea of eternal darkness and a world in sin. I need to protect my land, I told him. I can't have anything happening to the forest people. I know they're safe with things the way they are, so I need it to stay this way. Nobody is getting the sleeper. I tilted my head at my former lover ever so slightly, and he mirrored the movement. Is that okay with you? Can you accept that? Yeah, of course I can. I'm not going to work against you, he said softly. Fiona, you don't know what you're doing, Dad pressed out, sounding like he could barely contain himself. Give the sleeper to me. I ignored the demand, locking eyes with him in what I hoped came off as an indifferent, cold stare. My soul, for how long have you had it? When the angel reappeared, I asked him about it. He told me how to find it, how to trap it. He assured me it would work on the evening redness as well. I sincerely doubted one could simply trap a being of this power and size. It wasn't the same as a little white rabbit. My head hurts, I muttered. Let's take this upstairs, boys. I need a break. We left Maxwell down in the basement. Casimir and I sat down on the living room couch while Jacek went out onto the porch for a smoke. So, down there, I began with a nervous chuckle. My brother was staring at the black, silent TV screen, avoiding my gaze. I scooted closer to him, one of my arms snaking around his midriff. I got that wrong, right? You just startled because Dad was being a dick. He didn't respond. The tip of his tongue moved to moisten his dry lips. Casimir, I'm reading too much into that, aren't I? I asked, trying to mask the desperation creeping into my voice. Remember how I talked to Jacek alone before he first left after coming back? He finally spoke. Yeah. Wanted him to stay. Still need him to stay. You gotta have someone, just in case. What are you talking about? Oh, come on, Fee. You know, don't you? He turned to face me. His eyes were glistening. Look, I'm not gonna drop dead tomorrow or anything. I'm taking my meds, and I'm gonna live just as long as you. I'm sick, but it's not a death sentence. I can go on for a long time. If I watch myself, I'll be fine. Well, not fine. It's not going to be the same again, ever. But all things considered, I've got hope. This whole cynical thing, that's just the fear. I haven't gotten over that yet. I swallowed hard. What is it? Can we not name it? I don't feel like I can talk about it that way yet. So, clinical. I don't know. He grimaced, looking distinctly uneasy. Whenever I think about it, I'm constantly switching between jumping into a panic or downplaying it entirely, and like neither of those are good. I suppose I'm just really confused. I know I'll be okay eventually, but right now, I don't want to think about it until I've reached a point where I can deal with it level-headedly. That's why I came here, I guess. All right, I said slowly. And physically, how do you feel? Normal. The first couple weeks were like a really long flu. That's why I went to get checked in the first place. Now I've mostly recovered. I'm still a little more fatigued, though not as energetic anymore, but that could also be the stress. Got night sweats occasionally, but not like I used to. I reached up to massage my temples. Okay, so if you need something, anything, don't ever hesitate to ask. And please take care of yourself. Don't overdo it. I've literally no medical knowledge, but the second you start feeling off, let me know. Noticing how frantic I sounded, I willed my heart to stop racing. Casimir, I love you more than anything else in this world. When you're ready to talk more, I'll be here. Cass looked up to meet my gaze, wiping the corners of his eyes with his thumb. I know. I got up, patting down my white tulle skirt. I really don't want to go now, but I need to deal with the sleeper. Of course, the eldritch horror in our backyard. Cass snorted. I've got an idea. It's a reach, but maybe it'll get me places. Could you stay here, watch Dad? Sure. And I know I don't need to tell you, but be careful. I will. Out on the porch, the air was chilly and fresh. Icicles had formed on the edge of the roof, hanging down like blades gleaming in the cold sunlight. Jacek was leaning against one of the wooden pillars, cigarette in mouth. His arms stretched up. He was fingering the tip of the icicle right above his head, and I was momentarily distracted by the view of this shirt riding up beneath his open jacket. His eyes flicked down to me, and he dropped his hand, smiling sheepishly. So you talked to Cass? He inquired. Mm-hmm. He'd already hinted at something there before. Still, it's... you know. It was harder to speak against the lump in my throat. Yeah. I'ma try and focus for now. Evening redness. That sleeping thing. I think I want to try and talk to it. Jacek frowned. I tell you that sounds dangerous as fuck, but I'm sure you're well aware. Acutely aware. I think I'll ask the Banik for help again. I know it didn't go well the last time. But now that I'm actively looking to contact the sleeper, I reckon it's exactly what I need. Fair enough. Want to come with? I asked at the same time. Hetman grinned. Definitely. We started marching up to the sauna, falling into step beside one another. His shoulder kept brushing against mine, but neither of us moved aside. Where were you? I asked, breaking the silence. Nick, what did he do to you? He locked me into one of my apartments. I was grounded, basically. No cell phone service, no internet. He made it feel like it lasted a whole month. It's easy dishing out shitty punishments when you can literally create pocket dimensions in which time and space works the way you want. Fuck, that sounds awful. It's not the first time he's hurt me, or imprisoned me. He's done worse to others, not always a breeze dealing with the guy, but I'm used to it. He shrugged. Are you mad at me? What? No. He let out a perplexed snort of laughter. Why would I be? I'm not like that anymore. I've dealt with my anger issues. I swallowed thickly. For what it's worth, I really regret not telling you about my missing soul back when we were... You know, if I had... I mean, we could have talked it out, right? And you would have sent licorice after it for me. Guess so. Wish I'd trusted you. Wish I hadn't pressured you. Got that from my father, I think. In hindsight, my folks were kind of fucked up as well. You want to talk about that sometime? I offered. I'd be glad to, when this is all over. But for now, I really don't want to steal your focus. We have more important things to do right now, he reminded me, voice gentle and perhaps a touch wistful. I agreed, albeit with a heavy heart. Knocking on the door of the sauna, we waited, exchanging an awkward smile in silence. When the old spirit answered, I told him about my idea. Disappointingly, he seemed rather uneasy about it. Seeing as you nearly shook the entity awake the last time, that does sound like an awful plan, he gibbered. But I need to communicate with it somehow, and if it stays asleep, that's not going to happen. I have to, I don't know, negotiate with it or warn it or something. The devil will come for it soon. If Fiona doesn't rouse the sleeper, then he will. He wants to consume it, which is most likely going to give him power over these woods. You don't want that, Jacek added gravely. The Banik shook his head. I'm satisfied with my current warden. He threw me a benevolent smile. And I've no doubt that once the beast is in power, he would devour the rest of us as well. Either that or enslave us. Both prospects are equally unpleasant to me. I see why you'd want this, heiress, but I fear I truly cannot help you. This is no matter of clairvoyance or divination. What happened before was an accident. It worked, though. Just let me stick my head in that bucket again and bring Arcadius's spirit out. I paused. Another weird sentence to say aloud. Doesn't matter if it wasn't the intended effect the first time. You're aware that it still can and will make you lose your mind if you aren't careful. I guess I just need to... I may have a better idea. Do you remember when you came to the sauna some nights ago? There was a lady here, a red-haired fairy. Find her, and she will give you what you need. She sells concoctions that allow communication on different planes of existence. I rubbed my head in thought. Huh. I didn't doubt it. The woman had indeed kind of given me drug dealer vibes. Fair enough. Where can I find her? That might be a touch problematic. I will of course let her know that you are looking for her, but I do not know when she will come to visit me again. It may be a few days till I next see her. My shoulders sagged, but I need to talk to her as soon as possible. I know not the fairy's usual haunts. This is all I can do for you, but fear not. Her visits have always been quite frequent. I palmed my forehead. Okay, well, please tell her it's urgent. Thank you for everything. On that rather frustrating note, we parted ways. We spent some time searching the woods for any sign of the folk, but our efforts remained unrewarded. Eventually, we gave up and turned in for the night. I asked Jacek if there was any way he could delay the coming of Nick, but he was understandably uncertain. Best to just hope he has something else on his plate at the moment. If I bring you up again, he might end up doing the exact opposite, drop by early out of pure spite. Bah! I got that, and thus settled on waiting back home. It was all we could think to do. It was weird, though, sitting in the living room together with Cass napping on the couch beside us. Part of me wanted to talk about Jacek and myself in a where do we go from here kind of way, but that was a conversation I truly did not want to rush. Like he'd said, With everything going on, it would be more sensible to wait. We chatted about some lighter stuff, and then ended up turning on the television. There was a rerun of an old horror movie which we tuned into. I hadn't taken the time to really get into a movie for a while, so I didn't recognize it until Jacek spoke up. "That's Eight-Legged Freaks." I let out a quiet laugh. "Holy shit, you're right. We watched that together, remember?" "I remember you being squeamish," he teased, scooting a little closer to me. I was not. I pointedly turned my head away. "You were. You were making all those little noises like a guinea pig. It was adorable." He gave me a smug grin. "Ain't no shame in it. I'm just saying, I can't believe that with everything you've always had going on around you, you still got scared from a comedy." "A horror comedy," I corrected, "with spiders." He laughed out loud, only stifling it when his eyes briefly fell on the sleeping form of my brother. Fiona Novak. Seduces forest monsters but gets scared of spiders on TV. His voice had lost its mocking edge, suddenly sounding warm and deeply sentimental. His gaze kept flickering to and away from me, his fingers nimbly pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, only to play with it in his lap. "Try. Jacek Hetman works for the devil but can't look me in the eyes without turning scarlet," I returned, moving closer to him. "Yeah, well," he exhaled shakily, hands stilling. "Harsh. True. I do not know how to come back from that." "You don't have to." He smiled, tentatively raising his arm and slowly inching it into my direction. "It's okay, you can hug me," I encouraged with a smirk. "Oh, you're just gonna make fun of me, aren't you?" he grunted, arm coming closer. "Always. Go on, do it. Just bring it in." He groaned, snatching me by the shoulders and quickly but gently pulling me to his chest. I pressed my nose into the crook of his neck before sinking down to rest my head in his lap, leaning against his belly. "Damn! But you are smug about this," he muttered fondly. "Count on it." I was actually beginning to relax a little bit when a blood-curdling scream rang out from the basement. I sat up so quickly that I accidentally bumped the top of my head against Jacek's chin. Cass jerked up from his pillow, blinking and wiping drool from the corner of his mouth. For a second, we all merely stared at one another in shock. Then, we sprang to our feet, rushing for the stairway to the basement, just as another cry erupted from behind the door. I grabbed the handle, ready to tear it open, only to find that it wouldn't budge. "It's jammed!" I yelled out, jiggling at it in desperation. "Don't think so," Jacek shouted, pressing himself up to the door as I stepped aside. "Open up," he barked. "I know you're down there. Open the fuck up." "We tied Dad up, though," Casimir supplied. "I'm not talking to him," he muttered curtly as he started banging against the wood with both fists and raised his voice again. "Open the damn door. Open it! Don't you fucking dare!" He kicked the frame in sheer frustration. "Fuck!" The noises grew louder and more unsettling. I thought I could hear the chair falling over as my father's screams turned increasingly desperate. His voice was all gurgly and weird, but he seemed to be begging for forgiveness. Not mercy, forgiveness. "I'm sorry," he kept on wailing, over and over again. "I did what I could, I swear I tried." My heart was pounding like a sledgehammer. Dad, I bellowed, spittle flying from my mouth. Dad, I tried the door handle again, shaking it furiously. Another cry of agony. Then everything fell silent. The door suddenly gave in to my demanding tugs, and I staggered back as it swung open. The three of us descended the stairs in a hurry, Cass hastily flicking on the light switch. The bulb that came fizzling to life revealed a gruesome sight. My father, still tied to the chair that was lying on the floor on its side, had fallen limp. Blood had pooled beneath his body, the source of which being a hole in his stomach that was leaking red everywhere, soaking his shirt and freely running down. As my gaze traveled up his broken frame, it stopped once more at his throat. It was wide open. There's no other way to describe it. It hadn't been slit or cut, it had been torn out. I doubled over and threw up. A bit of my vomit dripped into and mixed with the puddle of blood. I couldn't look away, despite it making me feel dizzy. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Casimir cover his face with his palms, knees trembling but not quite buckling, like he was fighting it. Jacek was grimacing, his mouth moving as though he was saying something, probably cursing, but I couldn't hear a word. There was this ringing in my ears, like I'd stood too close to a gun being fired. I swayed on my feet, then caught myself. "Don't pass out." For fuck's sake, do not pass out again. I looked over at my brother to see him walking towards me with his arms outstretched, almost in slow motion at first, before suddenly being upon me in a heartbeat, wrapping his whole body around me. We're okay. We're staying awake. Yeah. No matter how often we're going to be beaten unconscious, how much sick shit we have to see, we're going to bounce back. It'll be okay. I held on to my brother like my life depended on it, feeling like I could hear his pulse thrushing. He pulled back only to lock eyes with me, then cupped my cheeks on either side and pushed my forehead up to his hard. When we eventually parted, we were breathing heavily, my own teary expression reflected in his. "Let's cry about this later," Cass breathed, voice cracking. "When we've got the time." I nodded emphatically. "Okay." Wiping the wetness from my puffy cheeks, I rolled my lips together, squaring my shoulders. Cass cracked his neck and knuckles, stretching his arms. I feel like doing some yoga right now, just to wind down, you know, filling the air with words, terrified of silence. "You too." "Shit, I'm so sorry," Jacek began, voice faltering. "I don't know what to say." "We wouldn't have let him live anyway, would we?" My brother wondered aloud, tone soft and pensive. "I'm not sure," I replied haltingly. "I don't think so." "What the hell happened here? You know something, don't you?" Cass asked the dark miller, who had folded his hands on the back of his neck, looking at the basement ceiling with a lost, shaken expression. His entire body was tense and cramped, muscles straining against the sleeves of his black shirt. "I thought I knew," he pressed out. "Guess I was right. I fucked up. I should have told you as soon as I suspected, but I didn't. I thought I'd just deal with it on my own. I didn't want you to lose focus. I didn't want to put more on your plate. I cannot fucking believe this." He took a few deep breaths, steadying himself. "Damn, Fiona. I'm so sorry." So tell me now," I prompted gently. "The being that used to come and talk to your father, that wasn't an angel." The wind was picking up outside, howling as it swept down on the roof and rattling the window frames. "I'm not going to make this your problem," Jacek told me. "I do believe I know who did this, and I will take care of it, I promise. We both can. Together if you want, but I don't think it's an immediate concern." "I can't deal with that right now," I confirmed. "You think that's okay?" "Pretty sure. You know, I'm surprised your father never questioned his angel," he remarked. "Kinda almost makes me feel bad for the guy. Like, he just wanted that to be happening so badly. Just say it, my folks are fucked up." "Well?" I sighed. "I'm starting to think it's like a curse or something. We're all either chronically unlucky or batshit crazy or just plain assholes. Would really be best for the world if there weren't any more of us floating around. Here's hoping my sisters are normal at least." "We could invite them over sometime," Cass prompted, giving me what he likely intended to be an encouraging smile. "Sure they'd be glad to catch up." "Right," I muttered. "We can throw a goddamn party." After trying and failing to comfort myself and each other, Cass and Jacek then went off to bed. That left only me awake, sitting on the living room couch and absently fumbling with the TV remote. I should have probably done like the boys and at least attempted to get some rest, but something told me I wouldn't be able to lie still anyways. Better to keep my mind occupied. The knock at the door didn't draw my attention immediately. It took 2-3 louder bangs for me to perk up and make my way over to the door. Hope sparking in my heart, I opened it to find telltale locks of red shine out from the darkness. "So, I hear you were looking for me," the woman began, unbothered enough by the storm and the cold to give me a self-satisfied smirk. "Looking to make a deal, perhaps?" "Bah." "Correct." I moved aside, motioning for her to come in. "This isn't a permanent invitation into my home, mind you, just for tonight." "You seem to be fond of things that last only one night," she commented, winking as she stepped inside. "But I catch your meaning. The Banik says you could help me contact the sleeper under the red meadow." She shrugged. "I might. What are you looking for exactly?" "Anything that'll help me communicate with that thing. I need to get on the same level with it, and no matter how I'm going to do that. It needs to happen soon. There's not much time," I explained, hoping she wouldn't pry. "Well, then you must be very glad I came," she remarked, leaning forward to reach out and touch my cheek. Her fingers ghosted over the side of my face, gentle to a fault, but I brushed them aside when her thumb came to rest against my lower lip. "Not quite that glad," I answered. She drew away, her lips pursing. Too bad. Hey, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't be opposed, but there's kind of someone I've got feelings for. Would they mind? Pretty sure he would. Shame. Anyways, I have something for you, but just so you know what you'll be receiving. It's a blend of herbs. You'll need to smoke it in a pipe or something of the sort. It will induce a trance that should put you on the same plane of awareness as the evening redness. I won't deny that it could end up not having the desired effect, but overall, I trust in my handiwork, as may you. She looked at me with clear, bright eyes. At the very least, she appeared to believe what she said. So I'll basically pass out. When am I going to wake up again? To be frank, it depends. You'll have to find a way to break out of the state on your own. Of course, that means you will be taking a risk, but let it be known that my creations have yet to kill anybody. Then again, no human has ever consumed these goods. Not really selling me on this, I gotta say. I appreciate the honesty, though. She nodded. Naturally, I'm not one to deceive when it comes to my dealings. Mislead, maybe, but only occasionally, and not in your case. I've been told about what's at stake. And you'd still recommend I take my chances with this blend of yours? Definitely. It's your only chance, at any rate. And if you trust me to, then I'd be glad to stay and watch over you while you're in trance. If push comes to shove, I could attempt to wake you. I took a deep breath. Okay, yeah, that sounds doable. Great, you won't regret it, probably. You want something in return, though, don't you? I crossed my arms. The redhead gave me a faltering smile. I do. Well, what is it? Don't let the beast encroach upon our land. That's all I can ask for. All I will ask of you. I'll do what I can. No, I'll take your word for it. Don't try, don't do what you can. Simply do it. We know you can. I swallowed. You're right, I will. Then will you go with me and take the blend? She asked. Right away? Yes, I guess that'd be best. My gaze flitted to the staircase. No time. I hastily grabbed a pen and paper to jot down a short note. In case something happens, I love you. Mackay, ready? Where are we going? It'll be more fruitful to conduct it outside. The cold doesn't bother you, according to the Banik? Not most of the time, no. Good, then. She opened the door, extending her other hand to me. Let's head out. The wind was whistling through the house for the brief moment in which the door was open. I was quick to follow her outside, shutting it behind my back and straightening up. The redhead immediately began trudging her way through the layer of snow covering the ground. Her tracks were almost instantly covered again. It was hard to see ahead through the white flakes whirling around us and landing at our feet. The woman's hair was as a torch in the night. She had set a punishing pace, and while I didn't have trouble keeping up per se, I could sense the urgency in every one of her steps. "Do you have a name?" I called out against the wind that carried her scent back to me. Rosemary and honey, the same fragrance that had already caught my attention that night in the sauna. "Sure," she yelled back. "Will you tell me?" "You know I won't." "Worth a shot." Her laughter cut through the howl of the storm. As we neared the edge of the woods, I noticed the outline of an enormous creature silhouetted against the already pitch-black sky, just a little darker than the shadows. "Well met, Fiona." The Lesi's voice droned across the field like a thunderclap, the sound weirdly comforting. I smiled up at him, wondering if he could see it. "I'm glad you're here, Alexei." Bah. He knelt down, glowing eyes lowering themselves to my level. His snout puffed clouds of heated breath into the chilly night air, bathing me in warmth as it drew closer. For a brief moment, I placed my palm on it in greeting. "I'm guessing you already know what I'm about to do," I began. "Yes, and it causes me great unease. First Arek." He trailed off, tone laced with hurt, an ancient sting of grief that had never healed. "Now you." "It won't be me," I told him. "Whatever happens, I'm not going to go out like Aradius." "Liar, how can you know?" "I don't, but I'm hoping." "Then hope is all there is." Alexei's voice was sharp and icy. "Pure optimism is the only security I can expect to receive, the only thing assuring me that your fragile life is not going to end tonight." I turned to the redhead. "I thought the drug was safe." She nodded. "As safe as such a concoction can be." The Lesi growled. "It's not merely the blend I worry about. What will happen once you're on the same wavelength as the evening redness? I've told you what the sleeper did to your ancestor. There is no guarantee your mind will remain intact during such an encounter. You will be communicating with something incomprehensible, something entirely unnatural. You will be offering yourself to the entity that drove the strongest man I have ever known into a frenzy, that drove him to end his own life. Alexei, what state will you be in when you emerge from slumber? Will you even know who you are, who I am? I rolled my lips together. He sounded like he was scolding me, but there was a frantic undertone swinging along, urgent, afraid, almost desperate. There's no other way, I said softly. He fell silent, letting out another long huff of air, almost like a sigh. You know there's no other way, right? I repeated, reaching out once more to touch his snout. He pushed it into my palm with such force that it nearly sent me staggering back. I'm doing this for the woods. You are. He slowly stretched his limbs, lying down in the snow. I knelt down in front of him, watching as his form began to shift and warp until the bearded man was sitting before us. His face was a set mask, but there was a twist to his lips and a tremble in his brow that he seemed to be unable to suppress. He couldn't hold my gaze. Averting his eyes, he pulled out his pipe, handing it to the red-haired woman. "Fill it with your poison, fairy," he ordered. "And be careful about it, if you know what's good for you." She took it, visibly biting back a comment at his commanding tone. She reached into her satchel and began to dutifully stuff the pipe with what I assumed to be the blend in question. I took a deep breath, no longer able to ignore the rapid beating of my heart. I guess this is it then. I'm going to meet the sleeper. Alexei grunted. "Don't you dare feign enthusiasm." "Hey, I need to do something to handle the anxiety," I argued. "Besides, who's to say that it'll go wrong? This might end up saving our asses." He rolled his eyes, giving me a snort. "It might not. It might get you killed. And I know what the alternative entails. It simply doesn't make the prospect of seeing your blood spill any more appealing. You know, there was a time when you probably wouldn't have had as much of a problem with that. I would have never taken any pleasure in it. Maybe I would have been more indifferent, but, well, Fiona, there's an understanding between the two of us, isn't there?" "An understanding?" He sighed deeply, like a kindergarten teacher might at a rather slow child. "I find you foolish and bordering on insufferable, and surely you'll never forgive me for how I used to delight in terrorizing you, but you live for my woods. You find comfort among the trees. My trees, you would give yourself to preserve them. This part of the world is ours and ours alone. I'm very happy that you are the one I'm sharing it with right now. What you're about to do is dangerous, and you have been exposing yourself to all these threats for far too long. Please know that if things were different, if our roles were reversed and you weren't the replaceable mayfly that you unfortunately are, if the woods could live on without me, then I would do this in your stead." "Okay, replaceable mayfly kinda hurt, but I didn't intend it to." "I know, and I know what you're saying," I replied. "It's ready," the redhead announced, handing me the lit pipe. I took it with trembling fingers. "Let me guard your sleep," Alexei said, prompting me to nod. Rising to his feet, he stretched his arms over his head, flexing his muscles and straightening his spine. He began to shift shapes once again, tufts of brown hair shooting out of his skin, all around his face and neck. His nose lengthened and turned into a wide, leathery snout. A large bear was standing in front of me, gazing down on me with distinct kindness. I crawled up to the foot of the nearest tree as the fairy sat down beside me. I slowly raised the pipe to my lips, closing my eyes as I took a long drag. The fumes I inhaled weren't at all what I expected. An almost sickly sweet taste filled my mouth, penetrating my senses and clouding my mind in an instant. My eyelids suddenly seemed to be made of lead, weighing too much for me to keep them open. Instinctively, I fought the daze, fight or flight kicking in as I felt my limbs grow weaker, my whole body involuntarily relaxing. Fear crept into my chest, but the natural surge of adrenaline that would have gone hand in hand with such a panic never came. I couldn't move anymore. My hand fell limp, the pipe rolling down into the snow. The fairy leaned over me, her face a pool of mixed expressions: concern, doubt, and strongest of all, hope. She gently grabbed both of my wrists, placing them in my lap. "It's all right," she whispered, voice barely audible against the whistling wind. You'll make it." She drew back, and I took note of the Lesi in his newly adopted form approaching. He carefully lowered himself down over my lap. His warm weight came to cover my feet, legs and waist, with his back leaning to mostly cover my upper body. Somehow he didn't crush me. A wave of calm washed over me at the sensation of unnaturally silky fur brushing against my skin. I finally allowed my eyes to fall shut, as the whirling snowflakes seemed to blur into an endless stream of white, giving in to the push of unconsciousness, letting go. It felt like being sucked into a vortex. What little safety I'd felt when Alexei had laid down on top of me was stripped away when I was plunged into completely different surroundings. It reminded me a little bit of the hallway between hell and the surface. There were no walls, no floors to stand on, only swirling colors that, as much as I would have liked to describe them, I didn't recognize. They were foreign, alien, unlike anything I'd ever seen. The sight was gnawing on my consciousness, forcing its way into my mind as it tried desperately to block it out. It was like seeing Nick in his own true form the first time I'd met him, an incomprehensible view with the ability to shake one's perception of the natural world. Trying to keep my wits about me, I decided to shut my eyes and block the invading impressions out as best I could, only it didn't work. I didn't have eyes. And that's when I realized it. I didn't have arms either, nor legs or feet. I was nothing. I didn't exist. I was a mere speck of sentience hovering around in an endless, timeless, spaceless whirl of vibration, sound and color. What if I never woke up again? What if Alexei had been right? What if this was it for me? A cruel version of eternity. I wanted to scream, give voice to this mind-shattering dread, but I had no mouth to do so. Worse, I wasn't alone. The longer I lingered, the stronger I felt the presence of another being, some such incredible entity. I tried to spot it, somehow figure out where it was, only to feel our minds touching as I searched for its consciousness. Even without ears, I heard it speak. "Hello, you're terrified." The voice belonged to neither a man nor a woman. It was neither deep nor high, it simply was. "Yes," I responded. "I don't know how, but I did." "Because of me?" "Yes." "Why?" "I don't know what you are, or if I'll ever get out of here. Where even are we?" "Nowhere, just sleeping." "Oh, right. You'll be all right." Somehow these words made me feel immensely soothed. "Thank you. I'm relieved." "Are you the traveler Arcadius? You feel like him, but not quite. It confuses me." "I'm his descendant." "What's that?" "Someone of his bloodline, just further down. A child of his child. And you? What are you?" Silence. "Then I am." For some reason, that was all the answer I needed. In a strange way, it made perfect sense. "Why did you kill Arcadius?" "Did I do that? I thought he merely fell asleep." "No, you drove him mad, and then he unalived himself." "Drove him mad? That was not my intention. All I wanted was to speak with him." It took me a moment to understand what I had just learned. This entity had had no clue what it was doing when it invaded Arcadius's mind. Well, shit. Okay, but why did you want to talk to him? "I only needed a place to rest. Arcadius was something special. I knew that his body could contain me, and I longed to sleep. I wanted to ask him permission to lay myself to rest in his physical form. I promised to preserve him for as long as he allowed. He would have lived for so much longer, and in perfect condition. I can do that. I would have cared meticulously for my vessel. I had no idea he would misinterpret my meaning this much. When he fell limp before me, I thought he was offering himself." "Wow. I am very sorry. I never wanted to destroy him. I'm ashamed to admit that I have such little knowledge of the human body as to have not realized he had ended his own life." "Hey, I understand. Or, I think I do. Okay, look, there's a lot I'd like to ask you, but I need you to know you're in danger. There's someone out to get you, to eat you." "I know. There always was. Lesser creatures have been trying to catch and consume me since the beginning of my existence. I thought I was safe here." "Your hiding spot has been compromised." "I see. That's very disappointing. It's very kind of you to come and warn me, but I assure you that I can defend myself should the need arise." I felt a pang of dread. "And how would you do that? You'd end up destroying everything, wouldn't you?" "Not quite everything, I'm sure. only that which would get in the way. That doesn't sound too promising, not gonna lie. Then are you looking for another way? Do you have a plan? I don't know. I thought maybe you would. There's no chance you could channel your power, is there? I couldn't, not if I were forced to emerge from my slumber. So as soon as you leave Arcadius's corpse, you'd be completely unhinged. I could certainly try to do as little damage as possible, but seeing as I couldn't even tell your ancestor has been dead all these years, I really can't make any promises. Looking pretty bleak then, huh? For a moment we both remained silent, and then I had the greatest idea ever. It was all so simple. There had never been a reason to be afraid. Why hadn't I thought to simply stick to my tried and true strategy? I'm Fiona Novak, descendant of Arcadius the Traveller, and I'm not scared of monsters. I fucking proposition them. I woke up to feel my feet dangling in the air and wind ruffling my skirts. Even before I opened my eyes, I realized I was lying on a wooden surface. Twigs were pricking my side, prompting me to turn and roll over. I wasn't done sleeping, just a little bit longer. This certainly wasn't the most cozy place to rest, but somehow it gave me this wonderful feeling of comfort and safety, of home. I was then poked with a stick. I groaned. "Ha! Told you!" I heard the familiar voice of the red-haired fairy exclaim in joy. The Lesi pulled back his finger with a rumbling sigh. That's a relief. I slowly sat up, eyes fluttering open, a smile spreading on my face before I could even collect my thoughts. "It's good to see you. How long was I out for?" I asked Alexei. He raised his head, prompting me to look around. Cold rays of sunlight were making their way over the horizon, not yet touching the treetops but reaching the meadow, painting it an even brighter shade of red. I let go of a long, deep sigh. This was my land, the picture of icy serenity. Life, raw and unregulated, pure in the most untamed sense of the word, maybe not hallowed, but sacred in its own right. Home. The entire night, the wood demon told me. I nodded. Good. The boys were unlikely to be up yet, saving them a lot of concern. A look over at the house confirmed my assumption. It was lying in utter peace and silence. That's when I realized I was kind of looking down on everything. The Lesi was standing upright, the fairy cowering on his shoulder. He towered over even the tallest of trees, cradling me in the palm of his hand. My snow boots were hanging down freely, as was a good portion of my wide, layered skirt. We're so high up, I love this. I got that impression the first time I held you, Alexei replied, eyes glowing almost fondly. Will you let me know what you've achieved? I don't think I should, I replied. I'm pretty sure you'll see for yourself soon enough. Where from do I know this being? The low voice that could not be defined rang out in my mind. He feels familiar. You've met him before when he was just a kid. A really long time ago, I answered wordlessly. You kind of owe him an apology for what happened with Arcadius. To Alexei, I said, I hope you weren't too worried when I didn't wake up right away. The wood demon let out a derisive snort, turning to look the other way. He carried me across the red meadow, where now, finally, Arcadius's body was beginning to decompose. I felt a strange sense of peace settling over my soul. After gently setting me down on the porch, Alexei straightened his arm, allowing the red-headed fairy to slide down off of it. It looked so effortless and playful that I couldn't help but wonder how many times she'd done that before. So, I take it you were satisfied with my goods? She asked, boldly raising her hands to her hips. Very much so. I'm very glad to hear that. Now it is time for you to make good on your end of the bargain, as I have no doubt you'll manage. She grinned, lifting a brow. It won't be easy, but you are obligated to, as they say, deliver. Don't forget that. I nodded, a smile playing on my lips. Returning inside, I hastily grabbed the note I'd left for the boys, crumpled it up, and threw it away. Creeping up the stairs, I was careful not to be noisy. I peeked into Casimir's room to see him passed out with his hair mussy like a big bird's nest in the absence of gel. Gently shutting the door again, I made my way over to where I could hear Jacek's snoring. I tiptoed over to his bed where he was lying face down in his pillow. I cautiously lowered myself down on the mattress beside him and began to run my fingertips over the back of his head. I allowed my thoughts to wander for merely a minute before straightening, adjusting my skirt and taking a long, cleansing breath. just as I was turning to leave. Jacek stirred, rolling over in bed with a deep hum. His eyes blinked open, and he squinted at me. "What you say?" he cawed, clearing his throat. "I didn't say anything," I replied. "Didn't mean to wake you." He grinned lazily, rubbing his forehead. "I had a nice dream." "Yeah? What about?" I asked, sitting back down by his side. He reached for the glass of water on his nightstand, took a sip, gurgled and spit it back out. "Not gonna tell you just like that." He dropped back into his pillows, crossing his wrists above his head. "Why don't you tie me to the bed frame and get it out of me? There's probably not a single other person who could make an invitation like that sound so sincere and casual." I stared at him for a beat, giving a sigh. "Got no cuffs up here anymore. It's all in the basement. If I go down there now, I'm just going to be reminded of Dad and how he's all gross and dead. I wouldn't be in the mood anymore." "Understandable. Don't look so disappointed. You know I can make do without," I answered, grinning as I climbed onto the bed with him. "I'll spare you the details. We were mostly focused on keeping quiet anyways. I didn't want to traumatize my poor brother any further. It was pretty amazing, though. You've learned some new moves," I couldn't refrain from remarking as I pulled him into a loose hug. "Yeah, well, you live in hell for 10 years. You're bound to pick up on some stuff," he said comfortably. Didn't even have to explain what to touch or nothing. "Oh, shut up," he grumbled, fondly batting at the hand I'd buried in his hair, but ending up just bringing it down to interlace our fingers instead. "Damn, but I'm happy right now. Were you hoping this would happen when you first got my text?" I inquired. "I don't know. I guess I was always hoping." He gave a deep, rumbling sigh. "Here's the thing," he began, sounding almost dejected. "I'm pathetic like that. I never could forget about you. I tried, believe me. It's not exactly good for your self-esteem when you wake up one day and realize you're in your 30s and still carry a torch for your first ever girlfriend. But when you told me to come, I didn't even think twice about it. See, when you dangle the chance of being with you anywhere within reach of me, I'll always come running." He took a long breath, closing his eyes. "I love you. Either I fell for you again or I never actually stopped. I honestly can't tell. But I do love you. And I don't need you to say it back. I just like the way you've been looking at me, and I want to keep that in my life. I know you care about me. That's enough." I felt like I'd already heard him say all those things, or maybe I'd simply known. "I love you too," I murmured, heart thumping. I'd never felt this bare in my life. What?" He sounded genuinely taken aback, so much so that I couldn't help but turn red. "What do you mean, what?" I muttered into the pillow I buried the side of my face against. Jacek laughed out loud. "I'm sorry, I really did not expect you'd ever... I kind of felt like you did, but hearing it is something else. Wow, could you say it again, please?" I scoffed, turning further to hide my burning cheeks. "I love you." "Louder, come on, for me." "I love you." "Didn't quite hear you there." "You're a smug-ass bastard, aren't you?" I hissed. "Hard not to be right now. You're holding me." "You need to leave," I blurted out, the words leaving my mouth before I could stop myself. His face fell. "What?" "You need to go. I can't have you around when Nick comes back." "But I want to help you." "Exactly." I pushed myself up into a sitting position. "You want to stay in Nick's service, right? You can't stand by me this firmly if you want to keep your job. You've built this entire career with him. You've become so powerful. You don't want to lose that, do you? You made this whole other life for yourself. But it's not good enough. It's not good enough if you're not in it. You'd miss it though, wouldn't you? This isn't just something you were born into and had to do. This is something you really worked to achieve, by whatever grim means necessary. I don't want to be responsible for you losing that, and Lord knows what Nick would do when you'd quit. He's bound to fly into a frenzy," I sputtered, stumbling over my words. "Believe me, I don't want you to go." We locked eyes, his inkwell gaze boring into mine. "This doesn't mean we can't be together. We can work something out for sure, but not with the devil breathing down my neck. Because he's going to show up here, and then he'll think you've turned on him, and it'll just add to the fuel. I got to deal with him alone. He's not going to kill me. Jacek, I've got a plan, or rather, we do." "We?" "I've gained an ally." I smiled as I heard a voice in the back of my head coo reassuringly. "I'm going to be okay." Hell, you know what you're asking of me here, right? How am I supposed to do this? Just trust me, it's gonna work out, I swear. I gently rested my palm on his chest. His pale, wide, entirely whole chest. Oh my God, I breathed. Jacek's chin hit his chest as he looked down. His hand flew to his heart, the beating tangible beneath the skin. I jumped to my feet, still butt naked, and grabbed the first item of clothing I could find, Jacek's discarded black sweater. I pulled it on and raised my arms, staring at the sleeves in shock and astonishment. The miller burst out laughing, a joyful, incredulous laugh, watching as I twirled in front of the closet mirror. "Okay, give it back then," he panted. "I'm heading out, and I'll stay away 2 days. No longer, because you're not getting rid of me this time." "Deal," I said softly, turning to face him. "Tell Nick to get up here. I'm ready to see him." I accompanied Jacek outside. As we stepped onto the porch, he suddenly began to pull his jacket off and removed it again, now only in his undershirt. He held the black sweater I'd returned to him mere minutes ago out to me, a hopeful smile on his lips. I grabbed it and put it on over my dress. It smelled of smoke, a very faint, subtle cologne, and, strangely enough, French fries. The warmth of his skin still clung to the fabric. "Better than flowers," I told him with a smile. He laughed quietly, then turned over his shoulder and gave me a wave before disappearing in a burst of flames. I looked out at the scorched, molten valley he'd left in the snow for a short while before going back inside. The sound of the shower running told me that my brother had found his way out of bed at last. I sank down on the living room sofa, waiting for him to finally grace me with his presence. "So, you got back with him?" His voice rang out from behind me. "Called it?" I craned my neck to look back at him. "Can you read my mind? Or is telling when two people hooked up just like an instinct of yours? Not so much an instinct as you two thinking you're a lot quieter than you actually are." "Oh, sorry. It's cool. If 16-year-old Cass could handle it, 30-year-old Cass will too." He gave me a cheesy grin. With a minimal amount of therapy, he plopped down beside me, only for his jaw to drop. "You're wearing something else. Your curse. Is it gone?" "I guess so," I muttered, folding my hands in my lap. "You don't sound so thrilled." I gave a bitter chuckle. "Funny thing is, I think I'm going to miss wearing wedding gowns. They make me feel so pretty. Plus, I've really gotten used to them, and they really don't hold me back like they used to. I don't want to take a swim in one again, but, you know." Casimir shrugged. "You ask me, you don't need an excuse to wear those things. Just do it. Whatever floats your boat. Folks are gonna think I'm weird. They do that already." "Huh?" We sat in silence for a moment before I placed my arm around his shoulder and pulled him close. After staying close for a little while, I let go of my brother, straightened up and told him to leave. His reaction wasn't all that different from Jacek's. "Have you gone crazy?" he sputtered. "I'm not leaving you alone out here. You want to go up against Nick on your own? You got a death wish or something?" "I won't be on my own. I'll be okay. I know I will. And I only want you to leave for a little while, just like a day or so. I'll text you as soon as everything is over, I promise." "You can't be serious." "Please, Casimir. Don't do that. Don't big sister me. Look at it this way. I'm about to have a difficult discussion, and Nick is easily aggravated, and he's got a huge hard-on for you anyways. He's going to get angry as shit, and he's going to want to hurt me. Well, he won't be able to, but if you're around, he'll have the perfect guy to take it out on, and I don't want it to come to that." My brother's gaze darkened, handsome features derailing in somber comprehension. "I'm scared," he said softly. "I know, me too." He grabbed my hand, long fingers curling around mine. "Fee." I swallowed the lump in my throat. My tongue felt like sandpaper scraping the roof of my mouth. I love you, and I'm so fucking glad you're my brother." In a heartbeat, Casimir's arms were around me, squeezing me so hard I let out a strangled yelp. "Listen, you gotta promise you'll be okay. If not, I'm just gonna freak, and I'll tear everything apart. Which will suck because I'm not really the berserk type, but you're the best thing in my life. My best anything." He reluctantly let go of me, returning upstairs to change into something warmer before heading out. I watched from my window as he got into his car and slowly drove off the property, tires leaving sharp tracks in the snow. I was left alone, entirely alone. For the first time in what seemed like ages, this large old house was completely empty except for me. All I could do now was wait. My body was vibrating with nervous energy. I couldn't sit still for even a moment. I pulled off the sweater, changed into another, poofier wedding dress just for the hell of it, then put the sweater back on, then took it off again. I went to feed Jeanette and Licorice. Both animals were hanging out in the stables and seemingly getting along just fine. Not much of a surprise, considering I'd always thought that hard-headed mule must have some relation to the devil. The dog allowed me to give it a scratch, and I assured him that his master would be back this time. Out of pure boredom and anxiety, I proceeded to clean every surface I could find in my home. When I couldn't think of anything else to do, I simply sat down again and started writing. The next time I looked up, my heart sank. It was entirely dark outside. Beyond my windows, everything was pitch black. I quickly turned on all the lights in the living room. A glance at my phone told me it was 2 in the afternoon. It's true that night sets in quickly here in the winter months, but this was impossible. The familiar feeling of fear creeping into my chest and pooling in my stomach like a cold, thick liquid had my thoughts racing. I wiped my suddenly sweat-laced palms on my skirt as I made my way from window to window, peering out of each one in the hopes of maybe spotting at least a single ray of light. No such luck, of course. This was how Nick was going to play, wasn't it? I had only gotten small glimpses of his mind-bending abilities, but it suited him well enough. I told myself that he was only trying to scare me again. That was correct, obviously. He had been trying to intimidate me every chance he'd gotten thus far, but it was difficult not to let it get to me when he was really bringing out the big guns now. "Come out already!" I shouted into the empty hallway. No response. My temples were throbbing. "Stop fucking with me," I barked at the silence. Still nothing. Of course. Desperate, I willed my mind to calm, only for the pang of fright to flare up again when an unnerving sound reached my ears. Scratching. Nails on a chalkboard? No. Metal on glass. It was a grating, screeching noise that caused the hairs on the back of my neck to stand up. It mixed with the howls of sudden, violent gusts of wind fiercer than any I'd ever heard before. They rattled the window frames, sweeping along the walls of the house and pushing down on the roof, eliciting wooden groans and creaks. I jumped, barely able to stifle a sharp scream when I heard several doors slam upstairs. "Bastard!" I cried out, hoping for the fury to mask the terror in my voice. "Where are you?" I ran to grab onto the handle of the living room door just as it was about to fly open and bang shut as well. It shook in my grip, trembling so strongly I had to yank my hand away. "I thought you wanted to talk this out like adults." What even made me assume that in the first place? Ignoring the frantic pounding of my heart, I rushed up the stairs, bursting into each room, checking if by any chance he was lurking in some unlit corner. My search yielded no results. The cacophony of noises continued, only picking up in volume, and I staggered back downstairs, hands covering my ears. I had to get out. I needed air. I needed to see if this was real, or if the darkness was only in my head. I ran to tear open the front door, realizing in horror that it didn't budge. My arms kept frantically pulling at it, as if they were entities separate from myself. By some miracle, the door finally responded to my force, flying open and sending me staggering back. I tripped over my own feet, gracelessly falling onto my butt as I stared at the gaping black maw that had materialized before me. There was nothing there. It was not just the absence of light, it was the absence of everything. And from this nothingness, a familiar figure leapt out. The hellhound was upon me before I managed to get back up. I shrieked, instantly raising my hands over my head to shield my face and throat from his enormous snout. "Licorice!" I called his name in a vain attempt to get through to him. He wasn't himself. Gone was the reluctantly obedient, lazily docile dog I'd come to know. His fiery eyes made for a disheartening reminder of whom he truly was in servitude of. I should have told Jacek to take him along. This senseless thought flashed through my mind as I pushed myself to my feet, shoving the dog off of me in a feat of strength that only a burst of adrenaline could explain. I threw myself against the huge animal's flank, shoving him back into the direction of the open doorway. The sound of his claws scraping across the floor made me wince. He was far too heavy. I barely got him to move 2 or 3 feet when his head whipped around and struck me, bashing right into my chest. I folded like an umbrella, every bit of air leaving my body in a heavy gasp as I hit the ground. Licorice's snout came dangerously close to my neck once more, gigantic teeth bared and glinting in the dim light. Specks of slobber landed on my cheeks as the hound's hot breath hit my skin. His jaws opened wider and wider, tongue lolling out, every inhale accompanied by a low growl. All of a sudden, a familiar voice in the back of my head piped up. "You're terrified again. Why? Is it the dog?" Compelled by an unseen force, I slowly reached my hand up and placed it behind one of Licorice's large ears, fingers digging into the short black fur, scratching gentle circles. The poor creature does not know what it's doing. It cannot help itself, the evening redness whispered to me. But we can. The dog had stopped mid-motion, mouth closing. His eyes had lost some of their frenzy, the snarl on his face softening. "It was only moved to terrorize you. It will not harm you. Its only task is to weaken your mind." I looked up at the hand caressing the hellhound, fresh tears still blurring my vision. Still in utter disbelief, I watched as Licorice straightened up, sniffing my hand and giving it a short lick before turning around to trot back into the darkness. I pushed myself up. "Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you so much." I said the words out loud, but the sleeper appeared to hear them nevertheless. There is much to be accomplished with a conduit such as yourself. The entity's tone somehow sounded mirthful, relaxed, confident. "Calm yourself. The creature with the big teeth is gone. Everything else is only a dream. It's not real. No, he is running images through your mind. I can keep him out if you let me. All you need to do is calm yourself and let me in. But you're in already. Deeper. You're sure we can make it? Trust me." Pleasure. Warmth. Like someone was petting me from the inside. A soft breath of relief escaped my lips. I wasn't alone. It felt good not to be by myself. "You have absolutely no reason to be afraid, my dearest. Sit. Just sit and be ready for what's to come." I moved over to the armchair, sinking down as though my knees were giving in. "Don't fear." Whatever the sleeper was doing, it worked. My breathing slowed and my pulse stopped thrumming in my ears. "You will not die." I crossed my legs and folded my hands in my lap. "You will not falter." I squared my shoulders and lifted my head. A smile began to unfurl on my lips as the chaos around me seemed to fade away, dissolving into silence at last. "Whenever you're ready, Nick." I sat and waited, legs crossed, back straight, eyes ahead. If someone would have taken a photo of me at that moment, it would have been good. Just saying. Yes, my hair was disheveled, and there was the tiniest bit of blood trickling from the back of my head. But despite the dread and the nerves, I was feeling prepared. I couldn't hear the storm and the scratching anymore. All that was left was a tense kind of silence, the calm before the storm. And then, all of a sudden, the storm materialized right in front of me, his form, as per usual, that of a middle-aged man in sweatpants. His bare feet kicked up on the small TV table, and his arms crossed behind his head. He leaned back on the sofa, grinning at me with brazen self-evidence, eyes twinkling. "Miss Novak, why is it that every time we meet you have to terrorize me in some unforeseen way? Doesn't that make things more interesting? For you or for me?" He let out a soft chuckle before looking around. "Hey, where's the company? I sent them both away for this." "Oh, so the kids are with the sitter and you got me alone, that what you're saying?" I grunted. "So, little forest bride, finally ready to talk shop? Where is the sleeper?" he inquired, leaning forward on his knees. "Firstly, let's just establish a couple things. You only ever asked me for its location, not to hand it over or anything. So if I just tell you where to find it, and that's all, then you won't retract the protection your Huldufolk grants the woods." "Sure. Okay," I said slowly, seeing as we can't avoid this conversation any longer. The sleeper used to rest beneath the meadow with the red flowers on it, in the dead body of an ancestor of mine. "Good girl, then let me— Wait, did you say used to?" I smiled thinly. Despite the relative calm I'd found myself in before, I was getting a little, let's call it itchy. "It's not there anymore. I knew what you would do with it because, You told me, and I know it would turn the tide. It would grant you power even over my corner of the world, if you would even get so far. The sleeper is a powerful entity, and it would defend itself. It would lay this place to ashes. I took a deep breath, fixing him with a stare. So I removed it. Excuse me. Nick's smile had frozen over on his face. The expression was even more affected and unsettlingly fake than all the ones I'd seen him wear before. I removed it. It's inside of me now. Silence. For a moment, all the devil did was hold my gaze. His mouth had turned into a thin line. This was the first time I'd seen his features derailing. Wow, I thought. I actually got him to shut up for once. Telling him was the easy part. The soothing voice in the back of my head mumbled. Inside of you, Nick echoed. Inside of you. They make for a very pleasant roommate. Body mate. That sounded dirty. Despite himself, Nick let out a little chuckle. Anyways, we're both pretty happy about the arrangement, so I'm not going to give it to you. So there's something you've probably said to both my servant and me, Nick remarked. This time I stifled a giggle. I'm not going to lie to you, Fiona. This is a bit of a shock and an inconvenience. I should probably tell you, though, it doesn't change my plans. He went on. It's too bad that it has to be like this, because honestly, He tipped his head back in thought. Huh. Actually, no, I wouldn't say I like you, but I guess I don't mind you. I wouldn't have minded having you downstairs someday either. Like I said, if a woman such as yourself were to have Hetman's children... Don't finish that sentence. Anyways, I'd rather deal with the fallout with Yashek than pass up the opportunity to feed on your sleeper. And if that means I have to pry it out of you, well then, so be it. You do know that killing me won't solve anything. The redness spent hundreds of years inhabiting a preserved dead body of its choosing, so even if I were to die, that doesn't mean it would just float right into your mouth. The devil grinned widely. Then let's find out how big the smallest piece of you it could possibly survive in would have to be. I forced my face to remain impassive, but my voice broke midway through the sentence I next spoke, causing me to repeat myself. And what would you do if I won? Excuse me. If you'd attack me, and I'd end up overpowering you and winning the fight, what would you do? I asked. Nick let out a soft laugh. I think we'd best cross that bridge if and when we get to it. Let's take this outside, I suggested, rising to my feet and gesturing at the front door. The beast chuckled to himself, but followed nevertheless as I walked over and opened it for him. The same black maw greeted the two of us, the absence of all light and sound awaiting at my doorstep. But it wasn't real. Nick was messing with my brain again. Have no fear, the evening redness whispered to me, and for a brief moment I saw a glimpse of the real outside world. The sky, the snow, the tree line, before it changed back to that sinister, sense-numbing darkness. After you, Nick invited. I took a deep breath and stepped outside. I heard the door fall shut behind my back. I was relieved to feel the soft ground beneath my feet, the familiar crunch accompanying each of my steps. It really was all in my head. Still, being stripped of one's perception of reality is nothing short of disturbing, so I'd be lying if I said it had no effect on me. Turning around, I couldn't see Nick anywhere. He was effectively hiding himself, making use of my impaired vision. He'd really gotten up close and personal with that mind of mine. I felt like he was running his slippery fingers directly through my head, touching my skull from the inside. Please, I reached out to the sleeper. You can't leave me hanging now. I don't intend to. How far are you willing to let me in? However far it takes. And then, as if a switch had been flipped, the world was fully illuminated again. I could see everything. Myself, the house, the sauna, the meadow, and Nick standing a few feet away from me with a scowl on his face. You can stop trying, I told him. I'm not alone. It's not going to be that easy. Then just let it be known that you chose to do this the hard way. With that, he threw his head back, a gash suddenly splitting his throat. Dark liquid came splattering out and I backed off in shock, only to realize that it wasn't a wound at all. It was an opening, a dark gap with the rest of his human body flailing beneath it like it was no more than a rag doll, a romper made of skin being discarded as something else climbed out from inside of it. The legs came first. One by one, 16 long, slender, ink-black limbs pushed themselves out of the suit of flesh. producing a wet, squelching noise as they unfolded, displaying far too many unnaturally bending joints. They ended in cloven hooves, each of them coming down on the ground with a stomp, whirling up the pristine, powdery snow. Then the rest of the body emerged. It looked kind of like a horse or a goat, small in comparison to its enormous leg span. It didn't really have a head, just 3 large, round eyes sitting in the middle of its misshapen torso. I wanted to puke. I wanted to scream and squeeze my eyes shut, hide my face in my hands. But I did none of those things. I didn't turn away. I stood upright, rooted to the spot, my hands clenched into trembling fists at my sides. The thing was towering above me, growing ever taller as it stretched to its full height, its spindly legs straightening. I had to crane my neck to continue looking up at it. Granted, there may have been more in the grand scheme of things, but at that moment, I was certain that this was the most nightmarish thing I'd ever seen. My entire body, every last instinct, all my good senses were screaming at me to run. Every fiber of my being was trembling in fear of this entity, this living, breathing terror. Part of me wanted to throw myself at its feet, to offer up anything and everything and to beg for forgiveness just so I'd be rid of this sight. But I didn't. I stayed on my feet, eyes trained on Nick's new form, gritting my teeth so hard I was afraid they'd splinter. I didn't allow myself to tremble. I didn't allow myself to weep. I forced my mind to stop racing, willed my thoughts into order. "Are you there?" I asked the sleeper. "I'm here. I need to best him now. It's time. Are you ready?" "I'm at your command," it said softly. "You are my conduit, my channel and my mistress. Make use of me as you see fit." I took an uncertain step forward, stumbling as if prodded by an aggressively encouraging parent standing behind me. How? I found myself growing desperate, my heart pounding wildly as I tried to figure out what to do. "Just do it. Do what you must, whatever you need. Trust yourself. Trust us." I raised my head, biting my lip as my gaze found the one of the 16-legged horror looming overhead. Nick's 3 eyes focused on me, and even in the beyond surreal form he was in, I thought I could see that familiar, mocking glint in his stare. I began to walk. Step by step, I moved towards him. One of his hooves lifted and came down upon me, and I dodged only at the very last second. The movement felt effortless. I don't even remember deciding to do it, or feeling alarmed by the threat of the impact. It all just kind of happened. "You shall not fear." I picked up my pace, starting to run towards the nearest leg. "You will not fall." I jumped. I jumped farther and higher than I ever had before, adrenaline rushing through my body, adrenaline and red. "You will not fail." Before Nick could react, I had already thrown my arms around the limb, fingers digging into the flesh with a strength I was sure a previous version of myself could never have mustered. The leg felt unlike anything I'd felt before. It was like a continuous squirming cramp of muscles beneath the pitch-black fur, wriggling beneath my touch as though every inch of it was alive and had a mind of its own. I swallowed the bile rising in my throat. Like an athlete scaling a mountain, I began to pull myself up. I climbed the giant's leg at a steady pace, clinging on despite his attempts to shake me off, despite the frantic stomps, the furious growls and tremors. Finally, I pulled myself onto the round torso. It made me feel like I was standing on a platform, almost as high up as the treetops. Nick began to thrash around more fiercely then, almost dancing on the spot as he attempted to buck me off. I felt like a rodeo clown, holding onto his stretchy, hairy skin like the horn on a saddle. "What are you even doing?" The devil's voice came from nowhere in particular. He had no mouth in his current form, but he wasn't speaking to me from inside my head either. His voice was rolling across the meadow like a thunderclap. I dragged myself towards his uppermost eye, hanging my head to glare down into it from above. The wind was whipping my lace-covered back, causing me to flatten my body against that of the beast. I felt distinctly reminded of the position I was in when I'd peered at him hiding under my bed. "Get off, you stupid bitch!" Before he could finish his sentence, I plunged both my hands into the glazed surface of his eye. The squishy flesh gave way immediately, and I felt warm, thick liquid swirling around my fingers. I had no idea what this form of his was made up of, but it was corporeal enough to be injured. and when Nick's agonized, bellowing shriek echoed across the expanse of the grassy plain, I knew that I had done just that. I pulled my hands back out with as much force as I could muster, drawing another cry from the devil. But as soon as I Saturday back, he reared up again, this time managing to throw me off. I was sent flying through the air, and before I knew it, I was already falling, nearing the ground in a flurry of white tulle as my skirt fluttered around me, inflating like a balloon. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for a collision I was sure I wouldn't survive, only to find that it never came. Instead, the snow beneath seemed to catch my fall like a soft, silky net. "You will not fall." I rose to my feet. Nick's form had begun to twist and warp, his legs twitching like those of a dying insect. His entire body seemed to collapse into a heap of vibrating dark matter, a heap of half-fleshy, half-nebulous mass. "Go on, bring an end to this nonsense." I took a deep, cleansing breath, steadying myself as I proceeded towards him. "He can't fully materialize anymore. You did something strange when I stuck my hands into his eye, didn't you?" The sleeper sounded pleased with the question. "Something effective, something you made possible." "Thank you." "Old Nick," I called out. Somehow I felt his attention on me, and then I realized it. It wasn't just that he couldn't hold a form anymore, he couldn't move, couldn't leave. "I want to talk. Are you listening?" "What have you done to me?" He pressed out, somehow still able to speak. He didn't sound anything like himself, though. "Honestly, no idea. But you're trapped. Do you understand? You can't get away from here. You can't leave this place." "Why?" "Because this ground is not yours to command. Because you're weak here, and now you're hurt. And most importantly, because I won't let you," I responded. "We won't let you. So that's your grand plan. Keep me here forever. You can't do that. For long enough at least to make you really fucking uncomfortable. Now we can talk about this. It doesn't need to be like this. But goddamn if I'm not going to deliver. If you want to play it like this, then so am I. I will keep you on my land for as long as I possibly can, and we're going to find out just how many days or weeks or months or years that'll be. But remember, this is my land, my home. Yours is all the way down in hell, and who knows if there won't be someone else taking on your responsibilities while you're away." I allowed a smile to creep up on my face. It was only a teensy bit forced, too. "I'm just going to get comfortable." For a beat, he stayed silent. "Then what do you want?" "I want the Hulderfolk to stay on my side. I want you to forget about every last issue you have with me. You'll stop terrorizing me, stop appearing around the house or in my room, and you'll stop creeping on my brother. Casimir, that is. You can do whatever you want with Gem. And you won't try to get the evening redness. I won't let you consume it, and you'll never have power over this place, neither will anyone else. These are my woods. Mine." "Bah." "Understood," he wheezed as the sleeper and I tightened our grip on his essence. "Oh, and your valet? He's mine. I mean, if he wants to be. Don't even think about grounding him or doing anything to keep him away from me. You don't want him to stay here full time and attend you. That's not a relationship. That's a hostage situation. He wants to work for you. He can do whatever. I don't care. But whatever beef we got, don't take it out on him, and don't use him against me ever again. Deal." "Fair enough. You agree then?" Yes, for fuck's sake," he spat. "And don't even care to try and find like a loophole here or whatever. Don't come after me. Don't ever mess with me again." "I won't." He sounded angrier than I'd ever heard. "I got your word on that." A heavy sigh. "Then you do." My heartbeat slowed considerably. "Let him go?" the redness inquired. "Let him go," I confirmed. Nick's form immediately shrank into the human body I'd grown accustomed to. His skin was red again, streaked golden. As he was lying on the ground, he bore a strange hint of unearthly grace. He pushed himself up on his arm, tired eyes glaring up at me in pure, angry frustration. It was a look I knew well, though. I'd seen a close approximation of it nearly every time I'd looked in the mirror these last couple nights. I smiled thinly at him. "Get out of here, and don't come back." "Believe me, I won't," he hissed. Not another word left his lips before he sank down into the ground, disappearing right before my eyes. I let go of the deepest sigh in history. I went back inside and sank right into the cushions of my couch. "If you want, you can go back to sleep now," I told Red. I'd be very grateful for that. Call upon me any time and I will wake. I'll remember that. Thank you. My head felt empty and free and light, almost like I was drunk on relief. Or maybe it was merely the fatigue. I pulled out my phone and texted Cass. Bro, come back, I miss you. Yup, that many O's. So that was embarrassing enough. I don't really know what drove me. You don't even want to know what I texted Jacek. I proceeded to drag myself upstairs and draw a bath, which I hopped into without further ado. After soaking for a blissful hour, I dried off and put a fresh, pristine white gown on. I returned downstairs, laid down on the sofa, and fell asleep. I'm unsure how long I was out for, but when I woke up, I found Cass nestled against my shoulder and Jacek's head resting in the fluffy folds of my skirt. I didn't even hear them come in, and they're out cold. All of this is still so odd to me. This started out as nothing but a rant about wannabe internet cryptid hunters, and now we're, well, here. It's hard to believe. And what's even stranger is that I'm happier than I've been in a very long time. I'm really grateful for all the support. There's still a lot that needs straightening out here. There's a creature out there that pretended to be an angel to fuck with me and my estate, and they're sure as shit not going to get away with it. The sleeper also needs some more gentle love and care. I've got a couple ideas about our arrangement that I want to pitch to them, but for now, I'm just glad I get to sleep. Finally. Guess I'll see you guys soon. Thank you for venturing into the darkness with us. If you dare to explore further, be sure to subscribe to our channel for more spine-tingling tales of horror and the supernatural. Remember, the shadows hold endless mysteries, waiting to be unveiled. Stay tuned for more bone-chilling stories as we continue to traverse the eerie depths of the unknown together. Until next time, may your dreams be free from the haunting echoes of our tales. Or perhaps not.